It's 2015? Okay, jeez. Surprised they never reported over Miles 2. Unspeakable, so another Hound of Baskervilles. There's a episode of Sherlock, which is the same concept, Baskervilles. It's so fucking lame. I hope this one's not bad though. But yeah, in the show Sherlock, they have a Baskerville episode. It is terrible. The show goes so awful on some episodes. Yeah, it's one of the worst. Christ, I was so bored. I was like falling asleep during it. It was so bad. Okay. The one with the fucking Doctor Strange guy. I had one, he has the last name and I can't pronounce it. Alright. Yeah, the bad. Okay, here we go. Animu.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation.
Get it? I have no idea. I didn't study on this.
The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
I thought Hong Kong and China are more like that, but Japan was more dwell. Why'd you shoot him? But those, let me guess, someone, sniper!
The
Sniper!
turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Oh sure, hold the gun in front of the guy who's dead. Sniper! Picks up a gun, points it at the guy who's dead. I didn't do it! I did nothing wrong! There was a sniper! Damn you people! I'd fucking put him guilty. Fuck the trial. I'd fucking like hang the guy. If you're dumb enough to pick up a gun after a guy's been shot and pointed at the dead guy, hey, I'm just gonna fucking guilt you. There we go, conviction. Fuck that, we don't need a trial. This is a waste of the court's time. Alright. 22nd November, 3 days until my birthday, 8:43 a.m. Ah, Christ, we have to get up. Alright, let's go. Antechamber 5. Still can't believe it. Still can't believe this is happening. Is this a DS one or a 3DS game, originally? Can it be just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber 3DS? Oh, okay. It's the highest score in Japan, waiting to decide my fate. If it's 2015, then I guess it's a somewhat early 3DS game. What? Nothing. Savior glares. Murderer. Murder! Sinner! Why can't he have a cross? Sinner! Sword. I can't do British voices for 10 hours. Oh, his name's Naruhodo! Whoa! What was his first name? Naruhodo! Oh, I see. Oh, sorry, thanks to sub the hairdos, Junior, Junio D, Running Toast Forward, and Obi-Wan Kenobi and Cappuccino. But thank you for the 5 subronis. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. Now here I am, waiting my trial. Phoenix Wright's last name is Wright, but odd one. Come on, and he lives in Los Angeles. Here I'm waiting my trial. That's enough. Not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. What the? You're the guy in the sing. Who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'm defending him. I'll be defending him today. What? Lawyer? But still, the judge has given his verdict on the case. No one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Yeah, technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. How is there wind inside this room? Yet I seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. I'm trying to remember the bad guy's name in Fate Zero. The fat caster. Or whatever, his master. I guess it was a Skye, but I have no idea which one it was. What are you apologizing to me for? Why? Oh, it's the same name. It is Ryunosuke. Okay. The crazy guy. Yeah, I suppose it wasn't my fault. Yeah, like Kazuma never meant to drag you in this, I'm sorry. Are we like lovers, bro? Yeah, there you go again, apologizing just like always. Must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student, but obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not, you'd have to believe me, I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Who? There's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up, hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Whatever. This is like the OJ trial. Except they didn't believe him. We don't fucking believe you, OJ, but we get a paycheck. Kazuma Sogi, my best friend, also in his second year at Yume University. We know you did it, OJ. We're just gonna we're gonna get that paycheck though. He's far more clever than I. Star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyer is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. 5 qualifications don't mean much yet. I said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. Proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma, truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when it all just started. I said this in chat before, yeah, Miles Edgeworth is weird because the first case is in the present, then like the next 3 cases are in the past. It's so lame. And then finally the story moves along once you get to the final case. Congratulations, Kazuma. Looks like you're gonna get to study abroad at last. I know, I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you. I'm proud as your friend. Not a soul in the university doesn't know Kazuma's name. Kiryu. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see too. No, you idiot. LA. What the fuck, man? Why didn't they change it? No, I want to go to LA, you dumb fuck. Why the fuck would I want to go to Britain? Oh, there's LA. Come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. Well, even that simple. Oh dear, look at the time, better be going. And I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy the place a while longer. Good idea, after all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Right, straight after that, that's when it happened. That's when I started shooting the place up. Sogi, may I have a word? Well, it's the daughter. How old is she? That's right, I didn't know you were coming. Underage or aggravated. Whoa. Run, Cyril! This case has personal significance to me. Never mind that for now, Sogi. Go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? I was looking for you before. You advocated for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. Is he the dean? Or professor? I see I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. Well, this is awkward. If I may. Yes, sir. You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm Professor of Forensic Medicine at Yume University. Professor Mikotoba. I heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. So he has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Sogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, denied. The council denies your request. Pray that permission will be revoked and never granted again. The council's Good old councils. Alright, what? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered. Don't worry, you can study in LA. Poggers! I don't understand why would the government do such thing. Administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. Very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do what I swear, and I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true nevertheless. I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. Yeah, I didn't study enough about this period of Japan. I know another guy who studied in Britain. Fuck, what was it? It's the guy that defeated the Russian fleet. I believe he actually did study in Britain, which is why he knew so much about naval tactics. See, there are certain particularities about today's trial. Sorry, what do you mean? So it would be advantageous to have people study abroad. Soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, actually I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction, right? So, as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. Sorry, did you do it? Yes. Oh no, wrong answer! When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do. But what would the question be? Dwow. Are you good to I do? Okay, well, that was a quick trial. Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant. Court is about to begin. Proceed to courtroom at once. Well, it seems our written discussions are to be cut short. Allow me to summarize. Kazuma Sogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as a defendant, the final decision is yours. Can you save in this game? I'm actually considering doing it just to see if there's a bad end really early. Okay. Game over. Lane 4, do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Time to run. I do. Good end. Can't move, and there's no point anyone applicant likes to view anyway. I like one of the endings. So in the Ace Attorney 6, you can purposely lose the Phoenix Wright in that trial. And then the ending's weird. He just doesn't look at you in the face ever again. Got a little weird at the place. Sort of weird, you know? And then that's the bad end. So it's not like you lost anything. It's just Phoenix just never looked you in the eye again. Alright, no point in advocating for likes of you anyway. Yeah, this is a Switch version. This is if the trial goes badly. Kazuma's dream studying brought over. I know there's a Steam version, but I had already pre-ordered this a while ago. What's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. So, I have absolutely no idea what lay ahead. I embarked on that unforgettable trial. One and only chance proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. Three days into Odd One's birthday. Poggers! 9 AM. I mean, it's a 3DS game. If the Switch couldn't fucking handle this game, then the Switch is like the worst piece of hardware for a video game system ever. Christ. Like, it struggles with Wii U games. Imagine fucking struggling with a 3DS game. That'd just be embarrassing. This is a courtroom. I don't think the Switch would have load times in this game because it's a 3DS game. I could be wrong, but I'm assuming unlikely. A 3DS is like super underpowered. It's really in court adjudicator. No court in the land has more power. I like to look at those people in the public gallery. What are they? Lots of military and other uniforms in there. Wait, what time period did we say this was? But yeah, there's a really bad period where the military starts taking over. I don't think this is it though. I think this is earlier. Cause yeah, that's when the China or whatever, the Japanese started invading China and stuff. Cause the military basically had all the power and started assassinating politicians. Powers that maybe have demanded that this be a secret trial. Yeah, the military. That's basically why World War II or why Japan. Yeah. Secret trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. Well, but why? It will become clear in time for now. You need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Oh, it's you, Dono. Now here to try Ryunosuke Naruhodo, the Rookie Crusher, the homunculus. Ouchie, the prosecution's ready, Your Excellency. The Rookie Crusher. And he has a head full of hair. That means he has yet to lose a single defense case. As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I wish to confirm. I'm assuming it's a fake choice. Could be wrong. I do. Well, that was a quick case, and we're done. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. More procedures for defendant advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. This unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. I do. Who's gonna defend me? That's the question Professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Huh? If you say nothing, does he just stare at you like an idiot? I'll just look around. Kazuma's a lawyer here. I can't defend myself. If I said I do, it would be tantamount to lying. Accused, everyone's like looking at me. Monka, accused of murder, for goodness sake, no time for lies. Try to stop fidgeting, Ryunosuke. It's distracting. If I don't say I'll defend myself now, things could end very badly for my friend. Actually, no confirmation is needed. Oh, doesn't even matter. I'm standing here beside the defendant. Opens. Wait, let me.
Yes.
Oops. What's it mean, this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that Ryunosuke Naruhodo will be defending myself. You'll be what? Choices don't matter, huh? What are you planning, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikutaba told me everything just now before the trial. You did what? Said your dreams telling your brother would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. Think I won't be able to get you off, or maybe I know I did it. I did the crime. I shot that man. No, it's not that really. It's just that. On the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you. Yes, I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Yeah, Professor Mikutaba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well, court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Heh, well, turn your Christian to the Rookie Crusher! Whoa! Well, does the accused admit defeat already, renouncing his own counsel, really?
Objection.
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows the defendant's innocent is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Here. No. Yes, exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Heh. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court. Rookie Crusher Monkus. You must have perpetrated a heinous crime indeed. No doubt aware of the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan, I can say it. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. Therefore, my duty is assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. Oh boy. Like, competence? What does that mean? Oh no! He's questioning our ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. Let's start with the very simplest of questions. What's my name? Yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Oh no! Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But, wait. Oh no! I'm so nervous I can't remember that. What was it again? Billy, Joe, Bob, McDonald, Inosuke. Let me guess, your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information for the case found in the court record, but I can't even find that. It's simple, you can access court record or press of R. If you ever find yourself against something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press R for the court record. Alright, there's no time to lose. What to my university collar pin? I present this! Everyone's like, oh. This evidence guy try to switch into people with R. Find more details about the victim here. When you're done, press B to go back. Second year Imperial, you made a student's best friend despite being a student qualified defense lawyer as well. Medical school professor, Imperial Yume University, authority in forensic medicine, Kazuma's mentor, the Rookie Crusher. Ouchie. Lead prosecutor's case, we have little up for the changes the cultural reformation has brought about. The Rookie Crusher. John H. Wilson, geez, he's so generic. Victim's case, visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. Remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Better keep his excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find victim, people search, press X to present. Try it now.
Yes.
Victim was none other than Kazuma Sogi. Oh no! Oh, then why is that pompous looking boy with the billowing headband still there standing next to you? Neat. Oops, doesn't do that justice. Not content with having killed Dr. Wilson, now you're claiming my murder as well. Yes! As I pull out a knife. No! No! You're right. Sorry, comrade. I haven't killed anyone. And concentrate. Read the court record before you answer. Do I lose a point for that? Must say you are not instilled in court with much confidence here. Quickly give him the correct answer before he turns his gavel on you. Find the victim. Oh, it's time to present. I don't know if this one's as funny as present in pain. Victim's name is Stop. You're just saying a random name that you come across in the court record, aren't you? Oh no, how did you guess? It's blatantly obvious from your wide-eyed look of bewilderment. Must say you are not instilled in yes. Okay. Can I say pain now?
Yes.
Victim was none other than Taketsuchi Ouchi! And who's the uptight, respectable top-knot standing opposite? Who's the respectable top-knot? Sorry. For some reason that just came out even though I know it's wrong. Perhaps you're unaware that I am master of the ancient no-style sword art. What? This guy's a legend. No-style art. Pathetic little child like you would be sliced to pieces before you even came close to taking my life. Rookie Crusher. When provoked, proud Edo spirit, he may draw his blade on you. I thought courtroom sparring was supposed to be done with words. Oh, I must say you're not instilling in court. Oh, boo-hoo.
Yes.
Victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England invited to UMA University 3 years ago. Dude, which is the reason why this guy has such profound implications. The British Empire, wow, the strongest empire, wow. Is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. Most of you will be aware we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. Can't be anyone else who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? Yeah, and I do it. They were the strongest, but they couldn't keep it because, you know, it's like bad for business if you, like, everyone keeps revolting against you. Empires aren't meant to last. What odd one. But yeah, they were super rich because they had India and the Suez, and then yeah, once they couldn't hold on to India, that was probably their most valuable one. Anyway, the case is coming under great scrutiny from allies on the other side of the world. Court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. Huh. In other words, our feeble government is scared to upset England's policymakers. You're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. That's why this trial has these unusual particularities, is it? Exactly, our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. Oh, because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. Fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time, better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. Think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer with this gun. Good idea, after all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. You in English class tomorrow then, yes, partner. British Empire. It's incredible to think. They don't fucking own Canada, you bonehead. There's a reason why we have a constitution and everything now. Wait. There's the Englishman. See that man at university? I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still. I should go and say hello. Went over to the professor's table. Introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. It's like saying everyone in the Commonwealth's owned by Britain, but India obviously, like, bailed on the whole British Empire thing a while ago. Find the Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? Bang bang. Say before the court the cause of death. I shot him. What, sir? Well, obviously I shot him, that was. And ask, remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find a piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. There we go.
Yes!
Evidence that clearly shows the victim's cause of death is, of course, this! And on what basis you present this evidence? Well, because it was in the court record, of course. Slow down. Why did you pick that as something more relevant looking? Well, now that you might say that, I suppose. Pick the wrong piece of evidence again, and it won't be a mystery as to your cause of death. Oh no, Monkus! Oh no! Assassin. You'll be the next victim in this case. X, he sounds and looks deadly serious. Okay. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. caused by a loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. Bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Wow.
Yes!
Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That is a post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes. That's right, the post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body. Oh, suicide. Alright, let's go, boys. Draws conclusions that way. Probably suicide. Alright, I'm out of here. I gotta go home now. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not gonna be tested on any of this later. A so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. Clearly discerning scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. My steak! Gimme steak. Other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Case closed. Suicide. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. Shot from the front of the chest, subsequently died. Photographic print. Wow, that's something I've never seen before. It's magic, clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Oh please, the detail is terrible in photographs. I've seen photographs of, Jack the Ripper. They're all shitty photographs. It's so fucking hard to see anything, because the lighting's like terrible in the photos. Alright, well, I'm satisfied with your answers. I'm trying to remember when Jack the Ripper was, because I think they have photos of, some of the things in it, and it's pretty gruesome, but you can barely see anything because the photos are terrible. The fuck? Why did he just T-shape me? Clearly, Your Excellency. Without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, prosecution hereby calls its first witness or witness who was there at the scene of the crime. And it better not be Japanese Larry Butts, but he's always Japanese, stupid Larry Butts. Yeah, this is it then. Huh, I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. Professor, you mean Dr. Miyako Tauba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me, but that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Yeah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Sogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but... any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. First piece of evidence is rain that crazy looking people would remain in control, cold sweats. Yeah, late 1800s. Okay, it's Jack the Ripper. Okay. I'm like trying to look for the crime scene picture, but it's so fucking hard to see. Jesus. Jesus. It is fucking brutal. I'm assuming that's one of the most famous photographs of that time period. Jesus. The Jack the Ripper ones. Okay. Yeah, I think that's one of the most prolific photos from that era, because I think newspapers ran it. Or I mean, normally newspapers wouldn't like have a crime scene picture of a body in newspapers, but I guess, yeah. I guess Jack the Ripper was different. Hey, witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonaga. Head waiter at the Western style restaurant called La Carnaval, La France. Oh no! Shoot him! What the monkeys? Virus! He has it! Where's the military? Shoot him! Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, He's dead, sir. Oh my god, the bullet's in him! Dun dun. Regular occurrence, it really doesn't bother me. I really should. Everyone knows the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. Become a very fashionable district right now, full of hotels that accommodate overseas guests. Grim crime occurred in one district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago. Understood, Hosonaga-san. You will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. No petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. What did it say on his fan? Well, I'm perspiring maybe, but aspiring. It was after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of the day. Lunchtime rush was over and there were only 3 tables still occupied. Fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. Oh no, get away from me, demon! We have to purge him. He's infected, damn you. So when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery, gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. Found a victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. Standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes.
Oh, it says guilty, I see. Hold on, let me clarify something here. Well, I did pick up the gun I found lying. Why? Why? I would be like, fuck it, you know what? I'm not even doing this twice. This is a load of crap. Alright, you're done. Guilty. Everyone's like, guilty. Well, that was a confession. I'm out of here. Why would you pick up the gun beside and then point it at the victim? Well, I did pick up the gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor and proceeded to point at it like I shot the guy. I did not shoot him. I did not.
Objection!
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. Court wishes to listen to witness report of what he saw, you amateur.
But guilty. Next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you'll be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke, you'll have your chance to fight back. Now we must quietly listen to the witness.
If I may confirm one point, waiter, standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today.
Fuck! He's dying! He's gonna infect us! Demon! Without question, where's the Buddhist? I see.
Apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim?
Oh, and do you serve tables with that? Good God, sir. No. There's no one else around the table but the deceased Englishman and university student. Shadow Killer Dragon Sword and work like 50 months. Wait, what did he just say? Dwell? 'Tis a lie! There was no one else around that table. What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, bang! Assassin! Assassin woman. There was a woman sitting opposite him at the table. Oh no! Assassin. Really? That's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjection, but still. What should I do? Heh! My glasses! And see. Heh! Time to just play passive. Guilty. Meh. Oh, dude. I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Ryunosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work on you, yeah? Yes? I suppose I am. I'd never have gotten into Yume University otherwise. But you can't just always follow the rules in life, you know. What? Break the rules. If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. At least I went by the rules as I go to jail. At least I didn't break any rules. Aren't you scared, man? Won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just gonna shut my eyes and say it.
Yes.
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Heh, my objection ability. Dear me, what are we gonna do with you? Your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all?
A rookie crusher. I'm sure what I saw. Osanaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy.
Heh.
No. Deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. No, the virus! The woman has the antidote! He has to lie, Pepe Hens, and he'll be cured. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please have a look if you'd like to. He needs the antidote. Let me see a sketch of the establishment layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right, I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Jesus, is that thing gonna be okay? Okay, we'll take a plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well, Dwell? Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Dwell? Of course, is there gonna be all this blood on it? Yeah. What was that about, Dwell? Completely calm and collected until now. Jesus, get him away from me! Jesus Christ! Why the fuck are we in trial with this guy? Jesus, he's gonna fucking infect all of us! Demon! Something clearly certainly seems to have shaken him. You mean the fucking disease that's like ravaging through the guy's body and he shouldn't even be on trial right now? The waiter's business card has been entered in the court record. Jesus Christ almighty, get him off the stand! Jesus! Jesus, the entire stand's infected. Where's the aerosol? Court has now heard proceed of the case. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Guilty. But, fortunately, you were not guilty of murder. It was a suicide. Another case closed. Prosecution, everyone shakes hands and then walks out. Another suicide. Terrible tragedy. Well, let's go, guys. Let's go have lunch. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. By your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you.
In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court, but I must warn the defense of your determined to pursue matters further in this trial. Prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime.
What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I am going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You said it, Professor Mikoto Tobata said it, and so was the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you, yet, despite knowing that. You're willing now to throw that trust back in my face, is that it? What? The accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just gonna abandon that duty? Gonna give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. Defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. Oh, we invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Ouchi, please continue the proceedings.
Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be.
What a devil crusher.
In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. Prosecution calls its next witness.
Very well, officer. Bring forth the witnesses at once. Who is this guy? Rookie Crusher. The fuck? Who are these people?
Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court.
What about the woman? Yes, sir, Nosa. Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Ilesa Nosa reporting for duty. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from efflorescent of our nation, Nippon. And conduct my trade from Ratsute, a humble premises in the 2nd District, Kurio Kurukuta at your service. Antique dealer in a sort of an unusual pairing.
Both these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question.
It must be the diners at the other table the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post noon. Not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. Can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. 6 that potential customers may have an interest in antiques tries to sell his wares to them. Obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, Sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer.
Now you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct?
Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. Let there be war. It was a black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearms, sir. This man's impossible to understand as the other. Almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So this is decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. Well, maybe if I didn't pick up the fucking gun and point it at the guy, and you know what, I probably did shoot him. Soldiers claiming I actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Yes, sir. Stand by ready to report, sir. Well.
Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon.
I'm old. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having tactical discussion with the old man.
Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
That precise moment, boom, firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. Black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Wow, this is the shittiest testimony ever. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Nose, actually witnessed a vital moment. Saw the split second when the defendant fired a weapon at the victim. Yes, sir, affirmative, sir, the wicked university cadet, sir, the cruel and unforgivable enemy. What the assassin? What the is a knife assassin? He's the real villain! Times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. Assassin. This is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. It's not really true, Ryunosuke. Nah, I fucking shot that guy. Fuck that. Fuck that English dude. I fucked him up. Yo, you gotta get me out of here, though. So all I did was pick up the gun I saw lying on the floor. Yeah, I fucking shot the shit out of him. Why do you think I had the gun in my hand? After I said hello, Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then when I finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. Duh? Thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, that's the truth. There was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. Somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is. Wait, ask you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now.
As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice.
That is a quick trial. Let's go home. Alright, let's get lunch. It's fucking lunchtime. So only testimony in the court is just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. And it is lunchtime. Guilty! Alright, let's go. Let's go get some sandwiches. Oops. What a name of the Emperor's demeanor this outburst. The defense demands its right to cross-examination. Rights? Rookie crusher time.
Dear me, let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic.
Huh? How did he know? What the? Rookie Crusher.
Prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Oh, I haven't played. Is the client still that bad in League? Jeez. Kazuma's so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Is it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. Oh, I don't know anything! I don't know! You didn't fire the gun, which means what the soldier said has to be a lie. Oh yes, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Let's do it. Let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. Because I'll beat you tonight. Boof, boof. Alright then. It's all or nothing. We'll probably do more Pokemon Unite next week. Because, yeah. But, it's probably more fun to play Sparrow for you guys than do, yeah. I think the reset's tonight, right, for Pokemon Unite, or is it, oh no, it's tomorrow, right? Because, yeah, it sucks being capped on currency, yeah. And witnesses said, it was just a regulation, beefsteak of the rest, and having a tactical discussion with the old man, yada yada, we know which one it is. This one's the beginner case. We'll see if it's my favorite first case. My favorite first case in the series is number 4, obviously. The Apollo Justice one. Because they actually have a lot of witnesses, I believe, in that one. And then, yeah. Precise Moan Farm was discharged. There was enemy action in my own eyes. Black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Nah, that game's too old. Nah. I think I only streamed number 6, right? Because I think I played Ace Attorney 5 before I did Variety. What am I doing?
Yes!
I didn't stream Alien Crossword. I think I played that off stream. It was when I was on TSM playing League, so I think during summer vacation or not, during our summer trip when we couldn't stream, yeah, I'd just play that. What are you playing at, cadet? What does it mean in this subordination, thrust in some photographic print in my moustache? An inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. Boof. Boof. Clear inconsistency here. Boof.
Hey, what nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that what we don't already know?
Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth.
Hey, I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom.
This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. Spell that out would be an insult to the court. To be fair, a lot of these objections are insults to the court because they can't fucking like 1 + 1. It's music. Kazuma, what?
What are you talking about?
Apart from a single glance at a photographic print presented by the defense, that there is a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Yasanosa. Yasanosa, yes. Yes, sir. What, sir? Statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the ground with my own military-grade eyes, sir. What a military-grade. But no, that just can't be. Why not, cadet? Because, come on. 1 + 1, because. Take a close look at the print. Victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Oh. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. That is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? What, the assassin? Oh, it's a baby assassin! The assassin, baby assassin! As he gets his throat slit, he knows too much. The baby is the real killer. I'm the real villain. Assassin baby. What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Maybe the baby was whispering to his ear, "Don't fuck this up or you're dead." So this sergeant guy is screwed. If he loses this case, he loses his life. Surely there's a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? I can't say yes or the baby kills me. Dun dun. Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Told him I heard the firearm discharge. My eyes were. You fuck this up, I'll fucking stab you, monkeys. You can't say the truth. He's gonna die. Don't fuck this up, Sergeant. Firmly fixed on the delicious like carnival steak, sir.
What?
Last testimony recorded has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Yasanosa, did not see the defendant firing the gun at all.
That's absurd.
I think the conclusion must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. What? You'd say that to the rookie crusher? How dare you?
Yeah.
It's been a complete turnabout in the move of the trial just from that one discrepancy. This would be an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. University cadet there is pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
But I never fired a gun. Why would you point a gun at someone anyway? I didn't fire the gun. I was going to fire, but someone beat me to the punch. Of course I was pointing the gun at someone. That's what you do with guns. It just automatically goes for someone's head. Damn you people. I just have, I don't know, my hands just move towards the guy's head. Just a reflex. All I did was pick it off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. Yeah, the switch vision. Myself, I've already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Assassin. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? What? Indeed, a Hoi era Koban, my prized coin. Each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Razute. Open meaning a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my OE treasure. Believe that you would purchase such a rare find? I did not, but I was presented with little alternative, and then, to avert my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was no more, it simply vanished.
Koban vanished.
Hunted around under the table I was in case mayhap had fallen there, and then it happened, bang bang. Heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was only concerned only with finding my asunder OE treasure. Meh, someone shot someone, nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Holy Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. The baby probably took it. Sure, everyone present is aware. Case demands a swift and decisive resolution, because lunchtime is like in an hour, and I'd like to be in line. Government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. And then the last, the witness testimony the court has just heard is inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Heh, no worry now, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. Hey, now my trap card on the field activates. My witnesses have further testimony to make.
Explain.
Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. Equally despicable defendant Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Nini? Well, he seems a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Yeah. Very well, the court invites witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reason behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? Well, as clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir, at once, sir. Waiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative, the newest member of the Nosa family rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Ado. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ado, Tinshin. Father's about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. The true culprit. And what I saw wasn't the precise moment the fireman was discharged, almost the same thing. Pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, visual search of premises at the time confirmed we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was the Englishman, dining all by himself. Look at this thing. Why do I need a magnifying glass for this? Can I turn it over? Why do I need a magnifying glass for this? Therefore, no one other than a black uniform cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. These testimonies are certainly compelling. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. There was a young woman at his table. Must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her. They're being silenced, Monkus.
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We're not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reason or doubt the victim was alone at the time of the incident. Prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Chris, there we go. This is a photograph print of the scene of the crime council. Indeed, of the table which the victim was dining, there's only 2 seats at it, taken by investigator immediately after the incident. Plainly see there's only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, would be reasonable to conclude the victim was not in the company of anyone else. Oh, it's not in the record yet. Yeah, the layout doesn't make sense right now. Court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. How to get prime scene enter the court record. Audubon 7 star, welcome back to 63 months. I don't understand what's going on here. It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. Waiter before said the same thing. He maintains Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. That's not true. I saw her. I swear I saw a woman with him.
seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. Alright, let's get lunch, boys. Witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt.
Hey, these are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takasuchi Auchi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor.
Game over. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It is not over yet. Nani? What you say is true, then there's something else going on here behind the scenes. Now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. Vance is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses. Make it quick, understood? I got lunch in like 30 minutes.
Rose can be so unbending at times.
Unbending blade. Even what I saw wasn't the precise moment the fireman was discharged, almost the same thing.
Yes, Pointers got
At the foreman, he was a young lad in black, that much I self did see. Furthermore, visual search of premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was an Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than a black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Damn. Oh. What's the matter? I can't find anything. I can't find a clear discrepancy anywhere. Done for. I can't win this trial. Game over. No, 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 no! Time to press. First thing to do is calm down. Can't expect a witness statement full of holes every time, so just take your time and try to tease more information out of them first. What do you mean? You can choose either press or present against each of the witness's statements. If a witness saying something you're suspicious about, press him on that with L. Little luck, you may get more details, which could prove to be crucial. Right, I see. The point is, there's no sense holding back. Even if there's anything slightly judged, if you press the witnesses on it, press them hard. Alright, got it. I'll press them like the blocks of tofu. The professor wasn't alone in the restaurant, I'm sure of it. In one way or another, this cross-examination is going to prove I'm right. It's time to press them for all they're worth. My fate depends on it.
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There's a lady there.
As you have been pains to point out time and time again, I'm feeling growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman.
Yeah, if only there'd been more people dining at the time. Someone else would have noticed her. Fortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. Quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course, the place is almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. Wonder if there's a reason why the victim was eating at that time of the day, and why was he alone?
Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason.
Oh, there was.
This was found in the victim's jacket pocket.
What is that, Counsel?
It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting a restaurant.
Yeah, hold a clinic. Yes, there would be indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19 November, noon to past 1 p.m. Very day of the incident.
So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. Explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before us, no bearing on, because we decided to finally do it. I wonder.
What do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered in the court record as evidence if you think it would be useful. Chance Dr. Wilson's medical report could be submitted evidence or not. Submit it.
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency.
On what grounds?
The
court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Whether or not they're of concern is for us to decide. We have the right to explore all possible avenues.
I beg your pardon?
You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for a submission of evidence. Very well, the court will grant the defense request.
Yes, youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's the most disturbing trend.
Just stay quiet while the boot of the elders steps on you. Also, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Here now is new clues. How old are these guys? 29, 38, 67. I have to explore things from every possible angle even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear ya.
You're gonna get inspired to prolong this tour as much as like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Perhaps you've forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to read it for the accused, correct Kuta-san.
Yes!
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wolfenstein, alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in.
Testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? Let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As you can clearly be seen, there's only a single beefsteak on the victim's table. Meal for one.
Give me some of that beefsteak. Can we eat it, or is the victim's blood on it? I know the bullet didn't go through, but... It's a good steak, though. Sure, there might be gunpowder in the victim's blood, but I mean, can I cut some of it off? Gimme. Antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter testified before. It's not impossible they're all lying. But if so, then why? Perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. G'day, gross restaurant with my 31 months. Fuck the damn Fire Emblem Heroes rules.
Yes!
Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. I've told you already, it's only because I picked it up off the floor and I just happened to point it at the victim. Obviously, as a copper, the only way you could explain it away. Just finished drinking my coffee and was about to leave the restaurant. Ooh, a free gun. And then I pointed at the next guy near me. Ooh, a gun. There's a gun at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up, and at that exact moment, bang. Yeah, like I shot him. For some reason, the gun, I pointed the gun, and then a bang happened. I didn't do it. It was somebody else. Assassin. Gunshot rang in my ears. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry, what do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the Koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you, with pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. That's useless. Oh yeah, his chair's weird because he's shot, yeah, turned around. This is the wrong fucking table, yeah. What is gonna from? I'll try to ignore back seating, unfortunately, because yeah, it would not be natural crowdfunding every solution. Yeah, unless I give up on something. No, it's not the same thing. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. Opinion of a uniformed officer versus a fledgling cadet. Well, I don't think so.
Consider this, defendant. A moment ago, I blinked.
Did you? Monkus, did you? Did you blink? What do you know?
Did you see it? Did you see
See me blink? Did you? Did you fucking blink? Oh my god. I don't know if he blinked or not. How could I?
And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink.
Did you blink or not? These riddles.
So there you have it.
Have what? Tension. Sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving again at the Englishman.
I think that says it all.
Don't you? But did you blink? I don't know.
Let us not forget that the antique dealer witnessed the accused in the most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Kuratuka Kuta-san?
Did he blink?
Yes!
Why aren't you telling the truth? What did you say, cadet? Clearly remember. There's a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. For both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Fortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry. The waiter whose testimony the court heard earlier clearly stated the same thing. He also said the victim was alone. That's right.
Precisely, in other words. You are so proponent of this phantom lady. But I... Such a one were indeed present at the scene. Prosecution demands to see proof. No such proof exists. The prosecution demands no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It's a blatant waste of the court's time.
Something can say to that yet, okay. We already saw this excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. Can't see it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card. Wait, oh, is this why I can't fucking examine it? You mean this? Can I, like, read it? Or am I illiterate? Brand new piece of evidence. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. Christ, alright. Yeah, I couldn't actually examine it when I got it. You notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Apparently I can't read until he tells me how to read. Alright, I was wondering why this document was useless. What? Bakana! It says there's a second side! What the? You're mad! What is this new plane of existence? You move the crosshairs around, that clues may have been missed before. Crosshairs start to pulsate. Press A to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Need to use this, okay. John Wolfson, Hada Clinic, medical report card. Hey, cuz, that was so much I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I've had this hideous injection in my right arm. Brrr, I'll never forget it. Never my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have had only one cold their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. I don't want to miss anything. Bakana, the second page. The medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. Probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why. I'm a family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't know, like doctors then. Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine. They give you painful injections. They demand lots of money from you for the privilege, all when you're at their lowest ebb. Sound like a model patient. By a case of stubbornness, so that's what the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. What? You can open it, Baka! Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar, you mean he had a tooth taken out? Well, it seems so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. It's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yeah, it's read as anesthesia, although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Really, sounds like information worth bearing in mind. Okay. New information. The meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. No, he wasn't eating because his chair's not even facing the table of the steak. It was behind him. Yeah, it's not even the same table. Logic chest, summer storm, welcome back to 8 months. Yeah, this is a Switch version. I'm assuming there's no difference between the versions because it's a fucking 3DS game. If a 3DS game cannot run on the Switch correctly, then the Switch is the worst piece of garbage ever. Because the 3DS is super underpowered.
Yes.
Like, I could see Wii U games struggling on the Switch, but yeah, a 3DS game. 3DS is like super underpowered. I think. What are you, Witcher lad? Call yourself a lawyer. Wish I could, but first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Hey, no, Skate, everyone stumbles on the words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. See it quite clear in the cross-examination you just carried out when you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposely, and you knew exactly what you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully, just say what you're thinking. Alright, then thanks for the advice. Kurokuta-san, this is the medical report card belonging to the victim. Oh, I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? Bearing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur?
Sorry, what?
You were not to interrupt court procedure with your amateur's drivel.
What?
Let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever you may or may have not have done before time is completely irrelevant.
But that's... Remember, Inosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words, just make your point.
Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial further. Easy win. The witness testimonies occurred as heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could possibly perpetrate the crime.
Wrong, Taya. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that?
Nani? The outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant?
Perhaps because Hada Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. Oh.
A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted. What's this now? Furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating. Forbidden! The council! Just what are you trying to say, cadet? You had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off.
What? No, that can't.
Kurokuta-san. What, boy, what? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No! Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court that with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. That cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, was forbidden to eat, so he wouldn't go to rest unless he was meeting someone. Had just one of his teeth extracted, was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Oh, I'm old. Expertly done, partner. Look at the little baby, yay.
What? What is this nonsense? You little upstart. These are baseless accusations. Look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about, or can't you follow the logic?
How dare you?
I think it's fair to say the tables in this restaurant case have turned. What? Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely. Having undergone dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which lays one very crucial conundrum. Who in fact was eating the pictured beef steak? Court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. Counsel? Oh, that right. That means me. Oh, I'm part of the council, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of your turn in this trial round. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So on. Person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been. Yeah, fucking. No, I don't. I ate that steak. Nom nom nom. 'Twas I. I did it. 'Twas me.
Yes.
I think it may have been me. What? Nani? It's not enough you took the man's life, but you took his meal as well. I mean, why not? Fuck it. You know, that's a good steak. Bang! And then start chopping it on.
There's a bee sting of a crying face. Some people seem to think they can do whatever they like.
Bang! Yeah, some people seem to think they say whatever they like. Ryunosuke. Sorry, you're right. Of course I didn't eat it. Maybe I did. Maybe I did. I'm the super villain. I ate your steak. Next time I make a quip like that, I'll make you eat your words. Oh, then you'll be needing some dental surgery yourself. All right, I get the message. This can all be in someone else in a professor. Wait, this is not his table though. Now let this go here. There's no such person. There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. There was evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion, there was somebody else there eating it. That strong evidence supported our assertion. It's clear these witness testimonies are unreliable. Court decides to push through a rule on this stage. We will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice to pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Oh please, we'd squash you like a bug, the corrupt council. Please. Like, you get these guys all fucked up. I would have covered this up. I'd be like, alright, guilty, next case, it's lunch. There we go. No appeals, yada yada. Kazuma.
Are you insane? You would take on the government,
Monkus. Don't worry, counsel, I have no issue with you.
What do you mean?
Issue with them, the two witnesses on the stand. What? What are you talking about? I've demonstrated with evidence the victim was not alone, so if it now turns out the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you'll be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in a murder? No. Fucking Larry Butts should have been fucking arrested for the rest of his life for how many lies. Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. It's like you guys. You guys would take the fall, right, if I gave you orders? That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Well, this guy has to be assassinated now. Terrible shame. A sniper shot him. Oh. What? What did you just say, Kurukuta-san? Oh, no, sniper! Shoot him! Take the shot! Alright, boys, take the shot. Damn squealers. They were just following orders. Hold on, lad. I was, So you never saw the gentlewoman. Or, when you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements. Who could have done this? Shoot them! Shoot them! Execute them! Is this true, you pair? Who could have done this?
Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order, counsel, explain what's going on here. These rats, snitches, painfully. Can I try to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth?
Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Take the shot, you idiots!
Who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? Well, classified. So you appear to be trying to conspire to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. You can't be happening. Very no scare, judging from the way they're reacting to this. Let's say they were sworn to silence by someone of considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchie had any idea about it. What are you saying? Baby's the real villain as he strangles the guy. I'm the villain. Being aware of that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas who might be behind this? Confirm who tried to silence these witnesses, and we continue our pursuit. Need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it really was did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly? Remember how we made progress before? Examine a piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence. The card. Here we go. Need to re-examine everything. Make sure there's nothing we've missed. No time to lose. What answer? Proving that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe.
Please wait. Your Excellency, I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. Everyone, I knew nothing.
What does the defense have to say about all this? Can I examine already? Or? Chief Inspector Satoru Sonaga. That's unexpected. What is? Look, you see it says a witness's name here, Satoru Sonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title, his job. Oh, Chief Inspector Satoru Sonaga, Primary Criminal Investigator Division. Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector. What on earth? I have no idea. That's such a blunder. Let's face it, police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here. Waiter's business card. It's an update in the court record. What does the defense have to say about this? Well, Excellency, no time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first thing that comes in my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate a witness's is Masogi. How could you? Can I present?
Yes.
I'm just gonna do it. There! What do you make of that? I think, counsel, that you may want to close your ears as well as your eyes. It was the victim, otherwise a sigh of disappointment in the courtroom may very well deafen you. There we go, there's a penalty.
If you must close your eyes in a crisis, might I suggest keep your mouth shut next time too?
But it was the victim, he has the influence!
Otherwise, may have to use the influence I have in the courtroom to shut it permanently.
I don't know what it is about the prosecution exactly, but he really makes me wince in pain sometimes. Don't have a great deal of influence myself, but believe me, I can find other ways to make you keep your mouth shut as well. Alright, don't get angry. I'll think again. I think, but yes, there might be some piece of evidence. I don't know. Yeah. 12.
Yes!
And you always know an answer is right because the music will stop suddenly. What surely would be Satoru Sonaga song. Sonaga song, the waiter who took the stand earlier.
Poppycock. Possible reason what the waiter had to make these witnesses give false testimony, not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not have possibly that level of an influence.
The head waiter? Who else I would agree with you? If that is, the man truly were a waiter. 12?
What if he truly were?
Come on, Ryunosuke, time to hit this court with the truth. But Satoru Saga's real identity is proven by this evidence.
Yes!
That restaurant sketch by the man in question, I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we conclude anything. Sorry, Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that it's of interest. I beg your pardon? Perhaps I should have said the front. Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Huh? Somebody please explain what this overexcited student's trying to say. The front back, damn you. The back front, you fool! Sonaga's done sketch a plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals a man in question's profession, his true profession. Waiter's profession, but that's surely good gracious. That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau.
What? The waiter is a police detective. I haven't heard any mention of this before.
Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power as far as the regular civilians are concerned. So witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you've seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well? Snipers take the shots. Terrible shame he had a heart attack, Karukuda. Pepe Hens, who could have done this? I am one of the villains, Inspector Sonaga. So worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized there's a possibility. Court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well. Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Yes, remember now. He did act strange when the judge asked me to hand over his business card. A waiter? Of course a waiter. Like, don't you want to hire the best waiters? You give a business card. Strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly is my guiding principle. Allow myself be distracted when I made the sketch.
Hey, it was an unusually careless mistake, but my glasses will now prevent me from doing that again. So, you mean to say, really are a detective?
Clearly he's our Sherlock Holmes, so he'll work with us in the other cases. Why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter, undercover? Of course, your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover, you banana. What the? You're not paid that well. Undercover. Yes, there may have been a series of incidents at restaurants recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. I can state categorically that they're unrelated to this case of homicide. Oh, sure. Very well then. Well, that's good enough for me. Alright, let's go get lunch. Listen, will you elaborate on one point for the court? Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. Time of the student, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. That is indeed true. Clearly, you had also been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. Your testimony did not allude to this other diner, therefore I'm led to assume, in your professional capacity as police officer, you require these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Ahem, ahem. I'm dying. The poison! Putin got to him, you fools! Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. He knows too much. Finish him. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim just sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hands, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same time was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an English woman. Was she hot? So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then I received some special orders. Orders, sir? Special orders. You mean to say? Move the English woman from the scene at once. Made clear that the English woman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this English woman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. Wow. It's Margaret Thatcher's descendant. Or is it the Queen? The Empire views the friendly terms of relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. Englishman has been murdered on our soil to name an Englishwoman as a primary suspect. Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. That's the reason for the disappearance of Phantom Woman in this case. It's not right. Well, case closed, alright. Can't we just find some, like, hobo outside, pin the crime on him, and everyone's happy? British Empire's happy, Japan's not humiliated. There we go. Job done, boys. Alright, let's go. You know what? If I could blame it on a foreigner. Some other foreigner. Some country we've, you know, yeah, whatever. Fuck it. Just find someone. Find someone outside. Alright, let's go. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Human universities currently host a number of exchange students. There we go! Just find one from one of the shittier countries. Blame that guy. Done. Case closed, boys. Alright. Alright, let's all go, boys. Alright, let's go get lunch. Barely certain that one of them studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory. It's a young English woman. What? Hey, you're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean? When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. The court demands you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. No, Judge! Sniper, get down! This is too high level for you. English woman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. She's indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory at UMaine University's medicine faculty. What?
What is happening here?
With that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene. Ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. Must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Well, case closed. Alright, let's go. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Yes, sir, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we now discover that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth. You give a rule at this point. This is your last job, Judge. Pepe Hens. The higher ups are gonna fire you. But Your Excellency, I mean, missing the noon deadline of the ruling in order to send a telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. You fool, Judge. Calm yourself, counsel. Will not allow the government of our country or any other influence proceedings of this courtroom. This guy's so done. His career is fucking over. Everyone higher up's just gonna make sure he never does anything again. Pepe Hens. They don't need rogue judges. Inspector Osanaga. Yes, sir. We will locate this Jezal bread and escort her to the courtroom with utmost urgency. Once, Your Excellency.
I mean, to be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau.
As I said before, hey, it's my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly, so it won't be a problem. I'm dying. I don't care. Nothing will get in my way. Except this. Court will adjourn briefly. Prosecution must call the English student Jezal Brett to the stand. Will I make myself clear?
Yes. Your Excellency.
Good, then we'll have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. To be continued. Nah, it's probably the halfway point, right? 22nd November, 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court, Judicial Defendants, Antechamber 5. Nice summary, Ionosuke. Is this... Oh, this game has 5 cases, right? No, superb. And my heart was in my mouth the entire time. Unbelievable. I mean, looking at you then there. We're not doing a 30-minute Pokemon, you fool. Drenched in sweat, eyes swapping your knees, knocking your grinding your teeth. Grim sight, and before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. So you might have natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Ha ha ha. Anyway, looks like we've been exposed, your Phantom Lady, at last. Jezal Brett, a student from Great Britain. Is she hot? Is she? That's all I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Whiston wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I may not be overly confident in the courtroom. My powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. I can see that. So about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. Too busy pointing a gun at people. I was on my way to the restaurant myself then. On the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table. Noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up, bang. Didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet. Bundled me in some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay, yes, and because I was shut in a pantry, no idea what happened outside in the dining area. There you are. Well done, both of you. Let's make a Kotoba. Well, it seems I was right. Pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yeah, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so it wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. Wow. I want to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? Okay, so that's your stance. Afraid you'd feel that way, Kazuma. Well then, looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. Plus, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? Don't mind me asking, Professor, do you know the victim? Yes, I did. You're probably aware Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. It was I who invited him. Alright, I keep doing the wrong voice. Yeah, whatever. I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university student from Great Britain. Well, no one at that natural government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. Easy. Let's not forget who we're up against. A gentlewoman whose involvement in our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yeah, I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to squash your case. I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then, Dwell. You do run an errand to university at once. Do you have the stupid Mitama? Where's the Mitama? We need a spirit calling. Something I think we may need. The Mitama, right? We can spirit call, and then your boobs get bigger, damn you. Of course. The Mitama! The Mitama, damn you! Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Oh, it's a Magatama, whatever. Just give the thing. Find that Naruhodo. Court recess over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and do a decisive blow. Where these old fossils know what hits them. Kazuma. What? Thank you. Really? For a while, if you hadn't said you believed in me, then really should have already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really gonna give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. This isn't just my battle anymore. I love you, bro, yes. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then, I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You treat me one of those sukiyaki meals I like at the Yume cafeteria on University Street. Extra large portion, of course. November 12:09 p.m. Back my lunch! But my lunch break, you fuckers! Why are we doing this? But I want lunch, Papians. Alright, everybody resumes to our Ryunosuke Naruto. Can we just convene early for lunch? Fuck this shit. That's Arauchi. We managed to subpoena the witness.
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, prosecution's now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Sorry. Well, the government scrutinized, that's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we've forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Well, you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down our nation founders?
Once again. Terribly sorry. Friendship between our nations really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. We really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
What do you mean?
Secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. That's what our nation's justice system is. It's the Supreme Court of Japan or of England.
Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing. Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical.
Britain.
Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
Oh, Britain, whoa, let's go. Well, did I have no extra? I'm just a student. One who could arguably study harder too. Standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future. Oh, please, come on. What said Ryunosuke despite the wider look of terror?
You little brats.
Thank you, Counsel. course, Benagor, our nation's justice system, exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. Visit student from Great Britain, Mr. Giselle Brett. Finally get the Sierra. I'm gonna be right back once our theme starts.
Excellency.
Go Menasai.
Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan from such a distant land.
Fucking simps. Tea, son, bring English tea in England. No discussion, sacrifice of tea. Hurry, gentlemen! Is that true? No idea.
So, ahem.
Get the tea, you fools! The tea could possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court. Hurry, you fools! Of course. My name is Satoru Sanaga. I've been working undercover as the head waiter at La Carnival, but my true...
Yes, we know all about you already.
Inspector Osanaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Boof. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. So your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh yes, I think I did, didn't I? Your description of this amazing sight was simply a woman. Meh. I'm into dudes, bro. Meh. Woman. Meh. Sorry, Ryunosuke. Your powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty.
Dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation,
Please, alright. Can we finally see her? What? What is this? Gaijin language? Gaijin! Gaijin language! Get her away! Get the cross in the holy water. Filthy Gaijin language. Damn Gaijins, they don't speak Japanese.
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what?
What are you saying? What is this language? Speak Japanese, boof. Lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in Yuma University's medical faculty.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people.
Christ, why don't you suck their cock a little bit more?
Afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. Allow me to suck the British Empire's tea.
As far as I can tell. Detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. Now you will obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Our English doesn't ride you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. But thanks to beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. Court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? What are you saying? She says yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. Well, she said yes, sir, that definitely, she said no. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say Yes, it would appear that the lady did witness the crime. Very moment the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Pepe hands. Why would you do such a thing? Order in court.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have absolutely conclusive witness statement again.
Well, it looks like it's good now. Case closed. Declare who our real enemy is. Wow. Fortunately, I'll have to ask you to formally testify if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Frightening sorrowful sight. Moshi. I'd arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered myself only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Terrible tragedy. Terrible tragedy. Terrible. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Huh. Well, this is a condemning testimony indeed. Yes, it is. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard, and look at this Snow White angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court's going to believe.
Yeah. Still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. Ugh, but she's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the bureau. Let me see her eyes. The eyes! She's gonna be crazy under those eyes. It was decided Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. Testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. The day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit she is today. Wait, what? Okay, as you can see, there's nowhere about a person where she could conceal a firearm. I think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to.
Yes, and to deter the precise location where a witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown. This is moot.
There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. There are the witness's own words in the matter. It's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress. Prove it! Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. I ain't fired a gun I picked up. Must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. To do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Let's now cross-examine the witness. Yes, Your Excellency. Fine and sorrowful sight. I had to meet for slightly luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself a beef steak. Oops, fuck. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument. Long afterwards, the accused took the brass gun and shot him right before my eyes.
Yes.
Like I said, do not shoot that gun. Like I said, there's no point in repeating the assertion over and over. I wasn't expecting me attacked by my own side.
And as defendant, you can't deny. That's when the shot rang on the restaurant. You had a gun in your hand.
Well, yes, that's true. But all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time. Highly suspicious lady. Stand.
Now do your dirty, rotten scoundrel dirty. Your basic accusation could very well cause an international incident, boy.
Seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours.
What nonsense.
Lady's merely stating, wow, I see her eyes, the eyes, she's smug. What she saw, And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway. Okay, again, myself couldn't have been the culprit.
Yes.
It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely, I verified it personally. You verified it? Yes, immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. Distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." That's all you did? Yeah, I don't understand. What do you mean that's all I did? You just asked her. Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector? No. Why on earth not? I believed her.
Honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated she did not possess a weapon. Case closed.
There we go.
I see no need for any further probing the matter. Case closed.
Or there was no permission given for any further probing in the matter, perhaps.
Think what you will, but if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim your refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands for your assertion with facts.
In other words, he wants evidence. Lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there, I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime. That's why she is only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course.
Like a certain student refused to admit when the game is up. Could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you.
Maintaining you got in an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him, which is out and out a land-founded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform, dressed the exact same way you are, except the flapping red ribbons. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose our testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial is over. Even you, if you're thick-skinned, must be able to feel that murderous looks are getting from around the room. Only too well. I feel half dead already. The fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony doesn't make me feel any better either. First thing to do is press on any of her statements that seem slightly off to you. Do that? Yeah, do the argument. When opening will present itself, I promise you. Expose the true face of the exotic foreigner hiding behind the mask. Should be aimed for this cross-examination. Payne won a case, even though the case he won was one of the worst cases, sadly.
Yes.
Never got in an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go and say hello. Please don't get angry with me. Well, no, I wasn't directing a retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. Anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. Afraid your words are in vain. Sorry. Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese.
Oh no, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. Long live the English. English is the future. We must all seppuku rigorushu.
I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, only in the presence of a beautiful woman. That beautiful woman's telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I'd find someone that unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyway, it seems after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. Part as in what you said, doesn't it? Yes, still had some coffee to drink. Next time you got up after that was when I finished my coffee and stood up to leave.
Yes.
May I present the evidence of the wine bottle? Unable to eat, you say. That was because he just had a tooth removed at Hada Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. I spread aware of that fact. Seems so, yes, she'd heard the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that'd mean... Was you ate the steak pictured here, was that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left. Tell me what a harrowed experience. I've unraveled a distant island, a far island in the world, and being brought such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water. Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water, so it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness' last statement? Shitty ass slam. Last statement yours, Miss Spratt, has a profound bearing on this case.
Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, huh?
Significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. Defense calls for the witness' last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
Huh. Well sidestepped, counsel.
Very well, Miss Spratt. Kindly repeat what you just said to the added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. Brilliant, Kazuma. I'm gonna remember that one. Which one? Significance come apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. Hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. Ordered a beef stick for myself, and the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water.
Yes!
That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene, and that it was exactly as it was left. Correct, the lady says. Well, that is, it's odd, very odd.
Dear me, what's odd is the defense inability to express itself.
Ugh. Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers.
The cheers?
Miss Brett just told us she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. I obviously do cheers of one glass, damn it, that's true. There should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Yeah. Wait, counselor, there's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over a minutiae?
Whatever.
What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Minutiae, you say. Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence, and the fact that the fucking steak is on the wrong side of the table, the fucking guy's chair is facing a different direction and everything? So these photographs are so fucking useless. Of course not. Never do something so reckless. Should have been 2 glasses on the table. What are you trying to tell me? You can clink with only 1. Quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Well, sniper! Inspector, what did the lady say? It seemed that was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It's all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and I thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been here at all. She's saying, oh yeah, we're really gonna believe her now. Good gracious! Sorry. Damn you, Gomenasai, of course, milady.
Here, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all.
Oh, please.
We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray?
That's absurd.
Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief?
Nani? No, 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 this can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency, a small hand-out pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So dumb.
Beautiful lady is very gracious to explain out why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reason, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusation, waste enough time already.
Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation why she removed the glass. I think henceforth we consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're gonna need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, it's... Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say?
Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained that the court all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items.
Let me see, a little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit, and I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag. Which would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. Right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
It's really very simple. Gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire the gun, we deduced there must have been another firearm at the scene. True murder weapon, if you will. Blackguard, whatever. Okay.
You can't seriously be suggesting.
Inspector Hosonaga.
Did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder?
Fuck, oops, wrong voice. No, sir, I did not. So you're gonna do your job? No. Do you guys do anything? Yeah, it's like lunchtime. We eat lunch, I guess. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor. Could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag.
No!
Gasp. Order, order, order.
What's the meaning of this, Inspector?
Meaning of what, prosecutor? Ouch, I don't get it. I don't get it. What do you mean I'm incompetent? Damn you people! It's hard being a police officer in Japan. It's hard! Damn you all! Stop looking at me! Damn you people! It's hard to do nothing! Damn you guys! Fuck you guys, you can't judge me. It's hard being police in Japan. Fuck you all. I'm the victim!
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag, show you the contents at the time?
Damn you people! It's hard asking these. I'm shy. Damn you!
Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real one behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Oh, I'm all sick. Oh no! Oh no! I must go now. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly, you have no faith in the police. Really? Monko, wonder why they hate me. Monko, As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. So is this why Monko? I wonder why they hate the police. Monko. Why do they hate us after all we do? Monko. This photographic print. Monko. Oh, now that you mention it, I do have it. Monko. Why do they think we're incompetent, though? Printing the photograph I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, what's that on his fucking wrist? Clearly it shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. See right through what's inside. That's right, apparently. Meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Order, Inspector Osanaga. You will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. Photograph of the handbag has been entered into the court record. I think we had long enough to cross-examine the witness counsel. Well, done. It's lunchtime. Let's all go now. Alright, well, now that we put it in, let's just go now. But I need lunch, sir. But my lunch. Guess, okay. It's part of the Bull clan, a conspiracy. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, we're just gonna end it after putting evidence in? Well, the court has been shown considerable evidence. Well, let's all go home. It's lunchtime. Fuck you guys. Photographic print just submitted to court appears to have no further significance. I am satisfied there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter. I must make my ruling. It is 12:30. I really need my lunch.
Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion, that the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime.
No, just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. In a worse situation than I was at the start. Brain blast? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? Are those two gonna show up with new evidence? Let's see.
Must say you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat what a strong eat. You are wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. In fact, you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell.
Yeah, they're gonna do in the autopsy, I'm assuming. Can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime I didn't commit? I'm waiting for those two. Kazuma. Dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Meh. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest, which means there's no basis on which we can argue the trial to continue. Well, alright, I'll proceed immediately to the ruling. Well, that was easy.
Seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. Viva la Britannia.
Smug little. Right, let's go now, Naruhodo. Having considered all the evidence placed before me, I hereby find you... Wait, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet. This duel's still on.
Amateurness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling as most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. Photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance. There is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. It shows the handbag the gentleman was carrying the day in question. There's no problem with this evidence.
Better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. Oh, I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. Alright, fail to see how we can glean any new information up from this handbag.
Hey, my thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution become tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yes, I am desperate. This isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph that just doesn't seem right. If only I put my finger on it. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity.
What?
Be warned that by all means satisfied by response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Sonaga submitted before. To defy the court, you said one last chance, but I have 5 lives. We see a significant detail which you have eluded.
Yes.
Look at this here, the Bullman. Very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true, it looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection.
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you'd come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag.
Probably made from the gun. That's a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. Police coroner also noticed it when he was performing a post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. Well, our job's done. Alright, wanna go get beers? Yeah, fuck it. Fuck it, suicide. Alright, we're out of here.
What did I tell you? I guess I have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we?
Dude. Wonder why people don't like the police here. Dude. Let's go get drinks.
No possible way of knowing either.
The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Auchi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, cannot allow any further time to be spent on precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. Seeing that Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. Alright, let's go. Alright, let's go get lunch. Goodbye. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. Sure, His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn has something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. If I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am. We can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to pry this shutting door back open again.
Get up, Counts. Can't possibly hope to do that.
Dude, I'm afraid without evidence I can't allow you to pursue it a little more than conjecture. But if we add evidence that irrefutably linked the burn to the victim's wrist in this case, then you would allow it. I would, yes. Tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. As soon as he pointed it out, what I did notice is the color draining from Miss Brett's face, really. I have to find some link between the burn and the case. Should I remove that guy? Moment of truth. Time to find some evidence to prove what the burn really means. And the defense now present evidence in the court. Evidence that demonstrates an inscrutable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. So what's this, but let me see the rest of it.
Yes.
Oops, wrong one. Clear rated piece of evidence. Oops.
Explain according 5 words or less what the nature of that connection is.
This is a fail because the music didn't change. I don't know. It's obviously,
Thank you. 5 highly illuminating words.
what?
As I suspected, rookie students bluffing. Again?
You've been burned there yourself, Ryunosuke. Sorry. I do feel like I've seen the shape of that burn somewhere before, though. Oh, I see it.
Yes!
Okay. This counts on another fine print. You shouldn't have that burn mark. Unless you were, yeah, unless he was eating the steak, but yeah. Yes, Your Excellency, I believe the photograph prints are an amazing invention. When you look at humans, look at us, see we miss things. So likely he was dead for a while, but who knows? All right, photograph things we may have overlooked at time recorded forevermore. Oh no, he's under anesthetic, so he doesn't feel pain. But all right, I guess we'll see why. Nah, there's a the plate has a bull mark on it, and he doesn't feel it.
Hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? Inconvenience this poor lady for it will be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
Can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean.
Yes!
The beef steak?
Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. Plate? Oh.
Excellency, are you alright?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. Ah. Emblem on the plate. And a victim's burn. An exactly same shape.
Ah,
Iniska, you genius. You're spot on. When can she go crazy so you can see her true eyes? Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant. It's time to go evil form.
Objection!
but even that is the case. We don't know what happened the day of question or not. It would have been the day before that. Most likely happened at some other unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, is there Fire Emblem next direct, or is that you lying? Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks.
Yeah, why?
Outline of burns clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Osanaga? Can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. Myself in restaurant like 40 months. But I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. No mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. Because to Luigi, someone's starting with max 16 months, booba. Play was around 90 degrees centigrade. A burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. Head waiter of La Carnival. I can testify that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
There you have it, something isn't right here. Detective said anyone who burnt themselves on a pipe and hot plate for 3 seconds scream in pain. There's no question of that. Yet Inspector Snide never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on a plate for anything for 3 seconds that day, I'll be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. And the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us without any question have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Hey, well, yes, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Renuska, do you think? Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but starting to think that maybe. We've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think that makes sense of this apparent impossibility. The day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson. Is it really number 3? I could try 1. Yes, Professor being as absent-minded as usual. Oh. Unaware his hand fell on the pipe and I didn't even notice the burn happening. He didn't even know the Professor, and yet you are labeling him as a bumbling scatterbrain. How about I hold your wrist on a hot plate and we see how your bumbling scatterbrain copes? Perhaps a screaming let will wake you up a bit. Well, it's nice that there's this frankness developing between us, partner. Don't call me partner after coming out with nonsense like this. Critical moment. It may very well be our only chance to turn things in our favor. Come on, Rinosuke. You can do it, or rather, you have to do it. You're the only one who can. The man can remain silent while his wrist is burned on paper not plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation. Counselor, your suggestion. Yes, it's only possible. Man was already dead by poison, alright. Already dead. Knowing what we know now, it's only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor is already dead. What's madness? Order, please. Calls explain the social once the victim was killed by a gunshot.
It's right, absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just an outrageous exploit by the rookie student. Clearly has no grasp of the facts. No, Prosecutor Ouchie, it's you who has no grasp of the facts. Beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, we now believe, the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. Highly likely Miss Brett knows something about it. Come on, speak Japanese now. Incredible. Certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. Sorry to say, Miss Brett. Then you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But, Your Excellency!
Time to be evil, time to see your eyes. Justice system in our country may be at its infancy, but rest assured all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I'm prepared to pass judgment. Where did he get this judge? He's so fired or he's going to small claims court. Thank you, Your Excellency. You're all stupid. Was that smile? I killed him, but I have diplomatic immunity. Runs out. So, yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help, especially if it helps relations between my country and yours.
Ah, Miss Brett, you speak Japanese.
Well, of course I do. I am studying your country after all. But then why have you been speaking through an interpreter till now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking your vulgar tones as much as possible. You rabble the language of peasants here. Savages, yes, really. Savages not speaking English. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of the English gentleman. So I concede I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you on your own level, you little monkey. Stop it, sir. You rabble savages. I will debase myself to this level.
Well, oh no, you're a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. We're finally gonna hear our own words on the matter. Things are getting interested in Ryunosuke. Victim's death. Fortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that when the waiter brought my steak. Press and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death beside the gunshot. If there's some other way man's life could have been taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigation techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Damn you, why are we so incompetent? Policeman's like right there, he's right, she's right, you know. You rabble, you monkeys would never be able to figure this out anyway. If only we could actually had a real police system here. Most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you for insulting us. Easy does it. I hope that is the last time I have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone.
Oh, no, no. Not at all, not at all. It's a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. Seems very clear from your testimony this boorish talk of the victims is utterly irrelevant.
I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what happened here today.
The Minister of Justice?
May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. God is with us. Huh? Thanks? Is that a prayer then? Amen. These savages don't even believe in Christianity. Savages, really. Damn Shinto, Buddhism, whatever the hell they believe in. Savages. Amen. Not to forgive the irritation, Miss Brand. Put up a cross-examination now. So have you noticed it's a little bully of a student, as he put it? Doesn't miss much. Sure, I don't need to remind you, counsel. This will be your final cross-examination in this trial. Fail to demonstrate any problems with the witness testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. And my lunch is now overdue. Is that clear? Let's do this. Pursuit? Oh, it's not pursuit time yet. Yes, Your Excellency. You may pursue a cross-examination after this break. Let me go get a drink. Did we get her music yet? My sushi is fucking going bad. Damn you people. I had sushi. Pepe hands. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, let me be right back. I'm gonna drink. I don't have sushi. I need a drink. These guys are missing their lunch break. Who has a court session at 12? Christ. Fuck these guys. Doggy, I don't know if you hear it. Cause this game loves making the Japanese police look like jokes, but they are, sir. Another case solved, boys. Alright, let's go. It's 5 o'clock. Let's get out of here. Is it the easiest job in the world or something? Like every other job in Japan like's overworked, but I don't know how the police work in Japan. They just, alright guys, look at all those other salarymen working themselves to death. Alright, let's go. It's like 4 o'clock. It's a Friday. Let's get out of here. Alright. There's no crime in Japan. Feels okay. Here, about my steak press, and I raise a glass to a toast. That's why I said postmortem research showed another cause of death besides the gunshot. So I mean, is it the best job in Japan, being a police? I don't know how much it pays, cause like here all these other jobs like overwork, but like I haven't heard anything good about the Japanese police. Of course, countries inferior investigation tactics probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
Yes.
Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there is always a telltale trace on the body.
Quite right, my dear ladies. Our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased. They're just like, I feel like this entire series is just mocking the police. Thoroughly examined the body. And it's just one subtle jab at the police, all series long. Isn't that right, Inspector Osanaga? It's just one long criticism of the police force. As I've said, always aim for a flawless investigation. Oh, there'd be physical trace of all those causes of death, that's true. Maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If heaven forbid you doubt me, young man, you're gonna have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh, perish, I thought calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Takasuchi Yachi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspirations. Way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. Of course, Inferior, you're not fucking up pressing this. I'm pretty sure I have to present the glass here. Inferior investigative techniques wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
Yes.
Inferior, what do you mean by that? Explain. You baboons could not figure this out. In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. The Great British Empire, yes, yes. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it, so has anything changed? Isn't that so?
Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident.
Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Wow. Doesn't even occur to your naive detectives try to preserve the crime scene. Wait, did he drink from the same fucking bottle? I'm trying to be as tactful with this as I can, you understand. Killer blow.
Ladies, formidable as she is beautiful.
Amazing. He's actually admitted inner police may be flawed. Perhaps Professor Ouchie's fun seasons. There's no way our police could be useless. Very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No match I pressed her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony or the cross-examination will be over, but what that would mean, I have to find a way. Must be some clue someone help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma. What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me. Bothering you. You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. The person standing next to her, Inspector Osanaga. Detective. Yes, you seem to react a little strange to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. We might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time, if you think so, but... this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. What Kazma's thinking. Why not soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. You baboons could not figure out this anyway. Inferior, yada yada. Hands of Great British Empire, yada yada. In this country, yada, is that so? Quite right, the caramel, yada yada. Exactly, which means even if investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Yes, there it is again. Detective's reactions are the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. Things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? People are actually testifying. They're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right, look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry, pursue. Explain how to do it now, Renosuke. It's all up to do with the witness marker. What marker? Well, we're focused on Miss Brett. Person actually making the current statement. By moving the marker left and right of that, you can turn your attention to the other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with A. You can catch that person at just the right time, and uncover new information in the pursuit. Never know a strange atmosphere on the people in the stand? Take a good look around, alright then? So first I should move the marker across that. Focus on the detective, pursue him with A, and see what's on his mind. Here we go. So it means that even the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost.
Excuse me.
Yeah, what the? What's the meaning of this? He's dying! Game over. Fuck, I want to spoil a case. I think it's in the third Phoenix Wright game. So sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. It's too late for this guy though, he's already dead. Really lost in his thoughts deeply. Looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps I haven't heard what the lady next to you had to say. Something you'd like to say, please. Share it with the court. It's too late, he's poisoned them. What's the meaning of this?
It's a delightful English woman who's testifying at the moment. Can't find fault in her testimony, then cross-examination should be over immediately.
Was that how it works? Absolutely not.
Huh?
Detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, on the mentioned fact, he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Osanaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain, which is why I, Satoru Osanaga, always tried to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of crime. He took the bottle of water, and he probably sent it in, alright. Serving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Well, just finish him off, alright? Crime scene thief. Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touch a nerve there. There you go. Take this, for example. Did he drink out of it? Is that? Bottle of carbonated water I took from the victim's table the day in question. Yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now, but it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. What? It's like, I feel like the entire series is just a subtle, or not even a subtle jab anymore. It's like an obvious jab that they fucking are making fun of Japanese police as it's like the shittiest, like, profession in the world or something. Like, I've never seen a Phoenix Wright case that are like, wow, the police are good. It's just one fucking long criticism of how shitty Japanese police are. Like, this statement's such a meme statement. We'll be the best in the world, but we're the worst. The best. Time is coming, I guarantee it. The time is soon, in 100 years maybe. 120, 150. Condone and witness action, I understand the sentiment. Court will accept the glass bottle as water as evidence. Miss Brett. Confirm this is indeed the bottle which you drank on the day of the victim's death. Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she said the answer to the judge's question. Very well, counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. Inspector will kindly control his fervor. Ahem. Carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. Oh no, I'll just have a sip of this. Oh no! No, Rinosuke, you can't do that. One thing that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? Never cease to amaze you, Rinosuke. More ways than one. I wonder. Could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. That's an interesting possibility. I was writing in a foreign language I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Christ, it's water. What does it say? That's what I was asking. Go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know.
Yes!
What is this? A bottle of water? Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? Day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be the professor? Actually died after taking a sip from his glass. Order, order, order. And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as Professor would have slipped the poison into his drink? Only one person who could have done it. Giselle Brett. 'Twas you! Show her eyes! Show the evil eyes! And then she'd just be like, you can't prove it.
Objection!
Show the evil eyes, damn you.
It's outrageous to search such a thing with a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile, have you even considered delicate situation our country finds itself in now? I forgot we've only signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire. Oh hell, Britain, Britain, Britain! Even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusation could jeopardize the entire treaty.
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We're here to determine the truth.
Dearly.
Ahem, if I may. Time for evil. Is it time for evil music?
I will silence you forever this disgraceful attack on the...
Shut up, you baboon. It is you who should be silent, you vermin. Savage creatures, really.
Of course. Step on me more, madam. Come on aside, dear lady. Come on aside.
My shameful act I've done. Where did that come from? She just snapped. You savages! Evil look. Here we go. Show the eyes. Afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. Sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I describe your police force as inferior. Uh-oh. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. You are now confident. This bottle, I mean, Inspector, whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? Order tests for every toxin available in this country at the present time. Could find no trace poison in any description of bottle, carbonated water, Your Excellency. Dublin, something's wrong with my 57. Are you sure? Tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. It's in the glass, and no. Very grateful to you all, you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure is all ours. Please step on me again. Now it's time for those two to appear. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. I think the cross-examination clarified everything. As prosecutor have asserted, a shot in the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, I'm curious about the second gun. We'll say the accused, who by their own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. Court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I was just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
There we go, the 16-year-old. Please wait. Isn't that? What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mito Taba, judicial assistant to the defense. Mikotoba. In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. Wait, is there really a part 3? This case? What the? Huh? I thought we were gonna end it here. How long is this part? Huh? I don't see like how they could stretch this one out. What the fuck? It should have ended like around there with another showing the evidence, but okay, fuck it. 1:14 p.m. Oh, we missed lunch. I understand you're judicial assistant to the defense, but why this sudden ingress in my courtroom?
A judicial assistant and a woman, no less, huh? A non-British woman. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify.
As I fully understand, I only asked for 5 minutes of time. Some vital evidence. We're only on the first case. It's alright so far. I have some vital evidence I must hand over to the defense. So far, I don't think this first case is one of the better ones.
Too late, little girl. The trial's always been concluded.
5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. Excellency. Most grateful. Damn, our bench is getting full. Exactly who are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please simply accept this for now. Better not be some Deus Ex Machina report about something written in English. It's Giselle Brett's research. Oh my god. Okay, the English woman's. After the trial resumed early, I hurried back to the university. I'm not gonna like this solution, we'll see. Went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical factory and borrowed this paper. Yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? Afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh no, of course not. Special characteristics of Curer and its effect on human subjects. Interesting. Curer, what's that? Never heard that word before.
Time's up. Prosecution demands immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom.
There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. I think it could be valuable. Please cast your eye over it. It's wonderful, thank you. That's Earl's report. Bye then, and good luck. Poison made of bark, certain trees and jungle. Some many hunters of the region used since ancient times to capacitate their prey. Instant paralysis, entire body, subsequent death, even in minute doses. But eventually, above mentioned effects, current poison enters through a wound, such as inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Its ability to render the body paralytic. Believed toxin could have application anesthetic. Oh. Our solution respiratory arrest caused the result of full body paralysis must be found first, or the patient will die of suffocation. This case is, I don't know, this case is rough for a first case. Like, I think that my favorite first cases are like the third game, or fourth game, third game. I'm trying to remember 5 and 6. But yeah, this first case is lackluster. Oh, I like the Miles Edgeworth first case. Yeah, this first case is one of the weaker ones. Yeah, it's from the dentist, but I mean, like, this case is like rough. Fifth was the bomb. I'm trying to remember how that one was. Law enough counts cannot detain our English guest any longer. Mass prosecution defense now one last time. Other side of any further evidence presented to the court, I presume not, but prosecution made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. I know it's out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Yes, and the defense does have new evidence. Now look. When you didn't stare of a true Japanese warrior. Miss Brett? Yes, Your Excellency. You wouldn't mind perhaps you graces your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long till tea time. I have to politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett. Since I wasn't clear, I realize it was phrased as a question, however. I must ask you to treat that as an order. How dare you? I've said it many times before, but Japanese language makes no sense. Apologies, dear lady. Milady. Counsel. What is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? Giselle Brett. I understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yume University doing research. Research by sheer coincidence, perhaps. Into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, counsel? Toxin known as Curer, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death. What? What complete and utter nonsense? Curer, you say? I've never even heard of it. You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of a Curer before. One very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. Correct. Which means no matter what test police can do for toxins, it never identified Curer. Why? Because there is no test available that can identify presence of this highly deadly poison.
Nani?
Order, order, order. So does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by a visiting research student from England, Cuirass has long been used by the tribes people of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. Seems that's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
Reports say it's produced from an extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle and it was first brought to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. Claims that animals shot by arrows laced with Cuirass suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery, these aspirations are their trumpery. Start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain. The other diners would have surely have noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean, the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that Cuirass was used. Explain yourself, counsel. The moment of this toxin entered a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. Oh, terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. With a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration. In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move.
It's hideous.
To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep, but for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly Cuirass poison. Your suggestion that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison.
This is all very convenient, isn't it? Hurry, though, unknown poison of which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense.
If I may.
All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you must be taught some manners.
I'm sorry, come inside! Come inside! It is you who must be taught, you savage.
Of course. Come inside! Come inside, dear lady!
So this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another honest hard work, then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled with a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalize on the unfortunate circumstance of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. Really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Now for this, I for one refuse to accept that the idea of some poison that doesn't exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules.
It's so funny. Oh, excusez-moi, yes, your excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? She's gonna down it. You're mad? Well, I don't see why not. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry. To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics is laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers, cheerio. Britain's not an island. Britain is several continents. We own everything. So it's just like Bandit Keith. So basically, what are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Goodness, whatever's the matter? You all look quite stunned. No Curare, the bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? Huh. You look quite incredulous, little boy, but of course. That's the simple truth. What's her age? Or do you not get to see her face yet? 24, I see. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, your excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Oh, yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. Doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for an interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle. Doesn't there? There can have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke, I have all the clues now. That bottle of water contains no poison. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why? Why, Ryunosuke? Isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes your unadulterated naivete really astounds me. Sometimes it's in need of good of a staining, until it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world. Ah, is that what this color is supposed to represent? Guileless ended to a promising line of inquiry. Consequently, you will be penalized. Wait, what? Oh no! This whole trial was poisoned. Carbon did procure poison Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. Aye. Defense refused to change its position. You're serious.
Fool, are you blind? There is no possible way the bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw.
Was Brett drinking the water from it? That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think. I believe that complication can be explained.
How exactly?
You think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. Sure, the answer is any evidence we have in the court records somewhere. Has to be. If Vance truly intends to assert this claim, we must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. Yeah, okay. Sort of a weird way to do it, but...
Yes!
That's just riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Not a valid explanation, no. After all, we don't speak English. Reports utter gibberish. Imprudent young scoundrel trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
I'll do the other one then. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone. I'm reading Susano's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered entirely by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, counsel. Which section report review is the alleged answer to this riddle? We've been hearing a lot about this cure, poison. When it's left me curious about something. Oh, Council? Well, it sounds as though the indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years. They adds to the arrows that they shoot whatever prey they're hunting. Led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please.
But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters are going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Constable, that'd be madness! I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Special characteristics, it says this. Poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. It all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. Cure enters the body through an open wound. It has terrifying poisonous effects, however. When it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever.
What?
Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew Cure's special characteristics, and you knew you can make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... Oh, the true form! Rapscallion! It's alive, sir! The goose is alive! Or the swan! You know, it turns out. An even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really, me. I'm a lawyer.
This poison talks fascinating, I'm sure. Fair to see how it possibly.
Shut up, you baboon. Ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. I'm surprised you savages can read. I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish. Flaw. As even your brain has managed to deduce, Carrera is safe to ingest. It seems like its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Oh yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers, what are they? So if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, Professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? That's right. Good gracious. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? Order in the court, order. Logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. What are you trying to suggest?
Yes, this career poison's completely irrelevant to the case on trial.
That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. Or is it time for one of these? Brain blast? What is this? Time freeze well up inside of me. I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense. Cyclops now almost rage-like more than anything else. It's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
Oh, oh! I don't think so, Miss Jezal Brett. How dare you use that tone with me, and her eyes are huge. But very well, there's no fatal flaw here. Know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You were alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead because his tooth was removed. And then there's a wound in his mouth. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you, must provide compelling evidence. Now we know this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone been killed by the Curare?
Take that!
As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. Fatal difference. Toxic effects cure only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water?
Inside?
Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example.
Ah.
Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. Yeah. So that's it, you use that knowledge to orchestrate this. I want to know where the second gun or what made the wound on his chest is now. Is she laughing? Is it time for crazy face? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are also puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. Crazy look now. Oh. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. Oh my god, this case is so garbage. No, I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. Afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No. What is it? What just happened? It's the English woman. She just smashed that bottle. The Supreme Court, what a terrible blunder. So what are you waiting for? Collect much of the water in the broken bottle possible at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you it will soak up the water beautifully, sir. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy, but I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle or not. You. Let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution?
Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady.
That's right. And really looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? Poor professor was sitting with his back to me. Of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
Oh, you killed the victim that day using Curare. Then in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime? You waited until we picked up the pistol you arranged from the find on the floor, before you shot the professor dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. There's so many! You see, you had every opportunity to give it this gun. We'll see how it is. And hey, what a wonderful imagination you have, young man. Hidden gun, you say, and I shot the professor dead body, did I? I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. So you have nothing to support your wild claim. Prosecutor's stance remains unchanged. Victim Dr. John H. Wilson was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Given in cold-blooded accused Ryunosuke Naruhodo. It's unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now it's really gonna get away with it. The way she destroyed the evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke, yes. Come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We lost a vital piece of evidence. It's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, it must be in your head. In my head. You told me before your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on. Hope it's not as bad as the gimmick. Was the worst gimmick Apollo Justice or the fourth game? So I think fuck. Yeah, I think it was in the 4th game. Apollo had some ability to observe people. And then I think one of them's very fucking hard because it's like 8 pieces of testimony, and I think she barely moves her fucking wristband. There was one that was really hard. Yeah, I think that was the worst one because you'd be magnified in so close. Yeah, so I think one of them was really hard. I had to look up a guide for it because I was like, fuck this shit. Yeah. Yeah, there was one in Apologists that was insanely stupid. Knight managed to not notice this woman as a foreigner with swan on her head. Because I think the thing would autoplay, right? And then you'd have to be magnifying on the exact spot at the exact time. Yeah. So I go back again now, try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you said, every sound, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Are you shitting me? There's so many bad. I think this is one of the worst cases. We'll see where this is going, but Jesus. No, this case is a terrible first case. It's so long for such bullshit. Because it's somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head. Holy shit, this case is a really bad first case. There's too many Deus Ex Machina shit going on. There's nothing. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything else, I might have come to another clue. Ah, you always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then, let's wipe the smug smile off the English woman's face for some evidence. Alright, can't wait. Been niggling me for a while. Someone feels a miss in my memories of that day. I mean, we'll see what happened, but did really no one notice the woman like turning the guy's body or something? I don't know. We'll see how they explain it, but Jesus, it's getting rough. Or it could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. It's a clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been. Wait, you want me to just point at it?
Take that!
Here's Spectro Snag answering this. Yes, what is it? He's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. No, that's why the Ace Attorney or Ace or whatever, Apologist is Ace Attorney 4 is very good, yeah. Because they have like a couple of bait people and then, yeah, you suddenly realize there's only one person left. Okay. Said a number of times I strive for perfection in investigations, don't you? Absolutely. Wonder therefore perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Wait a minute, where are you going with this?
Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? Saw the scene as shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. Saw that on the wooden base of the plate that steak was served on. So there was a splattering of blood.
What?
Oh really, and what of it? Obviously it must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, no way the blood on the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yes. Blood to have made it onto the plate implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite of the professor as you were. Giselle Brett. Oh, I beg your pardon? I don't know Japanese anymore. Beyond ridiculous.
Fabricated nonsense. Does court seriously expect to believe someone absurd has apparently just remembered seeing?
We'll open Wolfstone restaurant with back 21 months. This. Is it gonna explain why this guy is sick? Could be the moment my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Spectre, you mean? Yes, I took the plate in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. Oh my god, I took it meat and all. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. This case is terrible. I'm sorry, guys. Jesus. This case is atrocious because it has to rely on several, like, things that make no sense happening. This is probably one of the worst first cases, sadly, because it's so absurd. I took the steak you'd been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. We can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Inspector, court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. On the bright side, so far this case doesn't have the shitty people to interrogate. Like in I hate the one with the flamboyant chef and fake Phoenix Wright. Like, you go in circles so long in that case. That's one of my, that probably is my least favorite case. Even worse than the circus one. The fake Phoenix Wright case is so terrible. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered, the steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it?
Of course there isn't.
Well, the inspector, the blood man. Show the court. Of course, examine the plate at your leisure. What? No, no blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's possible. No, I saw it, I'm sure of it. It's right there on the table behind the professor. There's blood on the side of the plate. Kodo, dude, Summer Starman, welcome.
Hey,
What an unbecoming expression, little boy. See, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. What's that supposed to mean, ma'am? What the fuck? Wait, what the fuck, woman?
yes, I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire.
Have we finally reached a conclusion in this trial? Let's hope so. Let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Ha! This sorry-looking steak reveals facts all too clearly. Sorry-looking accused wish to examine again? Be my guest. Bit of steak and rid of victim's table. This better not be the sergeant's. Please, sire, thought I saw just a figure of my imagination. Fuck, it's a sergeant's one. This is such a shitty case. Oh my god, yeah, it's a sergeant's one. That's the coin the old guy was looking for. Christ. This case is the worst first case. Holy crap, it's so bad. What the, like, what is the fucking investigator doing? He just gave us the wrong fucking one. Did he not tag the evidence? Holy shit, Japanese police. It's just an insult to the Japanese police, the entire series. What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. The hallmark is from the Hou era, I believe. No, I don't mean just what is it. I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hou Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. Not just very valuable. This is the first time today has been talking Hou Koban. I've heard of pearls before, and so I never heard of bullion and bullion. And I don't think you ever will again. It's extraordinary, though. This means... This is it now, I've lost. Are you serious? How many blunders is this case gonna get? Even Larry Butts is more competent than this guy. And he's not even on the fucking force. You know, Sky, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Even Larry Butts would fucking be like, wow, even I wouldn't screw up this much. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what. Believe in myself, really. Maybe I should at least examine the evidence. Oh, for Christ's sake, we already know it's the sergeant's food, alright. Evidence request by defense has not been shown problematic in any way. I presume any further examination. Wait a minute! And doesn't the police officer have them both with him? And he's like, huh, there's ketchup on this one. Well, I better show him the other one. Okay, whatever. Like, what is he doing? Shouldn't he, like, have both bags beside him and be like, huh, maybe I gave him the wrong one. Presume any further examination evidence in this trial be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? Bloodstain was gonna clinch the child for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? He literally has 2 bags of evidence with him, and like, you'd quickly realize which one's which. Excellent, please. Wait, the plate of beef's hiding another clue. Another clue revealed a shot. Imagine if there wasn't a coin under that steak. Like, the thing would be over automatically, because apparently everyone's incompetent.
What do you think? Shocking is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak.
Excellency, I think I made myself clear, haven't I? I was actually looking at the shape of the beef, but I believe both beefs are the exact same shape on purpose, so you wouldn't be able to tell just by the bite marks. Not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. Or the cut marks, I mean. Sorry, Miss Bright, must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I give a rule until completely satisfied all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. Newly firm ally, my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court what you're alluding. No, what I mean is, like, I don't even know if this is his table anymore. I don't even fucking know if this is the right table. There's so many blunders. No, but this steak matches up with the other one. Like, it's so fucking dumb, but whatever. Okay. Huh, what the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin, yes, we already fucking did this. Okay, oh yeah. What is it? Yes, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a ho? Yes, okay, yes. Yeah, the map shows 4 chairs, like, there's a lot of like, this is an atrocious first case. Oops, fuck, I meant to press X. I meant to find the precious quantity of the sick could be some hoya is. Alright, quite viable, yes, marinated juices as well. Look, okay, what are you thinking of eating it? Okay, no, but the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure, my heart's gonna be racing as I lift with me in pure knee for a price. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryunosuke. Koban coin underneath the steak. There's only one logical explanation.
Got it!
Good gracious, that's...
Eh, the Koban?
What on earth? Weird one. You're so fucking garbage. I fucking hate how incompetent this guy. Gumshoe, give Gumshoe a raise. Cause Jesus, it's not this guy. Holy shit. I'm so tired of this guy being like purposely incompetent. Does he have like some condition he cannot be competent for like a second? Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant the day in question, is it? Tell me. Why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? This guy makes Gumshoe look like a god. What a ridiculous question. How should I know? Never seen nothing in my life. I don't know what this is. I want no part of it.
Can't see how this is relevant. A coin underneath meat? This simply could have been a careless mistake by the chef and a moment of distraction.
Where's the responsibility of this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Kori Kaban opposite me hidden underneath. Christ, it's only... Oh my god. I don't know if the game assumes we forgot about that interaction of the old guy. If this turns out to be relevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now, he's right. It can't be a coincidence. The problem is, if there was no coin under the steak, the case technically should be over, even though, like, there's nothing we could do about it. Yes, Counsel. Early Kaban happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be relevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
All means don't let it stop you. No one invited you anyway.
That little boy should realize it is you who is irrelevant, even though I'm the one on trial here. Point is essentially that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that stake. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to.
Take that!
No, the other guy, the sergeant, was gonna steal the coin or whatever. I don't know why he placed it there. He could have like put it in his pocket, but fuck it, put it underneath. Maybe his baby put it underneath. I don't know. I'm assuming the baby put the coin underneath his stake, even though it's like very implausible. An antique dealer and owner of Rasute Kirokuru Kata-san. Curious in Mr. Cucumber something. Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Oh yes, the old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. How long are we gonna get to this point where we're like, this is the wrong fucking plate? Remember him saying he was up to some of his Koban coin when it happened at exactly the moment the gun was fired. Gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor. Alright, yada 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 yada. Yeah, it's hunting for treasure. Dude, oh, you got a Kaboy, my prize coin. Super Saiyan X Summer welcome at 33 months. It also sucks that this case is really long for a first case for some reason. Like, usually the first case, like, is quicker, but this one's like a part 3 now. Side up doing the victim's beef stick at his plate makes no sense. Which is why I'm asking to bring Kurokuta-san back to the witness stand. No, we can ask the fucking police guy. What the fuck? Where's the other plate? Just show me the second plate. And then he'll be like, huh, there is red on this plate. Whoops. My bad. Also bring both witnesses testified earlier back in here. Photo moments delay. Oh my god. Can't believe we come back around to that pair again. I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find a key element in this case. Fuck it, have everyone. Fuck it, everyone goes up to the stand. Fill it up, boys. Fill up the stand, boys. What was it about? Well, I've been caught up. I know I realized dinner time for my baby Ida. Yes, okay. My son's belly's empty. He's fierce than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police, we were like miserable dogs forced to bear false witness, and when they cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice, worthless, withered antique. Nothing more I have to say. The sun set on this Rasute shop owner's existence. Here's a maid, Kurokuta-san. Something has come to light that requires a clarification. As far as Rasute memory serves, have you ever... Oh! Yes! That's it, he just stabbed the guy. That very one, the very exact one, he's just stabbed the other dude. He's the OT. Resplendent, resplendent, holy treasure, my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. Can't be. As I thought. Young man, lightness, decrepit old fool, put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. Found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices. Sandwich? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my OE treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who could do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing. Excuse me, could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Osanaga. I mentioned this earlier in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case.
Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation.
Carnival's a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. Never such incidents been reported to the police bureau. Oh, wicked crimes indeed. I wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. That's why you were sent in undercover, was it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident's the work of the same thief. Unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief. It's the baby, isn't it? The baby accidentally did it. Alright, we're here to go. Work on the regular basis. place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and into Kokusan's Koban is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense view on this matter. Who is the scoundrel that stole the Koban and hid it under the stake?
Take that!
Obviously. It can only be you. Nosa Yasa. Sergeant Ayasa Nosa. What? Oh, how dare you! You monster! Monster? I like how this isn't even relevant anymore. Like, just give us the other play. I stole a Koban. Did I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? Since accusing me of these crimes, cadet. What does it mean? It was Ado! Ado's the mastermind behind all this. He's right, though. You would push the blame on you for your crimes into your own son, an innocent little baby. It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Ooh. Ah, he's dead. Ah, kill him. Clippity clippity clop. Did he just finish him? I am the real villain. Here we go, finally. Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Asa Nosa, prepare to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. How do you know of the extraordinary low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I don't care. Can we get back to the other case? Understand a temporary increase in taxation owing to recently ended conflict remains in place. However, it's hard for lower ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is put a hot plate on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant. Place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. I enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even. Which is worryingly believable. Your target that day was the old man and his Koban. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. It's all set to leave the steak. I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Bang. Yes, when the professor was shot. Oh, then he hit it. I knew the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket. I'd be finished. 802. Hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could on the double. Slipped it under the steak. Hoping I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on this absurd prattling in your own time. Miss Brett.
Of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all.
Merry
Esteemed gentle one, please be excused, your excellency.
Indeed, he's trying to get a win. Before the fucking... Alright, the Koban clearly perpetrated by this baby saddled sergeant. It's certainly pure unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Find a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well, oof. For picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well, now that all questions concerning this witness testimony have been answered, see no further justification of detaining her. Well, that was quick. Zero, you're free to leave. Zero. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. Minosuke, what's the matter with you? No time for daydreaming. Right. It's just... something about Miss Brett's pardon words there got me thinking. Can't quite work out what exactly. What? I don't care. Some shit jarred me. Feel like there was a contradiction there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. In that case, just don't send her thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry. Think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. Oh, it's because eating the steak with your hands.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your partner words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
What new student nonsense is this?
Well, what partner words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Find a corner a lump of meat. Sheer nonsense of such idea astounds me. As for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, beyond nonsense is pure madness, savages. Yes, I'm right. What you said there exposed undeniable contradiction. Gonna need to see evidence, counsel. But that's where it's truly a contradictor. Where is the piece of evidence to prove it?
Take that!
Photograph printed of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred. Interesting is the plate of steak you can see on the victim's table. Steak that Miss Brett had been eaten before the professor was killed, yes? Go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. Steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed.
Now you're just splitting hairs.
Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural?
Unnatural? What on earth do you mean?
Extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. See if you noticed it too, Miss Brett. Or so exactly, counsel. A few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a stick and biting into it without using a knife and fork.
Of course she did. She's a fine English gentlewoman herself.
Take a good look at this steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there.
Yeah.
Fuck, I just want to take a gun, shoot the police officer, and just be undone. Say, fuck it, no one's guilty, and just walk off. Looks like Miss Brett realized something. So if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
What is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't help her.
I like how he's just standing there, unrealizing what he's done. Whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer.
Of course, of course. This will all be over in the blink of an eye. I'm sure I'm about to put this rookie in his place.
Receive everything too. Heard enough. You're a tin little spectacled samurai relic, vermin.
Of course. Come aside, dear lady. Come aside.
What's the matter, Spread? Have you ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implication of these teeth marks in the steak have for her. I'm waiting for the excuse. Is he colorblind, the other guy, or is he red colorblind, the police officer? Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Alright, that's what I'm assuming is gonna happen. He's probably red colorblind or something. Alright, here we go. Now at last all come together. Mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. Reason why the blood stain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. Most importantly, evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. Except these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, counsel. What exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency.
Everything?
Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? Yep. You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. You know that bottle? Yep. Typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to me in the court long ago. I mean, there was that bottle, and certain someone dropped it, but it was such a shitty, like, gimmick. I mean, technically there was, like, evidence, but we sort of just gave it away. As the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet.
Hasn't been? What?
Just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Sir, the trial's run several hours already. You say there's evidence to be brought forward. Can't be. I don't believe you have it.
I don't, but there's someone who does have it. It's from this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, solve every mystery about the case. I have a feeling this will be my last request of defense in this trial. The question is this guy not paying attention to the trial? It's him, right? Yeah. I don't get why they're asking me about this. Answer's obvious. How does this guy not realize something's up? What? I have it? Huh? This guy's the worst police officer ever. This guy aspires to be a police officer? Holy sh! I hate this character and he barely talks. Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. Hope he just dies from whatever anime disease he has. Christ, I'm done with this character. Not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on the steak with teeth marks. Yes. Now earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. So I was admitted to stealing Kurotuka's san. He told us he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put in the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Chin-chin. Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. Not brave enough to ask a foreign general if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier is mislabeled for some fucking reason. Was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
That makes no sense. Plate was taken from the victim's table.
I got the wrong picture. That the gentleman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she leave any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. We'd suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Oh, then how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly. Sure you're not gonna suggest. The sergeant switched the two steaks over. Did switch the plates?
Well, after it happened, I don't get how this happened. When I saw a civilian being murdered right in front of my eyes, I panicked. Wait. I really want to know the timeline. So guy gets shot, woman walks over to his chair, spins the chair around, goes back to her seat or something. No one notices, of course, and then apparently not the guy, like, picking up the gun. And then fucking this guy runs across the room, switches the stakes, and then, like, apparently none of this was picked up by anyone else. Man, Naruhodo must have, like, had the slowest reaction time ever. Okay. Said I immediately lifted my stick, hit the coin underneath it. Then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I had it. Decided to investigate my slab of meat. That'd be it. I'd begin my marching orders. So then the cadet was arrested, taken off to the pantry. Yes, I seized my chance. Okay. Military precision and timing. I switched my stick with the one on the foreign ladies' table. What? Can't have I? Never saw you do such a thing. I was stealthy. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. Are you serious? That's how we're gonna do this? Then how did she swap the chair around? Was that stealth as well? Alright, whatever. Fuck it. Everyone closes their eyes when, like, certain things happen. No time for strategic plan. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Of course. Unbelievable. I mean, she has 100 strength and 100 stealth if she can spin a chair around with a dead guy on it. Fear not, however, Prosecutor San.
What now?
Swear on the brass buttons of my uniform? That's all I did, sir.
Oh, you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
Sergeant knows to switch the plates over. Alright, come on. It means he took Miss Bratt's steak and the plate was on, back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Osanaga. Yes? Well, in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's stake after the incident, but also the sergeant's. Preserve evidence you had taken both.
Ah,
Huh, you know what? I did. Huh, that's correct. I don't get it. Are you not listening to the trial? This guy is so useless. Do I have to like spell it out for you? I don't get it. Why is he asking me this? Please present it to the court now. Play those action on the victims here with a precise moment he was shot. What can it possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat can't have the slightest bearing on the case. I mean, that's a good defense considering everyone here has like a 5-minute memory. So she's like, it has no relevance. Runs out. So you're not wriggling your way out of this time, lady. Beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful? Surely you remember the reason why the state pan promises prove such a problem for you now? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. Reason defense asked to see the play was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Just thinks he remembers. Quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson. I can't wait for her to start licking this. But sir, it's dried blood. Fuck it, why not? There's no blood on it! Oh, oh, there is no blood. She's innocent! She desperately licks all the blood off. Oh, she's innocent! Clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. Believe the defendant's memory serves him well. Now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate. Oh no, she's gonna cut herself and start dripping the blood. See? It's my blood! Oh, it's my blood on this plate! Smothers all her blood all over it. It's mine! Yes, there is no blood of that guy. The plate you're eating from Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Is that the beefsteak in the plate originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident? Is he gonna vomit on the plate so it also has his blood? Fuck it. Yes, sir. Oh, what do you know? I'd never noticed. Sorry for keeping you. Here's the other steak in its plate. Please feel free to examine it. Are you serious? Everyone in the courtroom can see this. The blood stains, clearly visible, look. Makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that the moment the victim was shot, facing the table with his back to me. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's gonna cough blood on it now. Fuck it, why not? Just let her walk. This is like the shittiest villain compared to like the Apollo Justice villain. Oh, it's impossible now to son that shot the victim. Ugh. It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. Sure, everyone knows by now who that person is. Yeah. I don't get how she spun the guy's table around, or that's right, Miss Joselle Brett. I still don't get how she spun his chair around without, you know, Ryunosuke, you know, noticing her walking over. It's you. Oh, the Swannet or whatever is dead. Outdone by a Japanese, me, by a Japanese schoolboy. No, no, no. Savages, savages. And the gun is gonna be in the hat. Here we go. Alright, come on. She's gone, sir. She just went to heaven, sir. I believe it's once around like 64 months. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Oh, Miss Brett. I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Oh my god, really? Can we just end it? Can she finally pull out her gun? Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using Curare. As you surmise, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. Planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison will be found in his water, because Curare is unheard of here in Japan. Shouldn't the gun, if she shot the person across the table, shouldn't there be like a lot of powder on the table? Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I need to see the professor take one tiny sip of this water and all be over. I placed the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he'd been dining alone. No, it does, you don't even have to have a magnifying glass. If you shoot someone across the table, wouldn't the table, like, definitely have a lot of markings on it at that range? No, it's not forensics. It's using your damn eyes, or is he black colorblind too? I can't see, sir. I don't see anything wrong with this table. Sir, the table is white. Okay. Before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you, who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. Due course, the professor took a sip of this water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. Summer 93, so I'm with my 12 months. Plan to pin Dr. Wilson's burn on this innocent man. Lizzie D. Pugton was found with my 46 months. Happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. Decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of Curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? Oh, that's a typo. So I was right, there were two guns. Yes. Then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. Good thing we didn't like bother checking for the gun. When I noticed the professor's gun, which you'd presumably placed on the floor, place where you were sure I would notice it. Everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended. Then, just as you bent down to pick it up, bang. That's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I, the most stellar police officer ever, assumed Naruhodo-san was caught and apprehended him. Took him in the pantry that joins the kitchen and locked him inside. There we go, that's when she spun the chair, okay. That's when I took the opportunity to just turn the professor in his chair around, and no one else cared, because Lightland Hands here was switching the stakes. So it was just like everyone running around at this point. So dumb. So... Because of course, you need to make it look like a defendant and shot Dr. Wilson when he picked up the gun. Everyone at the crime scene touched me. Pushed me. Yeah, and the old man's rolling around on the floor looking for a coin, ignoring the gunshot. There you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Yeah, I'm waiting for the motive. Your Excellency. Yes. I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? Shkall on you, you're fired, Judge, and I'm going free. Goodbye. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. Hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. I mean, this could be one of those cases where it's conspiracy, so you find out later why it happened. But we'll see. That would seem this trial has finally run its course. So the prosecution's in agreement.
This can't be. Takatsu Achi does not lose. Not the likes of this rookie student.
Is he gonna get mind blasted yet or not this case? Where's the mind blast? Better start getting used to tough opposition. Yeah, there we go. Is it here?
Reinosuke Naruhodo.
Yes.
This insult to the Achi family name will never be forgotten.
You've come conceited of age, council, but the old have to stand aside, make way for the new. Mind blast. It's the way of the world. No, may you never forget. No, mind crush. Nah, no, my hair. Thousand millennia may pass, and still the Achi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. Trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will I believe go down to history to start a new chapter in the country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. Excellent case, my ass. Thank you, Your Excellency. Use evidence deduction to unravel the truth in modern mythology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. Sure, the field of science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. New future of law awaits, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That's for the young to pursue. Kusuma Sogi. Yes. After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything in the wider world that you're able to. Do not forget the field mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What is that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. You Reinosuke Naruhodo. Yes? You, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry on onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. Not guilty. Time to deliver the final verdict. Hereby find the defendant Ryunosuke Naruhodo not guilty. Okay. Whoa, and poor Pain. His hair, his life points. What is a man without hair? Horror now adjourned. Yeah, they should have only made this case 2 parts, honestly. 22nd November, 2:46 p.m. Supreme Court adjourns court defendants antechamber. When did we start this case? Was it longer, like gameplay wise, or in real time? Phoenix Wright has its own trilogy, so this is a separate little Great Ace Attorney back in or is it early 1900s, late 1800s? I forgot. So there's 2 trilogies, yeah, and then there's this one, which is in a different area, yeah, different time. And then there's also 2 Miles Edgeworth ones. I'm pretty sure the second one will get ported over. Like if they ported these 2 games over, I bet they'd do a bundle of Miles Investigations or something. I made it. Defend myself, made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke. I pulled off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. Oh, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. Oh, me and Axelard Sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street, don't forget. I'm gonna have all your hard work certainly paid off. Oh, so the sequel of this is the latest game in the series? Okay, so it should be much better, yeah, okay. Congratulations to both of you proving Naruto's innocence. Okay, so the game. Okay, so we have the latest. So this one's 2015. What's the sequel date? Trusty Jujutsu Sydney worked hard for the result, you know. 2017. Okay, is it really that long since the last game? Jesus, this series has been dead for a while. Okay, so 2017, 4 years ago. Jesus. Amazing. Thank you so much. Yeah, I had a research report on Miss Bratz. I don't know how things would have turned out. Kind of ways really should be for my father. Simply doing as he asked. Idea for me to go to university and investigate. So I'm assuming they'll port over the Miles ones then. Miles Investigations 1 and 2 eventually. Oh yes, of course. Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susanoo Mikurokawa, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mito Koma, there you are. The one thing I hated about Spirit of Justice is I think the prosecutor's the worst one. And like, I'm trying to think, I think he's like second or third worst prosecutor. Like I think Francesca is like terrible as an opponent because she gets kicked out of her own game. But yeah, I believe the prosecutor, yeah, Nayuta is like bottom 3. Yeah, because he's not like involved in the cases at all. He's just like another dude. But like almost every other prosecutor is involved in the final case or something. Orodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Orodo, I should be thanking you after all. Efforts expose the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. So you actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Now most people would probably say Godot is one of the best ones. I actually like Black Quill, but yeah, they couldn't use him again because he had his story in 5. But yeah, Francesca sadly is like the weakest one. And then probably Nayuta or someone else I've forgotten. Professor Mako to have a study overseas himself. Went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Assuming that's when you met Dr. Wilson. Exactly. Those days we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together. Never heard you mention that before. Payne is fine. He's supposed to be that stupid rookie crusher guy. Like, people remember him more than the guy who was in almost every case, Nayuta. Yeah, Nayuta's lame as hell. Long time ago now, besides. It's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. Science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all I can. Problem with, what was it? Clavier. Yeah, Clavier is sort of forgettable, but he has a cool theme at least. So it's the spirit of the Asogi clan. Not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. Cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. Reminds me what's happened to the woman. To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Meh. Oh yes, sir. Well, she's scot-free. It's not easy to tell you this, but she just walked out of the country. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. What do you mean? Surely she's gonna face trial herself now. She's the true culprit after all. Nope. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future for Shanghai. Doo-doo-doo-doo. What? Shanghai? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? Why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. You're useless, Inspector Osanaga. Hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate you, but what's all this about consular jurisdiction? You cannot try this particular foreigner for crimes here in Japan. What? You can't try her? Then who? Who's gonna bring her to the justice? Yeah, British consular court will hear a case. Somewhere far away, where our voices can't be heard. Why consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. Thought consular courts were a thing of the past. Now we signed the friendship tree. Ha, that's a good one. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. So long as it's not a serious, sensitive, highly political nature to respective governments, they can invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yeah, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. Nah, they didn't tell the reason yet. Some soon will be revealed later. Why the professor got killed. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. Pray that for the young student. Today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of covenants for her. I don't believe it. British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking the case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. That's all gonna change from now on. We can make it change. We will have 100% conviction rate. It doesn't matter if they're innocent or guilty. We will change from this point. Everyone is guilty. Woo! Get them all. Woohoo! Time of great turmoil, new era was heralded by the start of the 20th century. Let's get them all, boys! Woo! One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Every other person will too. Let's fucking get them all. Yes, change is coming. We're the ones driving it. Alright, let's get that fucking conviction rate out. Yeah, it's 99% conviction rate because the only time they ever lost was this chick. So from this point on, undefeated. Prosecution's invincible. Let's fucking do this, boys. Alright, guys, we gotta bring that win rate up. Well, I think that's enough seriousness. Well, back to it. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. Faster. Alright, no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. Get lost. You were not invited. In that case, might I suggest, like, come on, get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. We don't want to talk to you again, you bonehead. Head waiter should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. Wait, so he isn't colorblind. He just didn't realize the other steak likely was hers or whatever. You're a detective, Naga-san, aren't you? Are they gonna explain why he has TB or something? Let's not worry about details for now. Oh, he's dead. Oh, I thought he was about to die. To Carnival, will you accompany us, Professor? I'm waiting for the guy to die. Of course, Carnival's food second to none. I shall go and attend to the paper for Naruto-san's release. Yes. Thank you. So Brett won't be tried here. Suppose that means I'll never know. Never find out why she killed Dr. West. Now we'll find out. Eventually. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke. Well, I'd say thanks again, that's all. Really saved my skin today, huh? I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Skill has made the difference, so one day I'll bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. Not sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again in the trial. Couldn't help think that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. But come on, be serious. What I helped you today was only right at the very start of the trial. You have a natural talent for it, for being a defense lawyer, I mean. Not me, all that tense verbal comment, I never want to go through that again. I just did what you told me there, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you, that's the point. Sorry, what do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke, do you know what the most crucial weapon is any lawyer needs in order to win? A sword. Knowledge of the law? Hell no. Did you see that last case? Hell no. Hell no. Did you not pay attention? There was no law. No, the ability to believe. Let's be honest. The justice system was trampled that last case. No. Fuck the law. Believe? Like, she literally destroyed a bottle on it. We didn't even do anything about it. Believe? To believe what? Defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. I have to make a choice about what to believe in and what to stick to when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the court you can really be backed into a corner. Being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in even then. That's not something anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer, a precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Alright. Very seemingly hopeless situations time and time again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me, thanks, Kazuma. something I want to ask you actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. Sounds serious. What is... Are we gonna kiss? Oh, you're still here, aren't you? Oh, I thought we were gonna kiss. Bro, I know it is forbidden in Japan or in old times. But I love you, bro, Aniki. Let's back to outside and arrange some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again. No, tell me! What do you want to tell me, bro? Aniki! Should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. Your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Don't tell me later. No! Oh, yes, that too. No! Tell me! What do you want to tell me? If I just kiss the guy now, damn you, damn you! Very first trial came to an end. Yeah, that's like Chad. I have something important to tell you, odd one. So, where'd you go? Why aren't you telling me now? Alright, Susanna, who acted my assistant. Fuck this guy. I hate this guy. Inspector Hosanayu didn't really play much of a part. There we go, but still. You're garbage. Because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. More importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Wow. Little did I realize, how much it would change my life. Finn. Can we say N? Come on, Finn. It's more fancy that way. Good old Finn. Finn. Is the investigation part in this game the best part? As in, like, much better than the other investigations? Because one problem with the original series is the investigations mostly point and clicking while Maya talks about cheeseburgers. But I want cheeseburgers. Ooh. I believe that case will have a conclusion in a different case. So what they usually do in some Phoenix Wright games is the first case has some conspiracy that ties into a later case. So very likely we'll get our motive in a different case. Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. But cheeseburgers, Pepe hens.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath.
British.
In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern's shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
Wait, did they change it? Wait, I thought Sherlock Holmes was available to everyone. Or did they change that recently? Because it's the most reused property or whatever. Or most adapted property because it's open domain.
And discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way.
Detective Conan episode 1.
This would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor.
It's Leon.
Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality.
He's already solved the case.
This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
You just solved everything. Bakana.
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait.
Shh. That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will
What?
reveal the killer to you.
What?
Bakana.
Don't be absurd. This is murder. I need cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
What?
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Herlock Sholmes.
Sherlock Holmes.
I presume you must have heard of me.
Well, who's the culprit? It's you, sir. In my head, wait. So only in the USA can you use Sherlock Holmes freely? Because I thought because that's why there has the most adaptations of anything. Because everyone uses them. Some are public domain, some aren't. No, I thought no. There's a reason why he has the most movies or books, whatever. Okay, I thought okay. I thought it was already open domain, because, like, what else is open domain from, like, years ago? Or you just can't use his style, but can you use his name, or? What's going on? Something's not right here. Trouble in the air. Wait, Ryunosuke, I can't move. Oh, what the? Why am I in handcuffs? Oh, so you wake up now. I had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I did not believe how you could not wake up. You were a true cold-blooded man. Oh, you... you found me then. Da, we found you. Now you pay. Criminal. Da. How long you hide in that tiny wardrobe? Sorry. Now you have been found. It's time to admit your crimes, Da. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is. Oh no, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that? Oh. Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Susato. Wait, what did you just say? Take his life. Where is he? Where's Kazuma? Ah, you pretend you do not know. You're a wolf in sheep's pelt. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses, Pepe Hens. What? He didn't even make it to the intro of the case. He was already dead. Kazuma-sama. Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. Here, in this very cabin. It was bolted shut from the inside. His body. Please, do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead. But he can't be. These kind that surely don't think I have to know, why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please. No. No! Kazuma, alright, time for her to go back. It was just 2 short weeks ago. I know, our male option. We only have chicks now. I love you, bro. I love you, bro. Sure about this, won't we get in trouble? Ha ha ha. do you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? Is there really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though? The way the Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case on the floor. Thought I was gonna die. I still can't quite believe that. Really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. Must be even less of a man than you look. Hey, honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. That's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you can find yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. Hope not. The feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. Da. They're a sturdy bunch, such for sure. That's what I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? For a faithful Judas to go sit in Mikotoba, you mean? For your close friend Mortarpoint, surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. Guess that only you and I know about this. It's like Face Off, damn you! Well, I suppose so. Anyway, it's about the time when Stewart is supposed to come and clean the cabin. No, it's crying, but you better get in there. I think I won't more long. Anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? I'll be in for it. Stop worrying, I tell you what. Why don't you write keep out or something on this piece of paper? What? And I can stick it over the wardrobe door since once you're inside. I don't know. When you guys say this case is long, even though the murder has already happened, I only got to see 15 days. How can this have happened? How can they stretch a single room case into so long? It's probably Predator Monday. We're supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. How can they stretch a one room case into 8 hours? Oh no! How could they do that? That's not possible. Leave you at the next port. Stay quiet till then. Don't make any trouble for yourself. Murderer. Da. No, I'm not a murderer. Da. You said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but murder my best friend. No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Susato-san. Please tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. There's something I'd like to ask you too. Those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. Nightmare's getting worse by the minute. Suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. Really has been killed as it is, and just a bad dream. These handcuffs. I think I did it. I think I'm Kazuma's killer. When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. I saw it! He stabbed himself! I saw Detective Conan! Damn you people! If only TV was invented at this point. Damn you people! I'm not the killer! What do you mean? No access to the cabin via portal or window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from the outside. Yes, it's the Ice Block episode, is the first episode of Case Closed. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these 4 walls. What? Put it another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside this cabin. You have some other explanation. Possible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Still gonna deny the charge. Even despite the circumstances. Sato-san, you have to tell me. Cause of death is still undetermined. They don't know how he died. Ship's doctor examined the body, but of course, there's no post-mortem analysis experienced. I suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted for our next port of call. Presumably that means no obvious external signs of injury then. That's true, yes. Only tell me what happened here in this cabin. I don't understand. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Assuming that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Please. Whenever you say you were here in the cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but... always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin as I have every day so far on this voyage, but this morning he did not come. Sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susanoo arrived in his cabin door, I wonder? I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew, Da. Crewman forced the cabin door open when we managed to get inside. Wow. He's dead. It's Leon did it! Leon, damn you! Kazuma-san collapsed on the floor. I'm sorry, Stormstorm looked like 59 months. Thank you. Alright, white tape there shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. No idea anything had happened. Must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. Oh wait, that reminds me, it was a funny thing in Phone Booth. In Phone Booth, for some reason the other guy who died, they put tape on the ground where his body was, right? Even though like there was an active shooter, they fucking taped the corpse of the other guy and removed him away. I don't know why they would do that when there's an active shooter. Let me just put tape around this corpse while the shooter's right there. Which one's the case? Very hard to believe. It's all very hard to believe for me too, trust me. I told you everything I know. It's my turn to ask you a question. Yeah, it's alright. Head feels so heavy, still throbbing like everything. Why are you even on board the ship now, Naruto-san? You said something aboard while being a stowaway, didn't you? Yes, I'm afraid that's true. 2 weeks since we left Japan now. I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea, but how could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin so long without him noticing? No, that would have been impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. We were bros, man. I actually asked you, but why? Afraid I don't really know the reason myself. Don't understand. Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? I love you, bro, but it's forbidden. I go to 6 extreme lands to smuggle me to England with you. It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I, that you ought to become a lawyer yourself? Yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. I have a talent for it, I can assure you of that. I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spirit of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. Can't be any harm in seeing such an important place for your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. Personal level? If you were to become a lawyer, then what? Nothing. We get it. Wow, I love you, bro. I can marry you, bro. Kazuma-san he was always saying the same thing. Wanted to change the Japanese legal system. I don't get it. This entire series is a meme on their justice system. We lost one case. We have lost all our honor. Now we will win every case as we high-five each other. Maybe they're trying to just remember the dishonor of losing that case. Perhaps we thought he could do that with you. Just maybe. Something's still bothering me a little. We will never lose again. That is their vow. Look in his eyes then. Dark had never seen it before. Susato-san, I'm sorry we kept it a secret from you. Stowed away on the ship, I mean. No, Kazuma-san. He's trying to protect me and avoid me becoming guilty by association. That's exactly right, yes. We're perfect, in fact. You're not the culprit, then tell me what happened last night here in this cabin. Well, we had drugs and, you know, when two dudes like each other, you know, the thing is, I don't really remember. Kazuma brought something to eat just like he always did. You know, when two guys have drugs like each other, you know, stuff happens, and then there's a wardrobe. Got myself in that wardrobe over there just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep. Well, yes. So deeply you didn't even stir when Kazuma was killed. Well, yes. That sounds unbelievable, really, I do. It's the truth. If only woken up and perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. For some reason my head's still throbbing like anything, really. Something wrong. No, it's... Please forget it. Sato-san, you have to believe me, I didn't do it. I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there's no one else who could possibly have done this. I don't understand. Why? Why does this have to happen? I'm trying to read it, but oh well. I gotta take this. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. Can't allow it to happen. Sorry. Kazuma was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. Now I'm supposed to just sit around. Hands tied while whoever did this walks free. No, I can't allow it to happen. What do you propose to do then? I'm gonna investigate. I'm gonna find out exactly what happened here. I'm gonna work out who took Kazuma's life and how and why they did it. So I'm sorry. You're gonna have to excuse me. Hiya! What? Wow, I just got taken out. Game over. What the? That was a Susato takedown. What power? Susato what? What martial art form is that? I'm gonna need you to prove it. That's right, prove it. Yes, your innocence. I need evidence, but how am I supposed to? Forgotten already. What you achieved just now, just a few weeks ago. You successfully defend yourself in a court of law. I see. Expect me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get Susanoo-san to believe me. Sure, some evidence right now proves I'm not guilty of this crime. I'm a university student, damn you. Do I have to put on it?
Yes!
Alright then, how about this? You can't trick me with something irrelevant like that. Oh, better try with something more convincing. But it's my pin, damn you! You can't just throw me on the floor all over again. Anyway, looking at me, I think perhaps I didn't throw you hard enough. No, I was definitely hard enough. Let me show you something else. I think it's Susanoo believe, yes. Keep out. Whoa.
Yes!
Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, is this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Yes, it was. I remember clearly. I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there. Just in case cabin steward and another crew member decided to look inside, so naturally, he did the same last night as well. Yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from wardrobe doors before he opened them. Or truly the culprit. I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. Yes, it's quite true. In other words, it's possible I killed Kazuma. Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor. See why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you. Thanks, Sato-san. I'm getting sick. Turn us over! Say perhaps you could help me up. Well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating here at least. Thank you. You finally believed me. Sorry. No. What? Not sure yet. Can't rule out the possibility you use some sort of conjuring trick to put Sign back in position. What do you think I am, a magician? For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same, right? Let's get the work out of song. Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. I shall be watching you to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. This is like OJ all over again, though. I wouldn't want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. But this is like OJ. OJ, walk through the crime scene with me. Do 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 do. You can't do this right. Anyway, I should make a start investigating here. Examine everything I can. And I let OJ just walk through the crime scene. Do 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 do. It's because myself I'll avenge your death. Alright, let me be right back real fast and then we'll continue. No, it's because OJ, since he got to walk through the crime scene, basically it contaminates it. So his defense can always say, oh, that happened when he walked through the crime scene. So yeah, obviously letting OJ walk through the crime scene is like a banana move. Okay, I'll be right back and we'll do this, but yeah. I'm gonna be right back. But yeah, you can't have the criminal walk through the crime scene, or else in court they can just claim that while they're walking through the crime scene, that's what happened. Okay. Be right back. Oh, thanks, Mixed. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. It's an OJ. Okay. When, yeah, apparently in Japanese court, you just slam the bottle down. And a police officer is like, meh, not my problem, meh. Decisive evidence destroyed in front of us. Whoops. Okay. Right back. Wait, I forgot. I'm wearing the dumb... It's not dumb, sir. I'm wearing the Phoenix Wright shirt one of you guys gave in the P.O. box. I don't know why Von Karma's so big, though. Von Karma covers like a quarter of the shirt. Does it have the parrot? Oh, it does have the parrot. It's just a picture of the last case, yeah. I don't know if you can see it too well. Yeah. Is that oh, it even has the Santa, yeah, that guy as Santa Claus, okay. Yeah, it's the case 4 of first one. Yeah, Von Karma, the parrot, the guy who owns the parrot. I don't think it has the guy in the boat, does it? Fuck. It's Mao's Edge Riff, okay. Yada yada. Alright. Sato-san about this. Sorry, Naruto-san. We don't have time to waste on anything else. But my pen must find clues, huh? She looks serious. Really quite deadly serious. Da. I think this is. Looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever this thing was appears to have broken clean in two. Glass, such a beautiful color. Looks like a cute little Nescafe fastener from a kimono. I'm sure it sounds like Kazuma. Wonder if Secret would carry a cute little trinket like this around with him, would he? Marked beside it. What is it, I wonder? There's a sort of brick-like hue. Yes, you're right. Color of brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color as anyone else in the cabin. That won't do what? What's the matter? Sato-san. Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly. Ah yes, that's not good. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard. Are you telling me to use the D-pad? Sure you're careful to look all around using this, aren't you? Let's investigate all corners of this cabin. Yes, let's do that. So in that field of vision rather small until now. Oh, this is on the ground. There's a struggle. It's my dinner from last night, a roast chicken. It was really tasty. Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But did you eat it on the floor here? Not a dog, Sato-san. I ate at the table, of course. Begs the question of when and how did the plate end up on the floor? Kazuma-san didn't like chicken at all, did he? Watches Kazuma-san was like, shit, surely Ryunosuke will help me in this struggle as the guy with a knife is stabbing me. Right? What? As he crawls towards the closet. You idiot! Wake up! That's right, he didn't touch it. Then all the more for me. Oh no. What does that mean? Kazuma-san spent his last night on Earth from an empty belly. I don't know if it was drugged. Too horrible. Now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. I'm about to sneeze. Fuck. Sorry, I'm sorry. Forgive me. It's Kazuma-san's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. As he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul. He had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on this trip. So it shows how important it was to him. Now he's gone. I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. Rules of passage for travel aboard SS Beria. Essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. What? Why are you staring at me? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. More of a dangerous object or a pet? Can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. Very large traveling case, isn't it? Yes. It carries a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away in this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. Yes, I see it says this way up in Japanese. Hindsight, I should have realized the foreign crewman wouldn't be able to read. It's turned over and over and over, then I was tossed on the floor in here. Getting a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. It was less painful than Susanoo takedown. Nice, get a little check mark. Kazuma write that before he died. Looks like it's written in ink. Must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. Boy wrote message by dipping his finger into spillage. For Kazuma's son, no doubt he was in terrible pain. Almost unbearable to imagine it. So as he was trying to leave some kind of a clue in his final moments, was he? Sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. Rush B. Oh shit, we're at A, you fool! Don't think that's Japanese, Naruto-san. Well then, what language is it? Pains me to admit, but I don't know. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? Where Kazuma's son was sent whenever he was writing. London Diary. Well, Kazuma didn't even make it to his destination. He was weak, looks like his last entry is incomplete. Which means what? He's in the middle of writing it when the incident happened. Where are we in the ocean now, anyway? Christ, yeah, traveling back in the old days is terrible, because, Jesus. They were on this boat 2 weeks, and I'm not even sure how close they are. They're a week away, so 3-week journey, Jesus, on a boat. And it's a shittier boat than the ones we have nowadays. Let's see what it says, could be a valuable clue. It's out of the question. 50-day journey, Jesus. What? Kazuma-san may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. Isn't that something important, something relevant to the case? Alright, I won't read it. Well, Kazuma-san, I don't like prying in people's personal matters either, but in this case, is the need for clues more important? "2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruto-san. I think live-in isn't quite the right description. Oh no, I suppose not. No, that must have been rather exciting making it this voyage on in your own secret hideout. Trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in, so yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. Last night was no exception. Because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin. No, sadly not. Yes, this is a bell cord contraption, I think. What do you mean, contraption? Read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants, really. It sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try? Yes, this is in the interest of cultural research, obviously. What year was Suez Canal? It was like there's so many yeah, to keep the empire, like having the Suez go to India is huge because they get so many spices and other stuff. Wow. I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people. Pepe hints? No, I'm sure it's just that everyone's busy. That's all. I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator, a hole through which fresh air is circulating into the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator. That's what it is. Looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Okay, 1869, okay. Purity, you're right. Its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room. Surely it would be connected to the outside. Ah, that's true. Perhaps it's so rain and spray don't find their way when the seas are rough or something like that. Maybe that's it. Alright. Well. Here's Zad. He wasn't there a minute ago. As far as I can tell. Looks like it might be Europeans. How did he? Notice a man, too, have you? No idea who he is or how he got in there. Looks suspicious and tall. Suspiciously tall. Naruhodo-san, don't tell me. Really not know who that is. Well, no, I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. Doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. But Wilson? What happened to Wilson, though? He's investigating Kazuma's desk, or is he just playing on it? I can't tell. In that case, simply must talk with him. Just imagine her just status on the control will be excited. By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case, press A on people when they're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them. Alright, then I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my set, see what he has to say for himself. Please do. Excuse me. Excuse me, do you have a moment? This is a critical point in my investigation. I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Greetings, I hope I haven't kept you long. What exactly were you doing on Kazuma's desk just now? I don't click that link. Fascinated his eyes. Yeah, a bunch go through swears. Yeah, not many of those routes went around the Cape because it's too long. Okay. Yeah, you see a bunch of routes funnel through. Okay. So what do you see? It feels like he's looking right through me. Oh yes, everything's clear now. Train reason has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recent return, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry, what? Now entering towards foreign climes, you find yourself in the most troubling predicament. Oh, well, that's true at least. But how? How the deuce did I know that? Perhaps it was really most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining. Wait, so is Ace Attorney 5 a DS game or a 3DS game? Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? Of course, a great many things. 3DS? Jesus. Wait, so what the hell were they doing on the DS then? Because in Japan, the first 3 cases are Game Boy Advance games. Is it just Apollo Justice and 2 Miles Edgeworth cases or games? Yeah, what the fuck did Capcom do in the DS era then? Alright. Of course, great many things. No mystery, my dear madam, for example. Because, yeah, they made so many in the 3DS era then. You have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are a merciless revolutionary. You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake, now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. Huh. And when the beridden occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Maybe that summarizes the facts beautifully. Know that you know the truth now, nothing deceives these eyes. Yeah, because when you play Ace Attorney 1, don't you find that odd the 5th case uses the DS features? So they added that case because, yeah, all 3 of the games were Game Boy Advance games. Yeah. Okay, so that explains why the DS era didn't get many new games as the 3DS one. And just to be clear, you're talking about me, are you? Certainly I am. You see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name. I don't see one person who fits the bill. There is another Russian, though. So it's true. C'est vrai. 'Twas you who did this to Kazuma-sama. What? Your plan, a revolution too. I mean, the 3DS got at least 5 games, right? So, geez, I didn't realize it got so many games. Shameful behavior, Naruhodo-san. Absolutely wicked. Oh, listen, there's no way I... Poof. Explain yourself, tell me everything. is ridiculous. How could you do it? Obey hands. Oh, pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. Oh, forgive me. As for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came into your head. Ah, but was I not right? Was venturing towards foreign climes? You do find yourself in a most troubling predicament, do you not? Yes, maybe. Ah, there you have it. You see? What do you make of that, Well, to be honest, this ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So I'm not really sure you could call it deduction. It's more plain observation. Indeed, an observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see. I announce my findings or brassy certitude. More often than not, I'm right. Huh. I don't think you introduced yourself. My apologies, how remiss of me. I'm not the greatest detective of the century, known the man and woman the world over. Intimo Herlock Sholmes. Herlock Sholmes. What? I've heard legends, sir, of Herlock. So it's really you, the actual Herlock Sholmes. Very sane, you meant to actual Herlock Sholmes. You know this man sees Sato-san. Most famous detective in the world, Naruhodo-san. Of course I do. There's nobody else who hasn't heard of him. Plan I have him living on then. You must go ask him what he's deduced. We've worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Anyway, why do I feel uneasy about this? Great detective. Great detective, are you, sir? What was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Herlock Sholmes. Oh, I see you're German. The Germans. Herlock, was it? No, I have no hair. I mean, I have hair. Please call me Sholmes. You read all about my exploits in an exciting London publication. Ah yes, Ranced magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interesting articles from Great Britain. Never missed an issue. I've sent it from England especially. Ah, here it is. The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. So you're the protagonist in a series of short stories then. Indeed I am. You've read so many of your own stories, you start to think you really are a detective. Make no mistake, I'm not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backward. Trusty biographer records my greatest detective achievements and chronicles them in the magazines. You have a biographer, do you, Wilson? Pep answers, and everyone. Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson. Presently keeping shop in London. Wow, Dr. Wilson. I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. But this very morning, returned from Asia, I haven't solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown, really. Can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to me a science, logical reason in its purest form. Science, really. Astute observer noticed even the most subtle reactions in his subject. Furtive glance, twitch of a muscle, slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin. All these things are data. Right. Trained logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. Ultimate conclusion is without fail the truth. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago, how can I look me in the eye and claim that? So you see, I have a turn both for the observation and deduction and fame. That is what makes me the one and only Herlock Sholmes. Casimus death. Introduce anything about this particular case yet? Introduce anything, yes, my dear fellow. You suppose discovered the culprit is most cunning in place, that's right. 'Twas none other than I, the great detective before you know, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. I see. Other words. I'm on my knees now because of him. I'm anxious about Kazuma-san this morning. I summoned all of the crew members, forced the cabin door open. Seated myself among their number, gained an entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective Herlock Sholmes is on board. Handcuffs seem an excellent fit, Mr. Naruto. Right when I laid eyes on the scene, two facts are immediately apparent to me. Really, two facts, you say? Sholmes, tell us please, what two facts apparent to you when you came in this cabin this morning? Sure says be precise. I'm trying to think. Really? I thought Sherlock was more open, but I guess not. I know it's Frankenstein and Dracula are both open, right? Anyone can use them? Or is that one also under an estate? I'm trying to think of other old literature. Two facts in question immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand. What were they? Well, we need to elucidate. Two facts deduced from a mere monetary glance at the scene of crime as follows. Number one, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number two, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. What am I just showing them? I think the victim was Russian. Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. Russian word for wardrobe. Do you really think Kazuma-san could have left a dying message in Russian? Final wants many may find their native tongue film in their head for this young man Russian. Kazuma was Russian, was he? Wish I considered Garder Rob, maybe the name of the killer, certain Robert Garde, perhaps. In the interest of thoroughness, I would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe there at least. Where you found Mr. Naruto sleeping soundly. Quite so, I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is it that I'm Russian too? I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim, in other words, you were acquainted, and if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of Russian people. School uniforms are the traditional dress of Russian people, I had no idea. I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. Took a photograph of the victim and the message, and I might analyze it for possible hidden details. Wow. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered before the body was removed. Yes, Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Alright, Mr. Naruto. Thank you. Russian word wardrobe in purple and appear to have been written in the victim's final moments. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? Now, when you said I was a fearsome revelation, fleeing Russia and all of that. Yes, the main train of reason has led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that train of reason to me? What do you think? What? Korea? Certainly if it interests you. How many times? I'm not Russian and I don't speak Russian. Talk about your introduction before. It's things that concluded about me, I mean. Famously accurate troubling predicament you find yourself into. Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. A merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part. Yeah, some more sordid details. It's a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads... What the? That's me! Revolutionary violent Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. I also made a port called Shanghai yesterday. Last night, the young Russian was murdered. Since when did Kazuma Russian the Ruskies? Sounds like Mr. Sholmes concluded he was Russian because of what Kazuma wrote on the floor. Simple act of reasoning to realize culprit is kind of same merciless revolutionary. He one who would kill the very man who helped him escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you. Violent Bolshevik. Oh no, how could it be me? I don't look anything like this man. Look at his face. Well, you're a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. Eh, please. Might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway. What about the other details? The 16 victims' assassination blown up the Crystal Tower. As journalists clearly interviewed the man and printed all his particulars in the article. The deeds man has perpetrated thus far and those he's plotted. Yes, everything about this revolution in Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters? I wonder. What about the part where he said I was just returned from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolsheviks recently returned after a period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan. What even is it anyway? Afghanistan place. Here, take the paper for yourself as a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you. Sort all that is interests me within its pages. I see no rubbish bin nearby. You may find the article on the back page of interest as well. On the back, cast your eyes over it sometime your interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. It's all written in Russian. Couldn't hope to read it. As well as it wouldn't hurt just to glance at the article. Maybe there might be a picture or two. Damn, hello. Oh, this is interesting. You found something relevant, Naruhodo-san. No, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. Oh. Can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, nor can I, but look at this picture. It's about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think? She's very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. I'm glad you noticed this article. I'm going to give you a short summary of its content, so thank you. Pops out up everywhere as Mr. Sholmes. About the disappearance of a young lady last night. Found prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. At her performance in Shanghai, famous dance reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Her Russian name is so hard to remember. Appeared the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room. Wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure. Must be an unbelievable sum of money. Shato's son's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. Tiara is property of the Novovich Ballet. I would assume the director is beside herself with worry. I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to cover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. Request international assistance at all ports when sailing to Great Britain. Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country? Does seem to be the Russian thing to do. And I'm gonna dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruto. Alright. What were you just investigated? Before we started talking, we were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma, yes. The victim. Notice anything useful, anything at all? Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim. Victim was engaged in penning some text. There was a stupid plot line with something like this in Bleach, but odd one. London Diary. Kazuma's keeping notes of the trip. But I don't think you should read this private writings. It could upset people. Tragic. Something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. And you read it already. My business to know what other people do not, yes, believe it or not. No, it's just a matter of Japanese. Let's see, well, you're about to know what a Susato takedown is. Sato-san, aren't you gonna throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? Sorry, Naruto-san, what on earth do you mean? Life is so unfair. Turn the matter at hand, namely the startle belonging to the victim. Here the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray to be precise as to the details, but I thought you knew Japanese. Smattering, dear boy, a smattering. Sayonara, bonsai, mikado. Nado, I trust you're suitably impressed, huh? This diary is littered with complicated looking characters which I can read precisely none. Ha ha ha. What was all that shown off before then? So kind to show me, I would be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes. Much obliged, my dear madam. Final entry in Kazuma-sama's diary consists of 2 short sentences. First reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. Well, whistling sound. The vent. And these are very deep waters. Pray go on. Second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Speckled band? What on earth does that mean? I have no idea. I've never heard of that expression before. Ah, the ventilator grill, you say, the man was presumably referring. The lattice here on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin, yes. Adjoining cabin. Kazuma's diary has been entered in the court record. So I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being at least. Can we check the other room? Ah, do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writings in the diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe. If I'm still too long, the seasickness takes hold. So I suppose I was thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to. Great detective's curious breed. Our minds are about stagnation. We crave mental exhilaration. Time to investigate. Hence, the truth will come clear soon enough. Alright. Think perhaps that we could go with you. No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? Why? A simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer. Oh, these. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No, it's no point trying to turn into a question. Everyone just said I was a culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as a culprit at any point. Must be joking, you just said it only a moment ago. Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I have no cause to say such a thing. Actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. Quite sure, well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said that you had the face of a criminal, you know. Not really. So what, were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Oh, anyway, that was then, and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. You're the culprit, you must play the part more, convince me. Roll over and accept your fate. Ah, oh, 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 oh. No, he's just being plain rude. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is twisted as his name. What are you standing there for? You always go investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't we forgetting something? What about these? No way I can. Oh yeah, what the? Kazuma spent his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue you're willing to give up. It's gonna roll over and accept your fate. So if you give me any choice in the rolling over part. We start investigation, finish off here first, don't we? Let's carry on and examine what we can with the camera while we wait for a chance to slip next door. Alright, good idea. Situation doesn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself, and I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this. Bring the real culprit to justice. Books falling over on the shelf, look, they're all toppled the same way. What's this, a statue of some god of the sea, although he's fallen over as well. Yeah, it's almost as if the whole shelf has been ransacked, everything mown down at once. I wonder if, perhaps it was Kazuma doing this morning training, do you think? Seriously doubt it. Perhaps it was you, Naruto-san, in a fit of rage. I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess with a few books and a statue. Why do you think been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder? I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess. really, but can't find anything out of place. Excuse me. Oops. What? Wondering if I could ask you a favor. You mind if I investigate a little outside? Da. Da? Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes, but it's not true, I see. Sorry. Creaming though asking prison guard to help them escape. Very funny. We're in the middle of the sea. No chance of me escaping. And yet, you stay in this cabin until next port. Then it's up to Hong Kong police to decide what they do with you. You stay. Alright. Well, there's no point trying to appeal to this man's better nature, that's for sure. No da. Went for helping the crewmen force their door open. This bolt had been firmly closed. It's quite a small bolt, not particularly sturdy, and just slides across to secure the door shut. Still, if the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. When everyone suspects me. Glares at me like that, I feel tense off down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel, the culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across the room outside in a situation like this. Yes, it's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. The door of this cabin and its frame are made of metal. They seal together perfectly. No possible way of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. She glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles all up and down my spine, alright. Look over there. Crewman, do you mean? He wasn't there before, was he? That's what I thought. Let me try talking to him, probably, because I'm likely to get yelled at again. Suppose I could try. Da. Is that? Something wrong, Naruhodo-san. Oh no, it's just that crewman standing by the door. I'm feeling like I've seen him somewhere before. Oh, it's that fucking waiter. Yes, you're right. It does look familiar. Excuse me, sir. Yes, what could I do for you? He's so garbage, though. Recognize that face, but it can't be him. It is. I didn't know you were here, Inspector Sanaga. There's the baboon of Case 1. Hello again. What are you doing here? I think it should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped. Really stopped, I hope. See, some special orders go undercover a member of crew aboard the ship again. Certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. Is there anything I can do to help you? Please ask. I expect to see this man on board. Perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. Special orders this time, Inspector. Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew? So sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? Orders were to act as Sugi-san's bodyguard. Well, that was a failure. Minister of Justice Jikoku pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. He entrusted me with ensuring that Sugi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Well, that was quick. Assassinated? How? How could that even been a possibility? Well, I'm not sure, but these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jikoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. It's incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-san was assassinated. Honestly, couldn't give Sugi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. Duh. I see. Didn't take my eyes off him the entire time I've been on board, from morning till night, every day. I never imagined what happened here inside his own cabin. Not here on the first class deck. Failed miserably at my assignment again, yes, and Sugi-san is dead as a result. Disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector. Is there anything at all I can do to help now? Just say the word. But now we can investigate Kazma's death ourselves. Thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer, of course not. I'd like to investigate the cabin next door. Well, we need to be allowed out of this cabin. Sorry, what? And deem the risk to the ship's safety if you move to even touch head of the cabin door. Stormy-looking seaman there would surely snap your neck in two. Suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. I'm a murderer as well. Could it be possible? Give me something to work here with. The only thing I need, something persuasive. What do you mean? I had a solid reason why next door cabin should be investigated, for example. Do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. I don't see how. Maybe a way. Really. I think how you tried to persuade me of your innocence and all, so I'm presenting you with a piece of evidence that you already had in possession. Evidence. Same as you when you're in court. You must have done it many times, yes, okay. Boom, boom. Select present panel and choose some evidence. Inspector snag use. Alright, yes. I think I might know what we can use. Dun dun. What's that? It's Kazma's diary. Before he died, Kazma wrote something rather strange in his diary. Hope you guys, as you're dying, go to your diary and strike down. Someone's stabbing me! He's got a knife! Strange in what way? Yeah, what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. There looks like a gun about to be pointed at me. He is pulling the trigger. Ah. Speckled band, that is strange. Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that. What I'd like to know is... Don't tell me the ventilator, is it? Very astute, Inspector. Until I clear Jones next door cabin. That's right, so if we could investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. Fine, I saw a chat vent. It was them. Sir, you wouldn't rat us out. Can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. Captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you. Really? You wouldn't do that? As long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, so what? What about the captain? Are you gonna against his direct orders? Man of my word. Promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the cat. Though I failed to keep a Sugi son safe, this is the least I can do. Then could seize a moment and narrow it aside. Just like move, yada yada, okay. Alright. Finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. Less spacious idea than I thought it would be, just more luxurious accommodation. Yes, indeed, Kazuma-san was being sent from the study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage, really. It must be awful. The Ruskies, look over there. Another crewman keeper watch looks enormous, even if he is sitting down. Door next to him leads to a second-class accommodation, so always making sure that no riffraff comes up here who shouldn't, yes. Poor people. Suppose like people in handcuffs. Naruto-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop first time. I thought you'd be used to the ship by now. Let's see, 2 weeks already. Yes, yes, I know. Thing is, I was inside Kazuma's truck when I first came aboard. Ever since then, I've been shut up inside that wardrobe, little wardrobe. Yeah, he's been stuck in the same room for 2 weeks. So you have to do 50 days in the room? Like, did they give each other blowjobs to pass the time? Like, I don't understand their plan. So he was like stowaway in that one room the entire, and most of the time was in the wardrobe. Like, did they wank each other off or something? Like what the hell does he do? Must have been a very trying time for you. Please don't give me that pitying look. Yeah, 50-day journey, and he's stuck in that room. Like, it took 2 weeks to get to Shanghai from Japan, and they have to go to Great Britain. Huge book on the top of the table. There's a pen next to it. Looks like the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? And 78% every detail of the voyage has been meticulously recorded. Now you wouldn't expect the rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. And nothing, no reaction at all. Thought he might appreciate the compliment. I'm not sure it's rough and ready as much a comment, Naruto-san. When is stupid crap? Fuck. When's the guy who's called Crapper? When did he invent the toilet? I'm assuming you guys know. The only reason I know a little bit about it is because I think Bart Simpson always wants to write a stupid project on him. I forgot what year Crapper made the toilet. Yeah, so I don't know if they just shit in a pot and toss it overboard. Anyway, last I saw was mostly blank. Assuming it means there's nothing to report. Plan of the SS Buria. Shows each deck look. Invented Thomas Crapper invented the flush toilet. Or is it, wait, never mind, let me see. What did John, yada yada, 1880 with the U-bend. Oh, okay. So, but yeah, it's probably just like a hole or they throw it overboard. Okay. Plan of the SS Buria. It shows each deck look. Apparently the U-bend flush toilet was 1880 by some guy called Crapper. Okay. Buria's large-scale steamship with triple skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering. It's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but... Wait, why are you guys... Fuck. I'm gonna Google this. You guys are giving conflicted information now. Fuck. Okay, there's a flush toilet invented in 1596. Didn't come widespread until 1851. History of the toilet. And what did the Crapper guy do? Modern indoor plumbing took a century to develop in around 1840s. Okay. Toilet invention date. What the hell did Crapper invent? Improve the S-bend plumbing trap, inventing the U-bend. Okay. Thomas Crapper, okay. Okay, U-bend made indoor toilets, okay. So we're all, okay, so all toilets were outside until 1880, okay, or whatever, until Mr. Crapper made the U-bend, okay. Alright, so the toilets were all outside. So I'm assuming, like, they just threw shit out, I don't know, on boats. Okay, or else it would stink up the place. It's really quite simple, Naruto-san, is it? It is. Consider a Japanese archipelago, islands of Japan. Yes, they're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth, many, many times larger than the ship. They don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them. Suppose so. She's fucking whatever that. I don't even know why that girl's on this boat. I think this is very pleasing shape, isn't it? It's the emergency alarm. Probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says press only in times of emergency. Looks so sad. Alarm bells ringing all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop. Oh, I have to see. What are you doing now, Odo-san? You mustn't touch it. Emergency situation. Look at these handcuffs. I mean, did the dad want Kazuma banging this chick or something? Because if you're gonna let your 16-year-old daughter do a 50-day trip with some rando dude, like, I'm assuming he wanted them to marry her. Because, yeah, why else would you ditch your daughter like that for 50 days? At least 50 days. Like, 50 days there, 50 days back, yeah. So I guess he wanted Kazuma to marry this chick then. You know full well that's not what the alarm's for. How to bring this vessel to a stand and no good reason, you better be even worse situation. Ah, I wish everything would just stop. This ship included. If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. Ah, trap for catching mice. Yeah, we have plenty of those back home in Japan, although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see, yes, I think that's what it's called, cheese. It's made from the milk of cows. Cheese, I wonder what that tastes like. Om nom nom. You can't eat it now, Odo-san. Trap snap shut on your fingers, really. But, I suppose you're right. Well, you weren't actually gonna try it, were you? All I have to eat for the past couple of weeks is Kazuma's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. Poor you, I'll find a little snack for you later. This is it, this is the cabin next to ours. What did the ventilator connects to? Yes. Finally, which Kazuma-sama wrote that speckled band version? Maybe whoever is in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery, let's ask. Da. Oh, excuse me, we need to get inside this cabin here. The real boss of the gym, the Ruskies. Sailor's eyes speak volumes. They're clearly saying, keep out. That's what I wrote on the sign we put over the wardrobe doors, although this man's version is definitely more effective. Doesn't look like he's gonna let us pass. That's a problem. It's a way out to the second class area of the ship. Something wrong. I was thinking about making a run for it. Just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well for me. Maybe I imagine a moment you reach for the handle of the door. That burly seaman surely shoot you dead. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there. Oh, I started with my talk of running away. No way I could run away while Kazuma's death remains a mystery anyway. Excuse me, but could I ask you something? Oh, you little stowaway murderer. That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sale. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask some of you? Oh, you little third-class lady's maid. Oh no! Third class, huh? Oh. Seem to have caught a sailor on a bad day, Sato-san. Not sailor, my mother gave me name. Senior crewman Biff Sturganoff. Gee, if the best thing is just avoid eye contact, I think. Mr. Stroganoff, this is about this first-class cabin area. We were invited as part of the Boreas steamship. Very important persons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret. Many important persons. That is why I'm always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. Somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. Not that. I want to pick you up and throw you in the ocean, but Stroganoff not animal. Thank you. If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Sogi currently occupied? Da. Sarah-san, do you understand that? It sounded like da. I think it's probably Russian for yes or no. Genius. It's not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Well, it sounds like there is somebody in the next door cabin at least. A detective, yes. It's tantalizing. Tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Sobeys, da? His name is Mr. Grimesby Roylott, very important Western gentleman. Western gentleman. Do not think about it, he has nothing to do with murder of student boy. How can be so sure about that? Roylott, authentic Western gentleman. Such a man with no interest lowly to an insignificant Far East Islands. That was harsh. That's when Mr. Roylott came aboard. That is not for your business, Shanghai. Come to think of it. Even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, I've been in Kazuma's cabin the entire time. Never once heard anything from the next door cabin. Even felt like there's anyone there. Yeah, he must have been the gentleman who had gone in from Shanghai. Assuming since gentlemen's occupy one of the first class cabins. He must be rather important, is that right? That is not your business. The Ruskies. Last night. Are you on watch here all the time? Seaman Stroganoff. Da, all time. So criminals like you cannot come in or get out. I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all? Sad about student boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. Did you not notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? Her head? Sato-san, do you understand that? It was clearly a no. Oh. I saw nothing unusual, nothing at all. Didn't hear any strange noises or sense anything wrong somewhere. I said no. Sorry. Not so sure. I could have sworn that you wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. This is enough. Cannot say more now. Time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yes, alright. Polycate to second class area, stay locked all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the mountain, or as English say, when the peaks fly. Yes, I understand. The Ruskies. Good, now we can investigate the area properly, shall we? Definitely. Look at his chair. Oh. So this cabin next to ours, the one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that speckled band emerged. Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one there to help for inquiries. Oh, annoying. Ah! Wow, double murder? What was that? It came inside the cabin. High-pitched scream. Must have been a woman. Stand aside. Boof. About to break the door down. Mr. Sholmes, I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking down doors off their hinges. Please, mate, Mr. Sholmes. Door doesn't appear to be bolted. Doesn't? How the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What can I pray? Can I kick? We should go in though. Time to think about stress relief. 9th January, SS Buria, first class, yes. Number 2. Assassin! Who are you? Western gentleman. This man looks Russian to me. He's from Western enough. Heard a woman scream, "The woman! Don't be absurd. You can see there's nobody here but me in this cabin." Surely this old man does appear to be the only person here. In that case, who just screamed? Get out, all of you, now. Excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimesby Roylott, I believe. Yes, that's me, and you are? I'm one and only the actual Sherlock Holmes. You've heard of me, no doubt. No. Great detective on great detectives. One who adorns cover of pop-up magazines, no less. I assure you may trust me completely, man. See, use that magazine like a business card. Detective? Well, I do not trust detectives. Distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. Wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself in the wardrobe this time. So why did we both ask you to open that small traveling case? What? Don't be stupid. How can anyone fit in a small trunk like that? Quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk. Don't look at me. Oh my, did you see that, Mr. Naruto? Yes, the case just shook. Leave now, otherwise I called the steward. So this Kazma's neighbor, Mr. Grimesy Roylet. No doubt about it. The strange Russian man's hiding something. Couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find clues for the Brilly Sailor returns. Is that idiot there? What do you think you're doing, Ag? My cabin, get out. We just have a quick look inside your traveling case, perhaps. No. Ah, what a pity. I think we're out of luck. I think you're right. Doesn't appear to be anything more we can do, I agree. Or maybe someone else who can help. Perhaps a great detective could get somewhere with Mr. Roylet. What I don't understand is the timeline. Like, how old is this newspaper? And then when did that person get on board? Because it takes a while to get stories to print. You do it the night before, and then you print the newspaper, and then you deliver it in the morning. So yeah. So I'm assuming as we were leaving, we got the newspaper. Okay. Have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes. Don't only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Sholmes, what were you doing in there? I was resting, of course. Resting, indeed. I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of Wardrobe of Sweden, waiting for the inevitable time. You would need to call my great powers of deduction into service. No, it doesn't matter how many days they're in Shanghai. All that matters is when did the person escape, and then when was the story printed. Because, yeah, I think we were in Shanghai for like less than a day, but how do we have the newspaper saying that person escaped? Unless we left, I guess, exactly at the morning WoW ticket on the newspaper. Because newspapers have to print stories the night before. And then they put it to press. Saving the hours upon us now. The time has come. Fuck, I forgot there's a Simpsons part where Homer has a story and he puts it on the printing press. And then the guy says they have to restart the presses. Takes like 5 hours or something. I'm mistaken. Oh, actually, you're spot on for once. Observe closely. Russian notice in this cabin, Mr. Roylet's clearly trying to hide something. You know what the most effective weapon used against a Russian hiding a secret? Why? The truth, of course. Should be pointed out such methods are not exclusively for Russians, right? Imagine how the Russian will react when a security guard so closely is exposed. We like to witness it. No, stop the presses. There we go. Homer stops the printing presses. Forgot what episode that is. Oh yes, please. Well then, what you are about to see may thus well astound you. I'm about to apply my great detective, greatly admired, great deduction to the case. This man be more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time it occurs to me. Is a fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you. Or anyone. when he's a food critic. Okay, stop the presses. And he puts his story on the press. That's right, Mr. Sholmes. This man's beer and dark glass hard to ignore, especially on first meeting. I once read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment. I must have complete silence. What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Just as I thought. Yes, I've quite made up my mind now. I mean, now that our explanation accommodates all the facts, since a roylet, I've reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you are about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Number two, the other conclusion I've drawn, you are this very moment no less in the midst of committing most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you've been discovered. Is it not? Luke. Oh, Narodus, I never mind a witness one has shown great deductions with my own eyes. That's a great deduction. Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. Single glance you do all there is to know about a person. What in baffled twaddle? Yes, I've read about countless times the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. And I've experienced the astonishing impact of this great deduction firsthand. A dream come true. I really believe it, but all the colors drained from Mr. Roylet's face. Looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How could you? How could I possibly know such things? Do you wish to say? Very well then. I shall elucidate. Should explain how I was arrived at this pair of conclusions. Alright, so I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reason, finally. Alright, quit playing. Let us work through the deductions together. Great deduction. The game is afoot. Old man's identity. Conclusion. So the dubious looking Russian, Mr. Roylet, obviously what catches the eye in the first place. Morris pair of shears in your hand. Master says, what could you possibly want with such an implement? Answer, of course, is staring us in the face. We're on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Now moving on. Question begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylet? Once again, the answer is plain. Clear evidence shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper, in particular the fascinating front page article, which it would appear that you have read also, Mr. Roylet. Sure needs no further clarification. Evidence that reveals your true identity. Article about the revolutionary. Translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary Villain Bolsheviks flees Russia via Shanghai. Cannot fail to observe the subject of the article possesses extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decide to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You're a fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, Violin Bolshevik. Now that I've heard of you myself, you understand? Revolutionary on the run. Wrongdoing. That's my second conclusion. You are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. Proof of this crime over there. Yes, Mr. Roylet, taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. Sure you, the eye speaks so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. Answer, we seek lies where we furtive glance falls. Proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. This time I think that the case be open and contents laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we asked, by my estimation? A young lady, perhaps, one slight enough to fit therein. He's done it again, sir. Don't be absurd. And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Dear me, we are not well suited to life of crime, are we? You careless Kudoy betrays you once again. We need only follow your furtive glance to the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. There is another most stimulating article. Turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back page. Renowned prima ballerina and overrich valet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction, and according to the article, the young lady's name is Nicola Pavlova. Solve the case again. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of the Russian enigma Elemensky. Sano-san, that wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know? That did seem a little different somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here a moment? We just opened the case. Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions, would you mind? Not at all, go on. Well, to start with, there's a newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing alike. Nothing like each other. As I recall our discussion earlier, and at the time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary, well able to revolutionize his own appearance. Fairness, Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Rowlatt does look more like this man than you do. That's not the point. Another thing apart about him abducting a ballerina, indeed, a truly startling revelation. First glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman, but not at just first glance it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child in that case, even if you pushed really hard. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? I mean, you don't know. No, the young lady's 15. Oh no! I didn't know, how could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote certain litheness in their bodies. Vinegar. Such a sour bunch should surely be the simplicity itself to contort oneself in the confines of that small case. Oh dear, you might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. Yeah, this whole thing's turned into a circus. Well, Naruto, something occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions right now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of matter almost instantly. Just where he directs his attention, logic seem a little off. Your idea of a little may be a little off itself, Mrs. Sato. Just one or two keywords in his deductions seem to let him down. I was wondering if we might perhaps tactically switch them for alternatives. What do you think? Yeah, switch some keywords in his deductions. Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, mark the true genius Mr. Sholmes' great deduction. Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. And it's a lot of work. Times I wonder if how anyone puts up with me. Ah, ho ho hoo hoo hoo. It's not that funny. You, my good fellow. It's alright. Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? What the? I'm free! Where are your handcuffs? How did... Well, they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it. Sholmes, you are a marvel. Don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrist when we are finished. Oh. That's right, in fact, I'd rather stay like this. So let us begin. Herlock Sholmes proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Man's identity. Revolutionary on the run. Who is looking Russian, Mr. Roilet? Obviously, what catches the eye in the first place? Nor's pair of shears in your hand. Ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? Answer, of course, is stareness in the face. I'm on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Yeah, I'm not sure. You really use shears like that to cut off a beard? That's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though. Doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roilet either, which means, I suppose, that the deduction is wrong. Try to switch a keyword there, Naruto-san, see if it helps matters. Right. How? Start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roilet. I wonder if it's really the beard I intended to use those shears on. Exactly. Managed to find someone that seems to fit the sentiment of Sholmes' deduction better. And what? Leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruto-san. I am the one to do something about this. Well, let's see if there's anything we could use to switch around that last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roilet really going to use those shears for? What about his nose? Cut his nose, but sir. Where's the cat, isn't it? Nah, it's a secret you see, Naruto-san, don't you know? Secret? What? Well, before we left Japan, I took some time to study various foreign countries. Russia's an unimaginable cold. The cat is a secret to keep it warm. Without one, I read that your brain would freeze. That was just one of many fascinating snippets of information in Old Mother, not Russia. I think maybe you picked the wrong book there. Oh, what the fuck? Christ. This is so dumb. What's this? Looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks. No, the color is not the point. Point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Roilet's head? How's it grown up from underneath his thick black hair? Oh yeah, so that's true. So it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising. Something's definitely not right here.
Yes!
I mean, the problem is they haven't introduced any other characters, so who else could it be? On the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed, you have identified the precise details intended to expose. Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. Gasp. How did you know? You're not a man at all, you're a woman, judging from the lamp and sheen of your hair. One very much in her youth. Oh no. Only managed to cut off my hair. No one would have suspected. If only! The meddling kids. Question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Sure needs no further clarification. The evidence reveals your true identity. Article about the revolutionary. Oh, for Christ's sakes. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea the old man was a young woman in disguise, did you? What, why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise, Naruto-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry. Look like you're in your element as you dance around the room deducing facts with Mr. Sholmes. Doing what we agreed, I'm not having fun or anything. Strictly business, not strictly cotton. Yes, I understand. Say no more. Well, anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? Evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all. No, that's true, given that Mr. Roilet's actually a woman. Exactly, he, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. I suppose the deduction as always taken a different direction now. Yes, let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts so we now understand them. For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman of such like that recently. I'll do my best.
Yes!
Evidence reveals true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. Oh. That's right, you've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Is my harem gonna grow then? My underage harem, sadly. Appear that we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich ballerina, prima ballerina. Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Yeah. She just killed herself. What the? Huh? 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 The Ruskies. And then she grew boobs. What the? Her boobs just suddenly like, alright, fuck it, blah. What the hell just happened? You're right. Her name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. Please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. They're on the run. As for my second conclusion, there is very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. Proof of this crime over there. Yes, Miss Pavlova, taken unawares, people are propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. Surely the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. And so we seek eyes where the furtive glance falls. Prove your crime sits before our very eyes, that traveling case. One's a ballerina and she's right in front of her eyes, so clearly she can't be inside the traveling case as well, no. That's right, it seems she wasn't abducted at all, which case, what is the crime the young woman's apparently committed? I can't say we're gonna have to step in and fix a great detective's mistake again. You seem like pleased, Naruto-san. You like the idea of another chance to dance around Mr. Sholmes. Stop it. Anyway, there must be something else here that shows this woman what this woman's up to. There's small cases that you can see instantly, no person can possibly fit inside there. What does that tell us? That Miss Pavlova's telling glance in this direction was focused on something else. That's true, though. It doesn't make sense. What do you mean? Well, if there's nothing incriminating inside this case, why should she refuse the last look inside? Yes, I wonder why. Perhaps she has a perfectly harmless reason, though. The fuck? The fuck?
Yes!
Prove your crime, surely this tiara. I believe this chair is worn on stage by dancers in Novovich Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it appears to be identical to the tiara pictured in the newspaper article. Porn is to be believed an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, a fortune. Crime you have committed is theft. Oh no. Yes, you left your ballet troupe unlawfully, taking their precious tiara with you. Yeah. The Ruskies. There was a Russian-looking girl, I believe, in the first case of Ace Attorney 4, right? The waiter. Or the waitress. I have no one, no family, no friends. Pepe hands, I'm all alone. And I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia. Belongs to me. Yeah, whatever. The girl's only 15 years old and she's run away all by herself. Yeah, apologies. Must have been extremely lonely. Alright, I will tell you everything. There is no point to hiding it now. Come, let us not be hasty. What? Man, it's one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case doors in our presence. Is reasonable to conclude, therefore, is there some reason why you wish to remain closed? Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girls, there's no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case even before I've ever laid eyes on them. Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'oeil betrays you once again. We need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the books in the shelf, huh? Completely changed tack with his deduction right now. I think Mr. Jones is adapting his logic to changing circumstances, don't you? Hey, why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf and all this? Well, guess surely. Oh, do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem likely the reason why the single woman doesn't want to open her case. Would it be written on a book that doesn't even belong to her? That's true, but still. Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. Must be another reason why she won't open her case. It must be somewhere in the same area. That's where her gaze is involuntarily gone. Okay, that's the only answer. Whatever she's hidden inside that case. She'll be real at following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. Oh. Yeah, it's a cat.
Yes!
There's no pets allowed. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case. Written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons and other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. It is forbidden! As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item will move on its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova, inside your traveling case. So the last item listed is forbidden in the vessel's rules. Passage, a pet. Nee. Destroyed. Beep 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 beep. Possession of a prohibitive animal.
You heartless monster!
Action complete elementary. Claire, you aren't who you said you were. No, I'm not Grimsby Roylet. Your name is Nikolov Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. It's on a journey when your ballet company's performance owner escaped your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel, which couldn't have been easy. But here's a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could you really have snuck on board without being noticed? Or obscure your true identity, someone recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. Tended to sever all links of your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter, Pepe. It's my personal recommendation is leave it well alone. So if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who is it that let out the scream we heard from inside the cabin? Verbal tinkling of a bell, why, none other than this young lady, naturally, more like a full set of pipes if you ask me. So scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself, yes. No one would recognize me. Disgust myself as a result. Transform yourself into that questionable old man, I see. Put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then, just before you came in here, saw in the newspaper. Right on page there was a picture of me. I disgust myself, as they say. So frightened that I couldn't stop from screaming. You know, if I didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. Decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. Picked the scissors in my hand and... Precise moment we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing? Just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You were right, there's my dear friend inside, my only friend in the world. Their friend is dead, like... Please don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if say any of the crew. Secret is safe with us, I assure you. In return, you must tell us in as much detail as you can muster about the events of last night. What's in the other bag now? Yes, alright. I will tell you. Can we get the cat out, or is that dead, me? Mr. Naruto? Wasn't it something Mr. Shon's great deduction? It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. At least Miss Pavlova agreed to tell us what she knows. It's incredible. The idiot is incredible. Oh, the pet could be anything. It could have been a snake for all we know. One more thing, oh yes. What? Serve your wrist. My wrist. Yeah, your hands. Cuffed again. What, but how? True to my word, I restored your shackles. And then why? So a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Ronaldo, I'm sorry to say. Can't be helped at the moment. Can't it really? Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. Can't go on not knowing. How to find out the speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote in a diary really was. My son was killed in the cabin next door to one last night. One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast, the man who died, who was a friend of mine. Oh, so we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example. Perhaps people talking. Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded. Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed that if that had happened. Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know, I'm sorry. All I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything else happening around me. Oh, I see. Ran away from the ballet coming at you, Novich Ballet. Yes, I'm traveling to Great Britain and from there I want to go to America. America! I would never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life. I should forget a challenging proposition. And you have that striking tiara as a reminder. Tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The Novich Ballet gives us only a little food and water. Then we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, they would have killed me. Ran away to protect yourself. The crew of the ship, they've all been kind to me. They let me come on board and they said I could hide in this cabin. That is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova. It's the most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruto? Me? Oh, well. Yes, of course. To which hear Miss Pavlova's expression of what conundrum, I'm not sure about. Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday you absconded from the ballet. Now that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Beria stopped by no port last night. That's it, of course. So how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard? Let's think about it. The crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him out when the occupant of his cabin came aboard. That is not your business. Yes, you're right. You did seem to be hiding something. Angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry, what was that? Saw the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. That is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens because I am an angel. Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Sholmes once said, I never can resist a touch of the dramatic. Seems that Pavlova is the same. Genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself, a quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement from the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Sholmes, in fact. Yes, Mr. Shoei, anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova was going to tell us what really happened. Alright, let's see the friend. So the friend you mentioned inside your traveling case, is that right? I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Please don't tell. Don't tell any of the crew. Found out my precious, then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison of throwing your case overboard. Ah. So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes. What sort of pet is your friend? Little puppy? Isn't it? Isn't it? It is, isn't it? No. Maybe an adorable little rabbit? Ah, you credit Russia's land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? May well ask. I have no idea. Two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understand the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken. Really. Consider the benefits. A rouse and wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, and when adversity strikes, can satisfy needs of sustenance. So you eat your friends. I'll remember that. Monkus, get away from me, demon! Well, it appears this friend's identity is closely guarded secret not to be revealed. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her though, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it. Hello, would you take a look at this? Oh, is it wrong? I don't know anything. This now you're fighting the poor girl. Oh, sorry. I wasn't trying to. Here's a diary of my friend who passed away. His diary, yeah. And he wrote in his last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It's 1:33 a.m. I hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Speckled band, I don't understand. Strange, isn't it? But in the ventilator mentions joins this cabin, you see. There on the wall. Oh, its cabin and the victim's kind of connected together. Oh. Pavlova, something occurred to you. There's a speckled band the victim mentioned means something to you, or the whistling sound perhaps. No, I don't know anything. Oh. Well. Monkus. Excuse me, Mr. Roylott. Yes, what? Well, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once, please. Oh no, for favors! Oh no! Alright, I will come now. What? You must leave now. Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott. Get out. Passenger said out or you want me to throw you out. Looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. So we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown in the passageway outside. Finn. It says to be continued though. Finn. This is Beria first class cabin. Passageway. Wish I hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we managed to find some clues of what speckled band might be. It can't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that Rushin won't be over for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guard on the door. It's clearly glaring at us, say. Don't even think about it. Wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Yes, he's completely disappeared. When did he do that? Slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. January, Suspiria, first class cabin, number 1. Looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes, on that subject, I wonder if Inspector Osunaga's unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruto-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was gonna talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Yes, but I'm sure he was exaggerating. That's what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. What, you got his ass beat? Boof, boof. Yeah, garbage. You don't mess with the Ruskies. Boof. Damn Japanese trying to mess with the Ruskies. Boof, boof. Ah, you're back, Inspector. What happened? Your face is boof, boof. The Ruskies don't like you. Please don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Boof, boof. Good to see your detective work is as stellar as ever. Maybe a bear or maybe the Ruskies. Told the captain I'd given you permission to investigate. He told me he'd pummel me with his fist and toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. Boof, boof, boof. So it was nothing really. Looks like it wasn't Jug when he said he would lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand, oh. I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Sholmes. I don't think he was German though, damn Germans. And that explains it. Shall we compare notes then? We can tell you what we've found out. Let's do it. Ha! $40 for this game? What about $60 for Advance Wars? What the? Pepeans. What? Advance Wars! Cabin next door. Yeah, the Famicom Detective Club is a waste of money. Yeah, that one was definitely a fucking ripoff. Nikolova Pavlova. She's in the cabin next door. How do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Jesus, oops, I think I upset him there. Well, it tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least. Wow. Oh, how? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? I've definitely upset him. As an investigation, it proved fruitful. If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Do is make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. I'll keep and watch here, try not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. You don't need to do that for Advance Wars, alright? I know it's Advance Wars will probably bomb because it's $60, but it'll be price reduced. Feels okay. There's one thing, I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? Do tell us, Inspector, please. Oh. New information you have, Inspector. Yes, the Burya medical officers finished examination of the body, managed to obtain a report. Oh. Kazuma's postmortem report. Kazuma-sama. So what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae is what's written in the report. His neck was broken. Snap him. Seems so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. At first, I think they were considered poison. Turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found of yet. As a fact, there is no signs of a wound. Suggests maybe a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see. The body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. There's a possibility no obvious wound would be left. Poor Kazuma. I don't know how it doesn't leave a mark. Fuck if I know. I don't know. He killed himself. The air killed him. I have a second copy of a report. Don't you, when you guys hit someone with a hammer or a club, it doesn't leave a mark, right? Boop, boop. Stop it, sir. Boop. Like when this guy got boofed, didn't leave a mark. I don't see anything. Boop, boop. Like when the captain pounded this guy into oblivion, didn't leave a mark. Good old blunt objects. Boof, boof. Maybe you're so welcome to have it, really. Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you, friend, but this guy's dead. After all, if I didn't trust you, never agreed to you leaving the cabin in the first place, would I? Post-mortem report has been entered into the court record. Sholmes was here, wasn't he? Yes, seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. Then he suddenly laughed. I suppose he must have become bored. Say anything at all? Actually, now you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it. Shoe polish, that's all he said. Shoe polish, I wonder what he meant. When he was over there by the piece of broken glass, do you see? Perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think? Ah, yes, that must be it. See you later, Tombs. Hey, Mr. Sholmes, no, it's shoe polish. That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Sato-san? Well, Kazuma-san was wearing leather shoes of very dark tan hue. Dark tan, sort of dark brownish red then. Yeah, it's a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. What does this mean? This mark was made by the shoe polish on his Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor. Mark on the floor has been entered in the court record. Well, all I can tell you at this stage is return to my post. Before I get boofed, my fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Boof, boof. Might be for the best. Thank you. Don't mess with the Ruskies. Poor Inspector. You look exhausted. Oh no. Well, what is his sickness? He's gonna die. I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. It was my responsibility. You're useless. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. Truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. Wow. Heavy head, it's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. Wow. The food? I think, maybe there was the, what is it? Maybe the ship smacked into something, because both bookshelves had, spilt items. So possibly at night the, ship ran into something. Alright, anyway. Is that all we have to do here? Where did you go? Oh, sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, Seaman Hosonaga did. Who Japanese was it? Did I roll them out in the ball, throw them in the cauldron, the Ruskies. I forgot when the Russia, is It's like right before World War One, right? Like, is it 1911 or something? I forgot when the Russia-Japanese War was. Phew, he's gone back to guard on the door. Good Inspector Sanaga doesn't find himself too much trouble on our account. Was it 1907? Okay, 1905? Fuck. Okay, whatever. So this is slightly before that. But yeah, obviously after that point, they hate each other for a little bit. Gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival. Could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san. Look now, Rasan, Seaman Stroganoff is gone. Strong enough? Burly Russian sailors always crossing his arms, glaring at us. All these Russian names impossible to remember. Well, tra-la-la. Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Tra-la-la-li-ra-li-la. I did it the great detective way. Oh, Christ. Wait, is he stealing all our girls? Oh no! Hey, Carl, I know that lark-like voice. Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. You're right, we must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can investigate. Definitely before that Stringy-Knot crewman comes back. Stroganov, not Stringy-Knot. Pavlov isn't back yet. I should put our clothes at Sato-san. Oh, where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are private things. Not a moment to waste now, Naruto-san. Let's investigate quickly as we can. I suppose you're right. Kazuma's sake. Not just for Kazuma-san, what do you mean? Can't be long time we arrive at port in Hong Kong. Aye. Don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really. We must solve this case, Naruto-san, by ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. Naruto-san, are you there? Sorry? I'm right here, yes. Why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. Suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding there, but no such luck. Ventilator connects Kazuma's cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator in another room. Ah, maybe. So that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. Huh, that is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. One of these next had been in Kazuma's cabin too. Yes, it's a bell cord. Can't resist. Barely hesitated there. She gave it a good tug too. Didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them. They're trying to investigate in secret. All the books have toppled over together, look, every single one. Yeah, I think we hit turbulence or a reef or something. I think it's God of the Sea, perhaps. He's toppled too. Exactly the same bookcase next door. Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase. I don't know. She'd really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from ballet company. Alright then, must have been you. You lost her temper and knocked him all over in a fit of rage. Everything bad happens and it's because of me, you know. Yeah, we'll set them straight again here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. So as every cabin has a waste paper basket, shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away? Naruto-san, poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish. You know stuff, damn you. Or those Ash looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly, I have no choice. There's hardly anything here at all. Yeah, well, that's a little disappointing. Just a few books on the desk, nothing else, by the looks of it. Must have Lova only ran away from the ballet last night. Shall I occupy this cabin for any time at all? Sure wonder what kind of book she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. What's seeing that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading? Books written in Russian. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of you, Naruto-san. Kindly remember that. Oh my, Miss Pavlova's case-home completely empty inside. According to the great detective's great deduction, hiding her special friend in there, yes. Friend that she has to keep secret because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Brig. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. More on point, where is it now? What is this little saucer doing on the floor? Yes, doesn't look like it's been dropped. Well, like it was put there deliberately. How do you think? I think there could be a leak in the room just above here. What? No, a leak? Is this ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there is a low leak on the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink. Oh no, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? And seeing this teapot's empty. So the natural conclusion is the Russians are very thirsty people. Or because Miss Pavlova only came to this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet. Might not be either. Definitely they're excessively thirsty, lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you? Naruto-san. What else do we have left in the room? Yes, are displayed in this cabin too locked. SS Brio rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. So Miss Pavlova realized she needed to keep the contents of her case secret after she read this. Special friend, I mean. I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. Probably fun having explored the ship, I imagine. Just hope Steven Stroganoff doesn't find and throw it overboard. Oh yes, so do I. Cabin door is the same similar sort of board electric cabin door has. Board's drawn across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from outside. Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty board, is it? Still, wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it? No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets unbolted from the outside. It seals up perfectly too, to stop any seawater coming in. Couldn't use the method you told me to pass a thread through a crack around the closed door either. Seem to know a lot of tricks to opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. That was the last thing. What the hell am I missing? Odd. He likes reading Russian things. Trying to figure out what the hell I haven't touched yet. Because the game hasn't done anything new unless I have to walk outside or something. Odd. Books provide and cabinet now neatly arranged on the shelf, yes. Yes, very unthinking to dance around inside the cabinets. Shot the Miss Pavlova, not me. Anyway, I feel much better now they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy. What the fuck is right here? It's just Sholmes, look. Never know what he's gonna turn up next, do you? See me steal and look at something as he sings to himself. Tra-la-li-la-lay. I did it the great detective way. Still singing, do you think he hasn't noticed us? We're simply extremely high spirits. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky Herlock was about. Excuse me. Solved it all and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes. What is it, you want to fight? Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing, I was about to reach a climactic finish. So I thought you were never gonna stop, so I figured as good a time as any. Apparently nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks, alright? I get the picture. Put those fists away. Boof boof time. Mr. Sholmes seemed examining something before we interrupted you. Yes, that. Merson's study of the ship's laws as penned by the stockily built crewman is usually on guard here. Yes, the ship's log. Find out anything useful from it. Well, after 2 AM this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means there was nothing to report, nothing of note happened, so... Truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. Utterly blinded by it. Oh, sorry. Your logic, my boy, is inverted. What do you mean, Sholmes? Observe the other pages and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman of Ofsted searching the first-class passageway, and his almost religious practice recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that every 30 minutes. Yeah, everyone got knocked out. Alright, nothing to report. Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. You don't even write nothing to report. Do you mean? Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstance? What happened? Remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. Was there important details I would stake my life on it? Must log the ship's log in your mental file. Ship's log entered in the court record. That was a deduction worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I say. What makes Sholmes, Sholmes. Brilliance. Ooh hoo hoo hoo. Oh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. You see me afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. I think everyone got I think the ship knocked everyone out or hit a reef or something. Well, my friends, until our next encounter. Still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Something wrong, Sato-san. I seem lost in thought. It's just... well, I feel the same. Sorry. Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. Sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too. I think the event will happen now. There we go, yeah. What's that? It's an emergency! The Russians are here! The Americans! It's Navy SEALs! Shut down the engines immediately! Vessel sighted a quarter-mile force! The Americans! Full stop out the starboard, all hands brace for impact. What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship! Evade! Evade! What? Can't stand. Sato-san, hold on to me. Ah. Sato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine, thank you, Naruhodo-san. Yeah, the bookshelf's in a mess again, yeah. Looks like we avoided a collision. I think, yes. Ship has come to a stop. My goodness, what about you, Naruhodo-san? Oh, that's why most of the room looks awful. Okay. So the other person's room actually wasn't a fight. It was, yes. Yeah, now the lock's locked. Anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like. These are the shittiest locks ever then. Like, what is the point of a lock? Petro Sanaga, is that you, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door quickly. What? The bolt. Look at that, the door is bolted. Did you do that, Sato-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did? And look at all the books. They're just like they were before again. Naruhodo-san, aren't you gonna open the door and let the inspector in? Better tidy this place up first, huh? Why? An emergency stop had solved one mystery at least in a very vivid way. But I knew what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. The door was never locked. That's like the shittiest mystery ever. The door was never locked. Lamest fucking thing ever. Next broken teeth on sound crack. 6 months the door. Who said the door was ever closed, monkeys? Everyone's a suspect now. No one said the door was ever closed, sir. Somehow the door of the gallery ended up bolted after we made emergency stop. Sato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. The Ruskies. Da. Yo, what are you doing, Miss Pavlova's quarters? Ah, you both look unhurt? Good. Yes, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? It's about how we're gonna collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside. It's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought we saw a ship ahead. This obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers screaming, crews running everywhere. First class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. I see. Someone triggered the alarm. Does that mean? Someone pressed that button outside. This sounds like a terrible, like, I don't know how real ships are. This sounds like a terrible idea. Because it is super easy to sabotage everything. So I'm assuming they found some way to kill the noise, but then they stopped the ship, so they, yeah, okay. Curious about this captain. You wicked intruder, dressed all in black, you are the devil. Sorry, me, I've been called a lot of things before, but the devil is a first. Open my traveling case, how could you? Oh, someone else stole it. What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It's already open when you came into your cabin. Okay, maybe the animal's loose. Inspector. Yes. Arrest this man, I know he did. He's a criminal. Not enough that he's killed a man. Da, and he stole away as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe? Take away trespassers as well as everything else. Fuck you, you fucking back 7, bitch. Stolen away trespassing, killing. She's right, you are devil. Doesn't look good, does it? There is cell below deck, what do you mean? Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong, then we give you straight to police. Wait to sell. Inspector Snagger, there's nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. Fuck Pavlova, you bitch! After my last effort to appeal to Captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. Game over. It's a real crisis. Gotta find a solution. Brain blast. Immediately. Pavlova, can I? Get out. Listen, I'm sorry that we snuck in here without your permission, but... Get out now. We just need to investigate in here to help understand what happened to... What? Psychoblat! Did you just say Psychoblat? Songi, she's not gonna listen. I need to find someone who will. Got yourself in a difficult situation here by entering this cabin uninvited, I mean. Sorry, I was just so desperate to find a clue. Afraid there's really nothing more I can do to help you. If I push my luck any further, a punch to the face will be the least of my worries. Really sorry. I have to take responsibility giving you the freedom to investigate Miss Pavlov's cabin. Pavlova. That has happened. I have to report to the captain at once. I really need some help here. I need a savior to come rescue me from this crisis. Fucking A. What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes. Metro is analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you as a detective, it's my business to know what other people do not. Isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy, oh no no. Well, why were you hanging from that hook before that? Is it not obvious? To properly assess the weight of 20,000 rubles naturally, I determined it would bend that conceited looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. You again, the great detective. Inspector, I confess, I've been looking for you. I have something to report you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on a wall next time. What is the report? Speak. Urgent report from a great detective mean but one thing. Yes, the case of the curious murder took place last night here on this vessel. Steamship Burya has been solved by me, naturally. Oh, what? Really? Yes, I've eliminated all other possibilities and all explanations exist. So allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I'm about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. What? But how? Oh, you solved it. Even the hedgehog understands. Kate, we all knew who was responsible for killing student boy this morning when we found criminal in the wardrobe. It is his stowaway and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it. Trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because everyone knows the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. Means the culprit must be someone who's inside the cabin. Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery. Locked room, that is point. The room was locked. Can't deny that. No way the bolt could have been drawn across outside the cabin. Quite mistaken. Cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there's another entrance. Entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? Never discovered one. Why gapes open-mouthed at you even as we speak? The ventilator man, the ventilator. Go ho ho ho. You think this is funny? I can let you put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening. That's not possible. A better days than last night. The victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean? Referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Was 2 a.m. the last? Nothing to report? Okay. Precisely, my dear madam. What does it mean? What is this speckled band? Answer that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Boof boof, Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There's a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. Boof boof time, alright, let's fight this thing. Boof boof. What to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Behold! Oh! Ah! What the fuck? Huh? Oh. Yeah, it's a snake. I'm going to introduce you all to the band. The speckled band. Snake. Indubitably. It's because at the start of the episode, Wilson and stupid Sholmes are talk about the snake and the vent, yeah. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. What troubles you? No, was there a log entry at 2 a.m.? Because I'm wondering when the door slam must have been like around then. Or the boat stoppage. Snake isn't really speckled, is it? Looks more stripy. Wouldn't you say? Yes, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it the striped band, wouldn't you? Hey. Both see and observe with distinction, however. Do not think that's precisely the trap which the culprit wishes you to fall. Goodness, really? It's a trap card? Well, how exactly? What a face down card on the field? I thought you only put monsters on the field. I think it's perhaps time to explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I'm sorry for the young man who died. That is all. His death has nothing to do with me. The whole thing nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I've drawn from the facts. Number one, last night your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. Number two, same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No. Turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right. Hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Sogi. Yes, and I'm sure he wrote in Russian as well. And I'm sure the snake wrote something in Russian. It looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. Buys this little movement is possible, seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. It's a Russian snake. The Ruskies. Everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes proud to present. His logic and reasoning is spectacular. Intruder's identity. Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain, huh? And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole in the victim's cabin on portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? As I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the risen serpent we see before us. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question is a speckled band. Whereas regrettably, specimen markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? Oh, look at me, it's nothing to do with any of this! But it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. That's what you're trying but failing to conceal can only be the snake's slowed skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin. No? I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. Dim light appeared the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. Wrote wardrobe in Russian. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it dissolves its skin. Snake so dreadful you can only imagine would be found in the deepest depths of India. Our beloved speckled snake. But that's not all how Mr. Sogi died. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstance of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it's seen as a crime. Oh no, could there be shoe polish? Oh wait, what's that? Examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost but not quite imperfectible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs seal the truth. What? I thought there was no wounds on the guy, whatever. Yes, the vestiges of a snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. No point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? Now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you had the evidence to link to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was dressed inside, no doubt. What is this guy also from Fate? Serpent assassin, new season, new bad guys. No, you don't. Telling that the victim made note of a low whistling noise he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? Sound you would use to train your serpent friend. To train? Indeed, you'd put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. The victim appeared not to have been dispatched. You'd release the snake once more. You deny the snake has undergone such training. It's not true. You slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord. The creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. Venom would course through the victim's veins and in his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. Carried me no doubt my logic is infallible. Dead by a venomous snake bite. Well, fuck it, let's go home. So, case closed. Includes Herlock Sholm's great deduction of the speckled band. Well, let's all go home. Next case. Put it on death row. Poor snake. Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor you observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Incroyable, you solved a mystery. Case closed. Amazing, your great deduction really lives up to its name. So now I heard Sherlock Holmes become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. The Ruskies. Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? No, you are a woman. No, you cannot. But of course, what's on your mind? It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions as to my method, and I'll answer both loudly and proudly. Well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madam. And reptiles, don't drink milk. Huh? It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter, no doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Yeah, so I'm not sure it would actually be possible to signal a snake by whistling. Madam, what of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute? I think perhaps the performers play the music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears. These creatures so inept to be practically useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. There is one other thing. You have more? Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure the snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins. That should try harder. Oh, okay. Please don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator next to our cabin, couldn't have come back without help. I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine a snake could have had a part in this. I think. You need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruto. Oh no, you don't mean. Yes, we need the modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions. Are we gonna see like a corpse? We're gonna like tilt the camera so and there's gonna be like a dead guy? No! Is there gonna be like a bunch of bullet holes or something? Gonna tilt the camera slightly and out of the camera's view. Yes, feeling that was coming. Let's give it a try. What I was waiting for, Mr. Naruto. Yes, right. So cast your eyes down your wrists again. What? Oh. Done it again. Handcuffs are gone. Where'd they go? Fear not, I shall see the restored after our work is done. Really wish you'd leave them off. Now everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Holmes is proud to present Logic and Reason Spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Your beloved speckled steak. Let's have love. Moments ago you claimed the following. Death has nothing to do with me. The whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. She does have a pained expression on her face. Yes, that's true. Looks as though Kazuma-sama's death weighing heavily on her mind, but you're not sure Mr. Sholmes read her quite correctly, is that it? There'd be some other way to interpret her expression in. Let's take a moment. Really close to Miss Pavlova. What happened with her wrist? She has such petite ears among the beautiful hair. Look like little pink shells. Oh, what's that? There's something attached to her ear, yes. I expect that's what's called an earring. It's a little piece of jewelry. Earring, is it? Really is tiny. Perhaps part of it's missing. Maybe it broke off. What's left is a clasp part attaches to the ear. If that's the case, she doesn't appear to have noticed it. It's broken. Such petite ears among the beautiful hair, like little pink shells. Yes, what's that? Something dangling down from her. Yes, the earring. It's an earring. The crescent moon part looks as though it's made from wood. Charming, isn't it? Whom do you see love adornments like that? Their hair around their necks, on their fingers, and even hanging from their ears, it seems. Wow, jewelry is beautiful, Naruto-san. What the fuck? How do we not notice? It's because the camera angle blocks like the super obvious thing that everyone should see. Oh, for Christ's sakes. Alright, here we go. Oh, Naruto-san, look. Looks like a very painful wound. Looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. Damn monkeys. Fairly recently too. Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here.
Yes!
As when you recall those horrid events, the claw scratch marks the smarts of pain. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night? When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad, and when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse. It is that very pain that evidenced your inextricable link to the victim's death, so we ask. What was the nature of this intruder that stole in the victim's cabin that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel. Was it not? As I sped another telltale glance. No doubt your friend is the writhen serpent we see before us. Seems like the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? Follow her gaze, Naruto-san. We might find the answer. We're gonna look at the guy's pants. The fuck? Come on, guys! Oh, some of these are such fucking memes. Slightly out of fucking range. We're looking at its frame photographic print, weren't you, Miss Pavlova? Let's not be distracted by the print itself. Oh no, it's because we purposely stand in every room at a specific spot so we can never see the evidence. Frame your pet, isn't it? Because it beautifully displays whatever you put inside it. Protection was wanton in every way. Yes, wait, I wasn't here. Wait, wait, did I click the wrong thing? Wait. Find myself wanted every year. I'm pained by it, in fact. Oh, sorry, I'll try again. You motherfucker. Maybe I have to actually look at it before presenting itself. Present photographic frame. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Who presents a frame? Yeah, same friend is probably responsible for the scratch on the back room. Yes, yes, we know that, whatever it is. Friend must be small enough to pass through the ventilator. Really ought to narrow it down. Let me scat around and get in a direction she looked. I guess I have to click A. Yeah, to look at the frame. Yeah, I presented it before pressing A. Because apparently I'm a moron. Look at the photograph in this frame. Must be something Miss Pavlov brought when we ran away. Are you serious? It's like right there. And then there's a fucking, like, the bell. Literally the bell that's broken in the other room. Exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true. Monko, but there must be something in this picture. Personally, it's a little black creature she saw that's caught my eye. Maybe we better take a closer look at this. Monko, Look at little cat Miss Pavlov's cuddling there. What a cute little kitten. It could vie if you couldn't Naruto-san for the blackest outfit. Black kitten, and from the looks of this picture at least, Pavlova seems very attached to it.
Yes!
But look at the frame! Look at the frame of the picture! That's the real thing! It's the frame! What, sir? This is masterfully made. I doubt you're the friend little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no. What about this black kitten isn't clear, but what it is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Ugh. Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. Victim's written observations that night question of a speckled band. Rigorous, regrettably. The specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was the sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. It has nothing to do with any of this, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Can we just look behind her? What you're trying to fail to consider? All these things sloughed skin. Alright. See that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. She just left it in her pocket, no one would ever have known. Yes, ploys like that are Mr. Sholm's specialties. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. Thought detection was a specialty, or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that that's the skin of a snake, in which case, what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? It is speckled and it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy. A long piece of cloth of some sort. Looks like a hand on end. Maybe a cat's toy. This sort is common in the West, apparently. How's that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase a band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them and they pounce to catch it. Okay, I'm assuming the cat accidentally snuck into the other room and she was trying to get it back via the vent. Sounds positively adorable. Cat's toy.
Yes!
The Rooskies. Yes, the thing we were trying but failing to conceal is a cat's toy. Precisely in the true nature of now infamous speckled band. It's this toy you dangle through the ventilator. Waved around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? Hey boy, there can only be one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator in a neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use a speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's last night infiltrated the scene of the crime is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. Yeah. Truly troublesome feline young Dark has proven to be. She must be caged once found. You'll forgive us for borrowing a photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. Yoink. It was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka, she's so naughty. No one vented, damn you. They're innocent, don't vote for my buddy, I believe them. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life and why? According to data which have been apprised, it would appear there are no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstance of the victim's death can only be explained by terrible venom. Mr. Sholm says it's true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kasuma-san's body. That's right. Mr. Sholm seemed to be unaware of one very important detail. Cousin wasn't poisoned, yes. It would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now. Alright.
Yes!
The circumstance of the victim's death can only be explained by post-mortem report. Yes, I knew it was one or the other. His neck was... Indeed, and the breaking of his cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Shriman Stroganoff isn't some kind of mortal freak, you know. Jury is out anyway. We have on good authority the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact... reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be... Yes, an examined deceased body would prove the cause of death. Hasn't died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone. Yes, a distinct possibility. As yet, no weapon has been found, though. It's really dark he didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal with him a fatal blow. But what if he did? What if he did? It would be the perfect crime. Then frame some poor human Pepe Hens. Take his arm, boof, boof, stop it. And then the cat just walks away. The perfect crime. Suppose he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. Could have been a terrible act of misfortune. He broke his neck completely by accident. Oh yes, a bad fall could explain. I really hope he didn't die that way. Rather hard to believe Kazuma saw him though. Wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix this deduction. Is there anything in the scene that could explain what happened?
Yes!
And who wrote the Russian notes? I don't think he died from a fall, because the Russian is on the floor. Examination mark on the floor proved the cause of death conclusively. Particular mark prominently visible. So he slipped. Okay, yada yada. Deposit shoe polish. Shoe polish, indeed. Positively identified by a little analysis device. The construction which I carry now is a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results. And my own ingredients of shoe polish. The color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Sogi's lace set of shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Sogi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped. Please, no. By a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable objects, he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. No. I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene when Sogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. How your involuntary glance portrays the item place you chose. That's right, you had the evidence on the the victim's death, not traveling case. I don't believe it. Kazuma-san merely tripped over it. Now he's no more. Can't be to refuse to accept. I know it's hard to believe. Walk on the floor does seem to suggest it's what happened. But this part of Mr. Shom's deduction is right. Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere. Somebody appears to have dropped 20,000 rubles here. It hasn't been dropped now, Rodo-san. It's been placed. It's starting to sound like Mr. Sholmes. That sounds like a great detective. Wastepaper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them. Although we only started occupying this cabin late last night, presumably there's not much rubbish in here yet. Are you shitting me? This is so shitty. I investigated that trash bin, and they said there was nothing in it. And now suddenly there's that in it? What a load of shit. Like, that was like one of the first things I looked at. Every detective show looks at the trash. What a joke. Now I notice it? Christ. What's that? Maybe if they had the wastebasket hidden in a spot and then when the emergency stop happened it fell out. But Jesus, come on. Yeah, come on. How did I not see that when I looked at it? That's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is, and I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Looks familiar. Perhaps it's more important than your mind simply playing tricks on you.
Yes!
Didn't think it was important, yeah. That there's trash and, you know, the trash bin for a person who stayed one night. Okay. Alright, victim looks you to the victim's out waste paper basket. Christ. Here, a fragment of some intricate glass object would seem, one that is a familiar air, in fact. Precisely, we found another piece of broken glass in the floor of Mr. Sogi's cabin. As you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no! 2 pieces, my ass? The crack marks make it like several pieces. Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? What would it be if this part of a glass object was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death? Should be found in a waste paper basket in your cabin. Neat. Trying to figure out where her earring is. 2 pieces. Are you serious? There's like clearly several pieces to that bell, but fuck it. Well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? I don't know, and that hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruto. Yeah, the evidence linking Miss Pavlova in a little glass bell, that would be.
Yes!
Wait, I think yes, this is the evidence. Oops. Oh, the picture. Oh, this is what we're supposed to fucking show. Yes, evidence deserve one of Miss Pavlova's trademark dismissals, I'd say. Would you do the honors, young lady? Yeah? I don't know. Perhaps you'd care to propose some other piece of evidence. Yes. The answer is really quite simple, but there's nothing more deceptive than an obvious fact. Yes.
Yes!
Look at the photograph, you can clearly see hanging from the darkest collar, yes, the bell. Very glass bell in question. Cute kitty though. Aye. Truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Absent feline friend Darko. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. There's no way. Is that how he dies? There's no way. I know the ship was stopped after the kill because the door got locked after, but I'm trying to figure out the wardrobe part is. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. So late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. All of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. This requires a rather nasty wound in the back of your hand, I take it. Yes. I'd read the rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. Modern as precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. I started whistling. It was very quiet. I was sure someone was there. You must be sleeping. So at that point, you thought it safe to try to lure the king back again. Dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator into the adjoining cavern. Drake always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. Tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly. Nothing. She didn't return. That's weird. She whistled first and then used the toy. Faint whistling sound Kazuma robot in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. And then... I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. And then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Cousin was... Appearance of the brown mark on the floor. You seem likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bone, tripping up. As the beer is a large vessel, even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. Soga was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet. Combination of unfortunate advantages could easily cause him to fall over. What came of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Dark Eye's nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten how to lock my case, and now she's disappeared again. Gracious, that cat is insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself at least. Woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died. Couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. Was too scared. Scared that it would send me back to Russia. The Ruskies. Oh, hold on a minute. About the snake. You're right, where is it? Piranha was around for 66 months. Snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it and where did it come from? Wonder if it's a dangerous creature doing aboard this ship. Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. Name is Pirozovkov. Oh. What? Snake belongs to you. He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. Yes, how did that snake get in this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Ah, we are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend, without someone who understands? Can't you find someone a little more human who understands you? Christ, not everyone has a jerk-off buddy like me and Kazuma, whatever. My dear burly fellow. Orangutan venomous snake, surely you can appreciate the danger put everyone in. No venom. Oh. Pirozko does not have venom. He's harmless, very long, very gentle. He's adorable like Granny. Is it venomless? Yes, now he's hungry, so he's in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you feed him. What? Milk, I suppose? Huh. Like they say milk to groups, wrong person. Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk only in stupid stories. Pirozkov eats mouses, big fat around mouses. Oh, so. Is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course. Oh, it's gonna catch friend's favorite food. Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. Refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. Can't climb a bell cord, and it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a star and roll? It's not to my fault. I did not make up stories. My Pirozovkov has nothing to do with this incident. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. You're shitting me. Or is it? Nah, there's still a Russian on the ground. My wardrobe's on the ground, well. And her missing earring. Miss Pavlova. Oh, she's gonna ask about it. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. Please remember this. The young man lost his life. If you're gonna attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, I'm gonna guess. Actually, I fled with another person. Oh no! Matter of circumstance cannot forgive you, but what are you talking about, Miss Kotoba? What lies, Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. Oh yes, now that you mention it, I was with an American last night. Just a series of unfortunate events, an accident. Wow. No great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Would you agree, Mr. Naruto? To be perfectly honest, yes. Discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure, but I can't put my finger on it. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh. I'm only present here for a very specific reason. Truth is, you, Mr. Naruto, are simply a distraction. Distraction? Do hope you're not finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Not again, when did he do that? Especially as they're on your wrists as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. Is it trial part now? The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours, was he not? Yes. Cousin was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruto. Yes. Whatever that may be. Key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. Chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear as a safe point. Wow. The truth about how you really died. How that senior cabin really came to be. Wow. Up on fire, someone's starting with Metsu in 3 months. Let's see what I can do. There we go, we're late for Spire, let me be right back. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruto, alright. So then, shall we begin? Yes. What shall we ponder first? The victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside? Was this truly an unfortunate accident, or was it in fact no accident at all, as it we must establish in the first instance? We've already established it, haven't we? Man tripped over the kitten and had climbed on his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. Wait, let's just take a step back. Doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm gonna have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Christ, your uses are starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts, Miss Pavlov's story here. Evidence is right there in Kazuma's cabin, it's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let's show your hand, Mr. Naruto. Time to present the evidence. Evidence proves unequivocally the victims have no mere accident.
Yes!
Truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. No way Mr. Asogi could have left his message on the floor. That script. It's Russian, isn't it? To you it is. The word Rinonat means wardrobe, does it? I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language, Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. Simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem likely. It's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There's no way Mr. Asogi could have left a message on the floor, and the reason why, clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebra results in an instant death. Instant death. Oh. Means after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything, because he was already dead. It's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't have possibly been there if Miss Pavlova told us was true. What? Susanna saw notice it too then. Mismatched floor outside, something else that gives the truth away. actually somewhat stumped about this one. That?
Yes!
Point. Oops. Nope, not evidence. I'm starting to see how Kazuma's death really happened, I think. No, don't punish me! I think that you were starting to see nothing of the sort, and now is the evidence to prove it. If it was no accident, then what else should we be looking for is one of two things. Either the absence of something you would expect to find at the scene of the accident, or the presence of something you wouldn't. Let's put, dear madam, I see. I don't see, but let me see. Yes, your rather languid I see doesn't fill me with confidence, Naruhodo. Don't worry, Naruto, I believe in you. Well, more than Mr. Sholmes does. It's starting to take shape now. Is it not? Fuck, I'm gonna lose another point. This piece of broken glass accident mark on the floor, but that's the glass barrel the kid out around its neck. We already know all about that. Broken in half when the victim tripped over the can fell. We have a dissatisfactory explanation for there's a flaw in that logic. Fortunately, there's a very big flaw, a fatal flaw. That's really what happened. How did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? And we found it in the other half of the glass bell in the waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no, both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. Mr. Sogi died last night in his cabin. There was someone else in the room. Same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up her own guilt. Yes, there's someone else present, Mr. Sogis. Wasting time. I did. Someone else was there? Duh, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh yes. We're really going over this? Is this case actually almost over randomly? Fuck, I need to save so we can play Slay to Swear. Only the person having the young student died was you. It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. Case is very close. I know the fucking thing is, it's because the door, everyone got knocked out when the ship shut or stopped. Shut inside the cabin wardrobe were precise about the details. Yeah, there's no trial. I don't know Russian, no way I could have left that message. Not would have, there's no way you could have left that message to be precise about the details. Would you mind? Ho ho ho. Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying. The person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor. An attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then, the same person picked up the broken glass barrel that fell on the floor and for some reason missed a big piece for fear of coming evidence to show how Sogi died. Wait a minute, I don't like this case either because it like relies on the person purposely screwing up like majorly. It's like not even a subtle bell thing on the ground. Like if that wasn't on the ground, would we even came to this conclusion? Why wouldn't this person take out a piece of the bell? Here we go. Even half by knows I was gonna raise a question. Alright, let me see. Well, past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning, the cabin would have been dark. Would it? A single small lamp suspended in the ceiling would barely cast any light on the floor. I don't know about that. Because the guy was writing in candlelight. Little wonder that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny amber fragment. It's like half of it. You all suspect me, don't you? I guess we'll see. This lighting. I did it. I, Seaman Stroganoff. I killed him. Here we go. Come on. Neither's woman of sea. She's daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, knows her dancing skills. She went away to join ballet company. Before, she was dancer on the ship. A member of the ship's band. Do not accuse Ship Angel of being a criminal. Oh, so that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in the cabin. That's not possible. I gave my tooth. Well, this is almost interesting. Why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? Oh, a good detective, you should know. Look tooth and eyes. Cabin bulkhead bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. You want to tell me killer can walk through locked doors? And yet, it's impossible. He's right. Wrong, Taya. Wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around the door latches so they can open and close them from the outside. Thread? Are you stupid? Okay, these bulkheads. Yeah, he pressed the button. Alright. And then for some reason he stopped. I think he should have kept recording the diary and just lie and say no, nothing recorded, but he didn't. Certainly not. These are watertight doors. One would expect to find on any modern steamship. Sort of heavy steel, not with a gap in sight. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used. No, of course not. No, I meant the sailor's log. Of course not. I thought so too. I don't know why he stopped recording the sailor log, but he probably pressed the button, yeah. Naruto suggested it earlier, so I could shift it on me like that. Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? Put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. In this very cabin, you can see the traces of method I have in mind been used before. Can't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruto, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? It's the bookshelf. I'm saying way to shut the boat off the cabin from the outside. One way does spring to mind, yes? Really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruto? Yes. So should you, because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruto? Note the talent signs method was used to slide the cabin door across the outside. Is it this?
Yes!
Look at the bookcase there. See how the books and things on have toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown in reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe. Yes, it's what known as the force of inertia acting on the objects. Nothing Susato-san doesn't know, or that isn't in her book at least. Well, whatever it's called, same force pushed over those books in the bookcase, made something else in this cabin move. Bolt on the cabin door, yes, very obvious, just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. Come across this cabin, or come in this cabin not long before, and we hadn't bolted the door. Then... hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance, so that sounds like... Spectre of Sanaga. Yes. That's it. Ship stopped suddenly, the boat flew across and locked the door, yes. It's made of metal, but small line enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed, or the force of inertia, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Sogi was killed? This is Barry made another emergency stop. Woke up this morning, looked around the cabin. I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. How was this someone had run their hand across shelves and deliberately knocked everything over? Yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? Yes, when we came into the cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like Mr. Sogi's cabin, oh my. Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? You don't mind. You say Burya made an emergency stop does seem a little far-fetched. How could it have possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the carpet is actually sewn from the engine room. Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm. Yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there, telling you only to press the button in times of emergency. I don't know why there's a button there, because, like, you can't see the outside. I don't get that emergency button. Isn't that to stop from hidden icebergs? So you can't fucking see outside here. Like, you have the worst view of the ship in this room. Yeah, completely pointless, this button. Dark nights and fog is dense. Captain cannot afford rallying eyes of his lookout alone. Oh, okay, so some guy in the fucking first class passageway can apparently see better. Hence the placement of a numbered buttons around the vessel allow any crewman to raise the alarm. Since this is a better spot to put it. Sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Yeah, in the first class passageway. Wait, it was you! When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. Data did a little earlier today. Yeah, he pressed it earlier today, okay. Mr. Sholmes, but likely it was muted. The bell when the sailor did it. Surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. Sounds almost proud of himself. Dare you mess with ship? I report you to Captain. You're in much trouble now. No, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider... Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night after, what happened to Mr. Asogi? Did the ship make an emergency stop or did it not? Idiots, bury a huge ship, many passengers. If we make emergency stop, even in the middle of night, would be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruto? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. I have evidence to support that idea, really. What events, Mr. Naruto? Everyone has a headache. Fascinating, do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped the vessel last night?
Yes!
Seaman Stroganoff, it's your duty to patrol the first constellation of the ship, isn't that right? That is correct. Why? Ship's log here. This would be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine. Ah, you rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care of the mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose, where I put it always. Point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write that phrase nothing to report every 30 minutes. 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded. You could easily lie about this. Like, I don't understand. Like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna be a future. I'm gonna be like a 7 and say nothing recorded, nothing recorded, nothing recorded, then just sleep the night. That's what I'd fucking do. Fuck it. No one looks at it. Nothing recorded, nothing recorded. Up, time to go take a nap. Oh, what do you know? Nothing happened all night. Oh! Nothing recorded in the log. That is, because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report. See, I just write it all down, take a good nap. Cool. Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Buria. Something sufficiently significant. Make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. He's suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night. Stop talking the rubbish. If I'm perfectly honest, I find it a little hard to believe myself. Oh, why? Well, because if something as major as emergency stop really happened, surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. Ship lurched so violently, the alarm bell was so loud. Can't imagine anyone would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. No, that's a good point. What of the throbbing? Sorry, what do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We all have suffered with it. Oh, yes. I've had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected, he's right. Head's been throbbing today, too. Since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. Can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. And the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I'd already been dragged out of the wardrobe and had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why did I wake up when all this was happening to me? Tell me, Mr. Narrow, you boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Sorry. Stowaway class accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish I was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact. Not all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all. That's right. He didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Sir Sholmes, do you mean, say, there was something wrong with the chicken, Dwell? I do. No, really? Is that really true? Meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a sulfuric design to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. A sleeping drug. An assassin did it. Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug? No one knows some ship's emergency stop. Alright, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger aboard with a sporadic drug would certainly be impossible unless, that is, every single member of the crew is a conspirator. What? Sholmes. Well, seaman, there. Sorry, I said any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If he was a doctor, it would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. If there were that to happen, every member of the crew, and the captain himself, would be hauled over to the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade. Please, no more. I will tell everything. I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. Damn, this case sort of sucks. What the hell? Crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes, so when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help. Everyone together. She threw away everything. Her fame in the ballet. Mother Russia. We want to help our angel. I don't believe it. You're an idiot. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. Did notice chewing on a lump of strange and bitter at one point. Damn, we could not make all drug. How do you say dissolve? Talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by comrade on shore with a small fishing boat. Okay. So the ship did stop or to pick him up. All the passengers of the SS Berea slept soundly, thanks to the almost magic effects of some reducing potion their evening meals contained. So if that's what happened, only people awake on the ship last night was Kazuma, so they probably tried to kill him. Were the crew, people who disliked chicken, and newly boarded passenger Miss Pavlova. That means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. How does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. I wouldn't say so. What? Of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins, which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of sleeping drug. Quite. Accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes. The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway. Not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. Summary: in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, The culprit brought the entire vessel to emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. Todd Longenard said many things. What is his point? Point is what I said earlier. Was there somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night? Someone left a message in Russian on the floor and attempted to incriminate another. Someone tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. Awfully unthanks sub that for some to see welcome. Thank you. Someone abused the ship's emergency stop procedure and all lock the door. All told, a busy night. But I don't know any of this. I'm just a little girl. You like to speak of your long English words and explain your clever ideas. I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long-boring stories we don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. You guys said this was almost over. Christ, how long? Laudable trait. Spire's getting screwed right now. Quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Naruto, oh yes. So next time I'll just stop even if it's on a cliffhanger, because you guys have no sense of time. Maybe accuse you cry of guilt in the wind. Accuse you cry of guilt. Sorry, you've lost me. Prove your involvement, man, but you can't hear such a call with your ears. Let's hear it with your eyes for observation at the base of all deduction. What are you saying? Is he talking about his face? I believe the time has come for one final logic and reason and spectacular. Naruto, your assistance, if you please. What exactly, Mr. Sholmes? Observation, my dear fellow. Just as I said, of these two provocators. Observation. You remember, Mr. Naruto, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? What happened with the scene of Mr. Sogi's death? Looking for some It better not be ink in the guy's hands. We've been looking at this guy all fucking day. And then suddenly it's gonna be like all this stuff. You know, why didn't he write down on his hand, I did it? Fuck it, might as well. Because apparently we don't notice this shit. Oh my god. Trace of evidence 1 and 2 was there when it happened. Precisely, you were delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. How do you not notice this earlier? Well, somebody can see right. I am the killer. I am the Zodiac killer is written on his hand. Oh, we solved we solved it, sir. Trace evidence showed how someone else here last night was Kazuma died. I am the fucking Zodiac killer. Oh, come on. How do we not? This is even worse than having his fingers have it. Okay, whatever. Fuck it. How do we not notice this whenever he turns around? You might as well write, I am the fucking killer in the back of his shirt. I am the Zodiac killer.
Yes!
I am Jack the Ripper. Seaman Stroganoff. You see there quite a large purple stain in the back of your white uniform there. I'm not even sure why he has a stain there, sure. Ah, yes, I, don't know where the dirt comes from. Nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain. What are you trying to say? It appears the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. No, he did turn around when we looked at him. Remember when he blocked the door to this room and then went back to his post? Did he, like, moonwalk back to his post? He must have turned around at some fucking point. Or did he just moonwalk back when he blocked us from getting to this room? Okay, it appears the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. That was to make it plain. Very large purple stain in the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform. I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is, so Mr. Naruto, present the evidence that proves it. Pleasure, alright then. Evidence proves the stain in the back of Seaman's uniform really is. I don't understand though.
Yes!
How is it on his back? Yes, it's this photograph and the ink it shows. It causes a stain on your uniform. Ink? I don't understand. How do you get ink on your back? Use your clever ink purple. Oh. Penny drops at last. Now you see the significance. Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body written in purple ink. Sit in the back of your uniform is the ink of exactly the same color. Ink had been dry. It couldn't have possibly stained your uniform that way. Which means You must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was split. Da, yes, that was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in dead student's cabin, make it look like wardrobe man did it. Then I pressed button to make Bria do emergency stop. Then both cabin doors shut. Did everything so no one respect our angel. Biff, please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet. Biff, please, you must help me. I went with her. Door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, saw student boy on floor. This is sort of... He really died like that? Like, what the fuck is the point? Wow, he died. He tripped. So why did we cover this up again? So he literally died tripping. What happened here? Please don't tell anyone. My little one. Little furry friend. Everything happened in the cabins like Angel told you. Kitten escaped to ventilate in Mr. Sogi's cabin, then he tripped over and broke his neck when he fell to the floor. Game over. Yes, that is right. So after the incident, when the cat ran away, Pavlova visited a cabin next to hers. And finds occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard sound something falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel. What's weird is, or I guess he wouldn't notice to stop. Did the boat stop to pick this girl up? Because wouldn't he have wrote it down in his diary that he's like the boat stopped for some reason? I'm not sure if he would have felt the boat stopping. I have no idea. But yeah, because isn't Kazuma the only guy who's awake at that time? The door was not locked, so she opened to look and... You already know what happened after. One thing if you wouldn't mind. No, they drugged... Okay, what happened is they drugged all the crew, which is stupid as hell, whatever. Just so they could pick up this girl, which is why everyone else is asleep except Kazuma, because for some reason he doesn't like chicken, so he's the only one that's like awake. But yeah, and then he gets killed by the cat, and then they do the emergency... No, they do the emergency stop after. Because they have to... No, they drugged everyone before... No, the reason they drugged everyone is to pick up the girl. They don't drug people after the murder, because that doesn't make sense, no. Yeah, I don't know, it's such a bizarre plot. They drugged everyone just so they could get the girl on the ship via the fishing boat. And then, yeah, he died because he didn't like chicken, because he was the only one awake, and then he stepped on it. And the emergency stop was right after he died, because they... Okay. Alright, what? We went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova. Was he already dead, Dwell? Why, you know what? Now that I think about it, he was walking around. I thought it was sort of weird. You know what? He wasn't actually dead. You know what? He was sort of like rolling around on the ground. Now you mention it, Monko. What I told you? Nina opened door of student's cabin and looked inside. I was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? So that guy beat his ass and killed him? Here we go. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark, and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. Is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth? Wrong, Taya. About last. Something nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, where is her earring? In this photograph. Yes, I took it myself, you know. Where's her earring? Cause of death was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly. Fortunate incident precipitated these events, in which the victim stumbled, however. Those are the facts. There's one particular area in this photograph. Is it his head? Wait. It seems to be somewhat unnatural. What do you mean unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruto? Well... How's tripped and fell by some terrible stroke of bad luck, broke his neck? Which part of this photograph print seems unnatural? Is it his finger? Couldn't you just move his finger after he dies? We're in Russian clearly wasn't written by Kazuma, so if you're looking for something unnatural, see how we just point, oops, wrong one. Very true, it is certainly peculiar, but it's not what I meant by unnatural, I'm afraid. Particularly crass details orchestrated by the culprit. I mean, to find another point. Oh, I see. Imagine if you were losing your foot in yourself. In my opinion, if you landed as the victim appeared to have done here, it would have most unnatural. Sure, you'll reach the same conclusion. Well thought for you. I thought I was pointing at the finger, but give me a general guidance.
Yes.
Must be here, it's surely up. I'm gonna offer you a piece of advice regarding the pursuit of detection, my dear. Oh, fuck! He has an earring in his fucking hand! Okay, now I understand what they're talking about now. Okay. They were open. Christ. But you quickly able to use them, alright. I'll try that. Okay. I think it's plain what Sir Sean's made by unnatural, isn't it? A word written in a foreign language underneath his fingertip, surely. Not particularly crass deed orchestrated by the culprit, no. I mean, to find another point. Imagine if you will, losing your foot and yada yada. Okay, I see what's going on here. Land as the victim has. What would your hands? Look like sort of fellow who stumbles with some regularity. This should be an easy task. Yes, yes, why do I don't like this case because, like, if you can move the other person's hand, why doesn't he just check the other one? Alright. Really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then his fist just doesn't seem quite right. Okay, if I'm the bad guy, why would his, like, if you fell, you wouldn't have your finger out either. Like, there's so many fucking contrivances in this case that are so dumb. Like, if I was the bad guy, I'd be like, his fist, maybe I'll just, like, whatever. So when you trip, do you normally have your finger out too? Fuck it. Exact same thought occurred to me. In the fall, one's instinct to open the palms flat. Okay, we're not gonna look at the... Say the victim was left hand tightly balled in a fist, almost you might say. You're gripping something. What do you mean? Curious. I'm assuming they killed him because he saw the girl. And then, yeah, okay. So they took the liberty. Investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did, and what, pray, do you imagine I found there? My dear fellow. I like how he just took the body away and then, like, he just does it off screen. Alright, Mr. Sholmes, show us, please. Of course, my dear madam, why would it keep you in suspense? Nah, he was alive when they went in the room and then they killed him. Because he saw the girl. This is what I found. Crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. You're right, a crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? You're a bonehead. Tells us nothing. Not so sure. That crescent moon looks familiar somehow. Sure I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Naruto, that is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? Final clue, last piece of the puzzle. Myself, what does this little crescent moon mean? Significance has it, observe. Find the answer for your own eyes. Chunky arms.
Yes.
No love on your ear there. So you have a crescent. Is there no mirrors on the ship either? Christ. What? On your other ear, there's apparently no mirrors on the ship, so no one ever actually looks at themselves. Seems to be crescent moon missing. Spyro will be very soon. Because fucking chat. I'll never listen to chat again. You guys said almost done like 40 minutes ago. Literally encoded must have been broken. But yeah, this case is terrible, like plot wise. Jesus. Crescent moon has found victim's clenched fist. Clearly a logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruto? Yes, I should have saved and quit as soon as it, so I'll do that tomorrow. Sogi grasped Crescent Moon pulled from your perhaps moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night, it must be painful. You witnessed the moment the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. Boof. Then the question is, why did Mr. Sogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear, hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no. Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Savlova, tell us the truth last night. What did you do to Kazuma? Think about everything that happened yesterday. It was too much. Running away the fishing boat in the middle of the night. Trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in this cabin and I could relax after this horrible long day. Darka, wait. Couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. Tried to call her with a little whistle. Tried waving her favorite toy. Nothing worked. Dark would not come back. See you later, Yukon. Punk. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. Thought it was a friend of mine. A young man from your country who was very polite and kind. Helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin... Russian man, boof boof, just a moment, sorry, but... Wait, do I? Oh wait, never mind. One more thing. Oh, this is if Columbo was against, like, actual killers. One more thing. Oh no, yes. Sure, I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. One more thing. Da. Yeah, of course, you're Nikola Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina, huh? No, why? I don't know that name. Martin really stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from the land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But, what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company is performing in Shanghai at the moment. Can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell her. I have no other choice. Yeah, I see. So you've run away. Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Wait, what? Oh, that's what he's doing. Oh. He's gonna pull that cord. He's gonna tell. Oh, he attacks him because he thinks he's pulling the cord. Wait, I don't even understand anymore. I thought the entire crew is in some conspiracy to pick her up. Huh? What would Talon the captain do? Wait, now I'm fucking confused. I thought there was a conspiracy. If anything, the captain would be on her side. I don't understand. Why do I think I could trust him? Then it happened, and then he gets killed by everything at once. It's only a second, but it felt like forever. Did she not find it weird that the boat slowed down and then like all the crew members are helping her aboard? Only a second, felt like forever. Wait, I shouted, and then Darka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. Are you shitting me? That's how this is gonna end? As he turned around to look at me. This is the dumbest fucking... This case sucks. What the hell? I pushed him. I don't even know why. Yeah, I don't even know how he died either, but sure, fuck it. That's how he died. I don't know why it is. So she did kill him, but it's the dumbest fucking kill ever. Wow, that's pretty embarrassing kill. Jesus. I was just so scared. And... not to stop him from telling anyone about me. Wow, this case is actually horrific. What the hell? So that's when he went to fetch help from Seaman Stroganov, who was on duty out in the passageway. Nina cried out, thud on floor, ran to her. Stand at cabin door, shaken like a leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Biff. Find out I'll be, please. I have nowhere to go. Find Aquafresh. If you don't think this case is bad, name other cases you'd put below this one. Aside from the circus one that everyone apparently was. I'd say it's a pretty weak one, because there's a lot of plot contrivances that happen. That's when you arrange things in Kazma's can make it look like I did it. No respect passenger in the cabin next door. I went in the cabin and looked around to make sure there was nothing to show near was there. You guys say the third case is really good, so I'll believe you guys, because this case is rough. Found stowaway in wardrobe, still sleeping. Right, that's when he found me. So he worked out a plan to lay the blame on the stowaway. You could have just claimed the cat killed it, whatever. Close wardrobe doors, put back strange paper sign. Wait, so are we convicting the girl? I remember in CSI there's a case where the guy goes after the person and gets the right person, but then everyone's like saying nopers, he shouldn't have done it because the perpetrator was the brother, it was the kid brother. And then they're like saying he shouldn't have actually proceeded because now they lose both their kids. Luckily for me, and that's the only reason Susanto started to believe me when I said I was innocent. Tried young man's body a good place, use ink that was spilling to right on floor. I wrote whatever, so that person who found him would look inside the wardrobe, find stowaway. Are you kidding? You didn't even need to do that. If the room's locked, you look in everything. There's so many, yeah, and why would you even write that? Just, like, no, that's so dumb. A locked room case. I'm not gonna look at the wardrobe that could have a person. Why would you even write that? No, there's so many, like, dumb things in this. Christ. Why would you even write that to look in the closet? If the room is locked, I'm gonna look in every closet for a person. Why would I look on the ground and see something in Russian saying, look in the fucking wardrobe? No, I'm gonna look in it regardless, you numbskull. Jesus. Tell me, what if the glass fell? No, it was the crew, it was the sailor that did that. It wasn't even the girl. It's by my feet, so I picked it up. Yeah, and wrote it in Russian, yeah. So why would a Japanese guy write in Russian as he died? It's dark in cabin, I didn't notice the other half. Yeah, apparently it wasn't dark enough to write the fucking Russian word on the ground. Then Angel went back to her cabin and I finished up. Well, let me see this. What did the glass fell? I don't understand everything! Oh, okay, so it's apparently light enough to write whatever the fuck on the ground with the ink. Okay. Jesus. Okay, whatever. Apparently it was easy enough to fucking draw on the ground. Press the emergency alarm button in the passageway. Yes. Accordingly, the SS Beria didn't come to the emergency audit a little after 2 a.m. Thus enticing the board on the Commodore's slide shut, creating a locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, you said that you told Kazuma the fact you'd run away from your homeland because you were worried I was going to tell the captain you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yeah? Even if you had pulled the Belcorn and called for the captain's ship, aren't you friends of every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? It was what he said first. Made me scared, what he said first. What are you doing here at this time of the night, Inspector? Wow. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. Said Inspector was his friend. Yes, meaning me, who was supposed to be acting as bodyguard. Thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. Before he could pull the bell cord, I dropped the cat, which conveniently tripped and I pushed him. May I stop you for a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? Oh, this is like To Kill a Mockingbird! This doesn't seem to make sense. You tripped! Just say you tripped! I mean, was Masoga really gonna pull the bell cord? I don't know. Just fucking To Kill a Mockingbird this! He tripped and killed himself. Damn you people! Do you not see what we're doing? What do you think, Mr. Naruto? Well, I'm not Kazuma, so you can't know for certain, but he tripped and he snapped his own neck. Damn you people, do you not see what you're doing? You guys would be the worst. If you guys were in fucking To Kill a Mockingbird, you'd be like, no, that's not right. I'd be like stepping on your foot. He killed himself. No, that's not it. Boo. No, you idiot. He killed himself. No, you idiot. You guys are so... You guys just wouldn't get it. No, if you read To Kill a Mockingbird, it's at the end of the book. You guys... I'd be stepping on your foot saying, yes, he stabbed himself, you imbecile. Okay, you guys just wouldn't get it. No, he didn't. A man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give the secret away, then he would have done. Fuck, do you not remember the end of the book? Fuck, I want to spoil it. Everyone has read it, but he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Oh, Mr. Naruto. Should I spoil it? I might as well spoil it. It's a really good book, but you should have read it. Okay, the day's work's not done. See, one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? 12. Yes, what action was the victim really about to take at the moment? What? He was gonna open the fucking closet. Wait, I don't understand. Why are we debating this part? We determine whether it was the young man. Wait, is this really even a plot point? Obviously, he was going to the closet. I don't understand. We figured this out a while ago. First, consider victim's location within his cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time there in the wardrobe, but still. Cabin is my home the entire voyage, yes. This is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-san, yes. It's exactly how it was. He's asking for a second opinion and walking towards the side of the room. Is he ready yet, Mr. Naruto? Yes. There's only one thing I've learned today. It's that a simple gaze reveals all manner of truths. Okay, now that in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze where it lands. So when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly Kazuma looking at? Fuck, can I spoil To Kill a Mockingbird? You guys should have already known this. At the end of the book, there's something that happens, and then the sheriff's like, yes, he killed himself, winky face. But knowing you guys would be like, no he didn't, and I'll be like, fuck! He killed himself, you idiot. Winky face. And you're like, no, I don't think I was right, sir. He killed himself. Okay. He's trying to protect Boo fucking Radley because he killed Yule. Except you don't want to prosecute a fucking kid. So that's why the guy is going, he killed himself. And he's like basically going winky face. But you guys would be like, no, the kid killed him. And I'm like, no. No, winky face. He killed himself. Okay. You guys would prosecute him. No. This is what we should be doing here. He tripped and fell and killed himself, winky face. No, sir. She did it. I'd slap you. No, she did it. We can convict her, right? And certainly didn't happen last night. It certainly may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord, yes. However, what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe. He tripped and fell himself. Alright, that's what we're going to put in the case file, right? Winky face? No, the girl did it. Poop, I'd smack you again. And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? A man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Pavlova, please think back very carefully. He tripped and fell. Is that what we're gonna do? Are we pulling To Kill a Mockingbird? Here we go. What are Mr. Sogi's exact words last night? Give me a phone and I could use another opinion here. Another opinion. Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Sogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. See if between them they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh no. Sorry we don't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. Wish you had made sure of what Mr. Sogi was looking at. Are we really gonna fucking arrest this chick? Just say he tripped and killed himself, damn you. So it may have ended very differently if you had. He tripped and killed himself, Winky Face. No, sir, he didn't. Damn you people. Damn you people, death penalty. Hope you're happy as we're sitting at the execution. Hope you're fucking happy. As we sit at her hanging. Yeah, hope you guys are happy. Justice is served, sir. Hope you're fucking happy. Just want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. Unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change. Christ, hope you'll never forget that. Are we actually gonna... Okay, I'm sorry, okay. We were actually gonna let her go, really. So sorry. Here we go. What have I done? Wait, are we really taking her away? But Boo Radley! To Kill a Mockingbird! And so, at long last, is she dead now? She's dead, sir. Mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Beria. No! Wait! Is she actually gonna die now? It's finally at the rest. She's dead. She's dead. So, is she gonna be executed now? What about Miss Pavlov now and then? Oh, here we go. Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police. She's fucking dead. What about the fact she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office, sort that all out. Oh, maybe Mr. Sholmes will put in a good word, can do that. So she won't be going back to Russia then. No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she'd be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. Okay. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganoff. Maybe Sholmes. About the Upper Angel, no matter what, Sholmes will probably fix it. I'm assuming not executor. Didn't think about you, how you lost a good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. Kind of you. Meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste, but I believe in Sholmes. Sholmes better. What can you do for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Duh. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm gonna have to hand you over to the consul and arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes. Did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So, okay, I know it's a slight spoiler. Do we get to hear an update on this case after this part, or no? So you should get back to your cabin now. Where she, like, actually be executed. She's dead, sir. The stage of Great Britain's over before it begun then. I think only days ago, Kazuma and I laughing together, we tear up the streets of London. It's like a distant memory now. Okay. I mean, I don't know how justice worked back then. What's that? Is it someone weeping? I mean, in the Phoenix Wright series, it's assumed every killer is executed. Because Japan justice system, so that person's mom, dead. Hawthorne, whatever lady, yeah, whatever, dead. So everyone gets fucking killed. It's assumed, yeah, everyone's executed. Sato-san. Assassin. Naruto-san, I didn't know you'd returned. Well, haven't been back long. Yeah, Von Karma's gone. The mom of Pearl, I believe, is gone. I should pack, you know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. Circus guy probably for some reason dead. I still can't believe this happened. Can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Sato-san. Such grand ideas for a visit to Great Britain, yeah, because this chick isn't that important. Yeah, she's a ballerina, but I'm assuming they just will still do a harsh punishment. So many dreams, because technically Kazuma is pretty important. That had been cruelly taken away, just as he has. Thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. That it was just an accident. But then why didn't we do the To Kill a Mockingbird? He killed himself. Just a silly series of mishaps. Damn you people! Damn you people! Too much Naruto-san. It's too much then. Why? Damn you people! He killed himself. Damn you, winky face. Well, so if you accidentally push someone and it's an accident. Damn you people. I'm sure there's something I could say. You're useless. She didn't mean to break the guy's neck. When you push someone, you don't assume they just break their neck or something. Okay, Inspector. My duty was to see Asogi-san to Great Britain. But I failed. But you guys are the guys fucking convicting Boo fucking Radley. Death penalty for poor Boo. Pepe hands. Then you guys would be clapping as he gets executed in the chair. Justice has been served. Okay. Damn you people. Damn you. Did you not read To Kill a Mockingbird? Damn you people. He killed himself. Okay. Fuck you guys. You guys don't ever bend the law. Damn you. Let everyone down. Do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. I'm free again now, huh? Surprise, Mr. Naruto. What is the meaning of this? Trifling matter. Simply on my head, I think I always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, balance seems all wrong. It's a distraction. I want to fucking play Spire now, but so I decided to restore more time's sake. Shall we say you are a stowaway after all? We may have to limit one versus game tonight. I think this is funny. When is the fin at this part? Jesus. Sholmes. I appreciate your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, no, it's a little late. May I offer my sincere condolences. Loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I'll be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. Maybe I should do 2 verses instead of the co-op. Afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was a stowaway. Terms of study were negotiated by Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be 1 lawyer and 1 assistant. Was to be. In light of Mr. Sogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour will no longer go ahead. Oh no. I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san. Dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is 1 lawyer and the study tour can continue, surely. Okay, so you guys are like clapping for this part, but not when we want to bend the rules to stop a 15-year-old from getting executed. Okay, but now you guys want to bend the rules. Okay, you guys are clapping for this. Alright, with the 15-year-old, it's fucking life in prison or execution. Alright, whatever. Kill Boo Radley. Fuck it. You guys, you guys suck. Okay, Boo Radley. Fucking sorry, buddy, but apparently you guys suck. Alright. Boo Radley must be killed, apparently, according to you guys. Fuck all y'all. You all suck. No one else has necessary qualification that just shows you know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualification obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. What? Anyway, voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes. Susato? Yes. I think perhaps I might be able to do it. You're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruto. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry, in that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. As I said, there's still more than a month before reaching England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruto? Yes, I have a month for to study, to learn what I must become a lawyer in Great Britain. Naruto. It's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days? Only one way to find out. Yeah, this is like the circus case, whatever. I could work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, take whatever punishments deemed appropriate. Why put yourself in such a difficult position? But Kazumi said there was something he had to do in Great Britain. Now he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He's passionate about it. I can't let all the passion just come to nothing. Anyway, it's for my own benefit too. So would you guys execute the cat as well? Because technically the cat was also the reason why the guy died. Because fuck it, why not? Execute that guy too. Hang them all. You guys suck. You'd kill Boo Radley. Can't believe you guys would kill Boo Radley. Even as the guy is saying Boo or Yule killed himself, Winky Face, and you're like, no, he did it. Damn you, why are you my deputy? No, he did it. You know what? I'm gonna prosecute this. Okay. I will become a lawyer, I have to. What do you say, Mr. Sato? I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. What does this Spectral Inspector friend say? Serious. Yep, Snake must go. You guys would kill the entire crew. Then you'd be like, justice, as you sip your tea. Damn you. Well, when lawyer one sets numbers indisputable. No, oh, what a madness. It's fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating. Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest, give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character. No? Why couldn't we say Winky Face? He fell and tripped and fell and killed himself, damn you. You witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character with your own eyes. The early hours of this morning until the very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of the close command and despite the accusation of guilt. But Boo Radley, damn you, Boo Radley! Man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence above all courage. I am assuming she was trying to stop him from going towards the cord. When you push someone, you're not expecting to kill them, especially if you're a 15-year-old girl. Like, how did Kazuma fucking fall so easy? I know it was the cat, but I mean, come on. Whatever. Fine, you guys want to execute the kid? Shall we burn her at stake, gentlemen? Shall we do a hanging? What else? Is there any other way? Shall we, like, push her overboard? Tie a bunch of stones to her, maybe? Damn you savages. Damn you people! Yep, the guillotine, perhaps? It's still popular. Very well. I think of a clever way to word my report in Department of Justice. Inspector, after all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? Said to do anything to make up for my shortcomings here. Thank you, Inspector. You guys suck. You all say you missed the point of To Kill a Mockingbird. Damn you people! I say we killed a mockingbird, never lacked them birds, sir. Damn you people! Did you not read it? Damn you! Excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how best to make my report. Isn't this guy gonna be beat up? Isn't the captain gonna be like, what the fuck? You killed the 15-year-old Booth. Really prepared to attempt this. I don't know why he doesn't have a black eye anymore as well. Really prepared to attempt this Naruto. Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer. Delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all. Thank you. Wait, is this... Okay, we'll see at the end of this game, but is that really it for that case? I'd like you to take charge of this. What, me? I'm sure. Sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword. Been in the Sogi clan generations. Alright, we'll do 2 verses then. Firstly, to aspire, accept. I'll treasure it always. Fuck you guys. I can't believe you guys would snap the Mockingbird's neck. Damn you people! Sister Sato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet. It'll be an honor, Mr. Arnoldo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. Fill every spare moment with study. It's exactly what I need. Before we begin, an earnest favor to ask of you, goodness. What is it? You're a little young, but please throw me to the ground 3 times. Alright. I should have never doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. Should have been obvious for me just from the start. I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. No matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. Oh no, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away, and the cabin door was locked from the inside. Now, will I make excuse for me? Whatever the circumstance, I should never have thrown you. Not just once, 5 times. Ha. That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please must take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it. I mean, she was supposed to be married to the other lawyer guy, but like, she has to move on, you know? Like, it is like the early 1900s, whatever. So, like, we sort of, the probable fiance is sort of dead now, so gotta move on. Happy hands. I don't even know. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruto. It isn't a skill one requires of a considerable training. Mr. Sholmes. I observed your throwing technique several times great interest. Must confess I'm most impressed. When did he see that? Presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling. Oh well, in a way. I forgot how old fucking Boo Radley is. Damn you people. But you guys would convict fucking Boo Radley. Damn you people! But I don't get it, sir. You killed him. Damn you people! Ancient Jujutsu technique. Apparently called Suzato Takedown. She leaves your head swimming, believe me. You guys would convict a fucking 15-year-old girl. You guys would be like, nope. Definitely did it. Wasn't an accident, sir. Convict everyone. I'll be Guilan. You guys would fucking kill them all. Damn you people. As a practitioner, the combat arts myself, somewhat accomplished boxer. Is he? I'm trying to think, because in the Sherlock Holmes movie, the second one, I believe it's actually what's his name? Moriarty, whatever his name is. I think he's a better boxer, and then Robert Downey Jr. isn't the boxer. It's like a plot point at the very end of the movie that Moriarty, whatever. Fuck, I can't say his name right now. I'm stupid. No, it's a plot point because they're doing the mind thing. No, like, is Holmes like a shitty boxer then because they're doing the mind thing between each other? But Moriarty or whatever, I can't say his name right now. Fucking apparently is way more accomplished than him. Okay, because they were doing the little mind shuffle thing between each other, the mind game thing. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if it was so kind of instruct me the technique of your wrestling throw. Moriarty, whatever. Okay. Fuck, I don't want to like outright spoil the movie. Damn you. Damn you people. Okay, he was hooked in the wrist prior to the fight. That's why in their minds it wouldn't work. Okay. No, it was the fucking movie. You know the Sherlock Holmes movies? Damn you, they made 2 of them. They're gonna make a 3rd one real soon. And the second one, they're doing the mind thing, and then like the boxing point comes up. Is it a Game of Shadows? Whatever. The boxing one comes up, and they're doing like the mind thing where they like picture the event, and obviously you know how it goes. It's before the waterfall. Let us not dally, demonstrate, my dear madam. Of course. Are you ready, Mr. Naruto? Sorry. Hiya, boof. You can see you throw it from the abdomen, yes. Resting indeed. And that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it? Actually, no, that was a Susato squash. This case should be over right now. My groggy state of consciousness. A scene from Naive and recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Karuma, yeah, like she's thrown me. If you can die from being pushed over, she could kill me, damn you. Are we gonna convict her? Sorry, prize sword's been passed down through generations of the Sogi clan. Can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana and study to is more than a little regular, surely. Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma, guys, man, I truly believe that. Fuck you guys. No, she's not 16 years old. She's 15 even. Damn you people. At what age do you guys stop executing people? You guys suck. You're all evil. You guys suck. Damn you people. His name compels a wilder slice you want to now. You make much compelling. On that subject. Something very important after doing Great Bear now. Sacrifice anything to make it happen. Appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. You guys suck. Damn you! To Kill a Mockingbird. Just read the damn thing. Important thing you have to do. It's still a very good book though. Still don't know what it was. You guys suck. You guys, I'd be stepping on your foot saying Yule killed himself, winky face. And you guys would be like, nope, no he didn't. Look at the wounds. Look at the wounds, he did it. He's the one. to the chair. Okay. Damn you people. Damn you. What do you think I'm trying to say? Fuck you guys, I'm gonna see the place myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. He killed himself, stabbing on your foot. Damn you. He stabbed himself. You guys would fucking kill him. You guys suck. You guys all suck. Damn you people. Now we just killed a fucking 15-year-old girl. Hope you guys are happy. And from a push too. Clearly intent to kill. When I push someone, I'm intending to kill them, not like stop them or stop them from pulling thing. Okay. So, I guess Boo Radley, sorry, the electric chair for you, buddy.